Okay, everyone, we're back. Let's get this little ish baby started and let me get my chat open. I apologize for a little bit longer. The stream intro was just running around doing a few things, but we are going to get right into it now. Let me just find the game here. Apologies if the audio's a little bit, I don't want to say like quieter or louder, one or the other, because I was fucking with some of my audio settings today. And I just don't know if they're going to come out sounding exactly. It shouldn't really be that much different. I didn't fuck with it that much, but sorry, I don't know. I'm having a stroke, not able to find what I'm looking for. There it is. Open this up. This. Unmute. Notes. Does this show if I press? Open. It does. Perfect. Okay. So I don't really want to waste too much time on the notes, but we will go over it now. Actually, let me load into where we are first, just so that we don't, because it'll start looping the intro like MV thing. I don't want it to do that. So, in the last thing we saw that we had a pass of the torch from Beatrice to Ava, kind of. Whatever the witch that resides within Ava. There was a little bit of a torch passing that happened there. The only thing that's a little bit odd about all of this is... Sorry, let me turn off my light here. Perfect. So the thing that's like kind of weird about this is I'm still trying to figure out if there's any consistency between the people that get selected and the people that live. So far, there has not been anything consistent in the types of people that die. What I mean by that is that I was expecting it to be like, oh, like the same person dies. Oh, like this, like, let's say like 2 servants, 3 siblings, 1 kid, something like, you know, a breakdown like that was consistent. That wasn't really obvious. The biggest revelation of the last chapter besides that was that we had Virgilia pop up, who is the old master of Beatrice, so we finally got an answer who the other air quote Beatrice was, because that was a little bit confusing. We didn't really have an understanding about why there was multiple Beatrice. Now it does make sense that the title of Beatrice, as well as like her magic and everything, is passed down through each successive one. Right now in the game, it seems like the Beatrice that we know is kind of doing a light Yagami Death Note plot, where she is passing on the power to Ova, expecting to get her power back. Because this is, at the end of the day, a game between her and between my character. So I don't know why she would give her magic away otherwise, so I'm expecting this is going to be some big, like, you know, turnaround thing so that she can get her power back. In the last episode, we saw that Ava and Rosa both found the location of the gold, so we also know that the gold is actually, like, a physical thing that is on the island. See what else was really big. The other big thing is we learned that the key is very likely not a... Well, I think I had theorized this very early on, that the key might have been like a metaphorical thing and not necessarily a physical one. It seems now that it points to a specific location that is on the island, and it's probably something to do with like a word game. And that once you understand the key, and you understand what to apply the key to, it reveals the location of the gold. Now, the only thing that's very weird in this particular game is this is the first time that we've had... Of course, the second I start streaming, I get a thing. Discord message. Basically... Holy fuck, that threw off my whole train of thought. Sorry, I gotta reread the notes here. Okay. That we know now that the epitaph, we're in like kind of an interesting situation, because in every prior thing that we've been told that the ritual would basically be aborted once somebody had found the gold, because, you know, whatever. But the really confusing part about this now is that it seems like the power just got passed right on to the next person. But the confusing thing about that is that the witch then still has to go through with the ritual to revive herself. So we are confirmed that the ritual 100% is just for the resurrection of the witch. But that also means that just because somebody solves the puzzle doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see the ritual killing stop, which is maybe like another big revelation that we walked into. I think what we're kind of brushing up on is Beatrice is probably one of the 18 people. There again, like I said, I'm going to stick with like a physicalist description until I can get like something like ultra concrete that I can't really argue against. But I'm not inclined to believe otherwise right now. So that's number one. Then number two, the big thing is, if we think about it like this is sort of the, trying to describe this here that I put. Now, to remember, this is under, I'll start typing this actually, so like, under the assumption that Beatrice, oops, I can't type, that Beatrice is one of the 18, or rather, is the witch of one of the 18 people. It means she has a human body, or at least a body that appears human, that is one of the 18. So, again, this is sort of circular in a sense, but I'm just trying to lay out that under the assumption that she is one of the 18, or rather the witch is one of the 18 people, it means she has a human body, or at least a body that appears human. I guess this doesn't... Now, the thing that's interesting about this is what I'm trying to, I guess, outline, or what I'm trying to describe is that in the last chapter we saw, so I'm going to put some like bullet points here just to like build up the theory so that it maybe becomes a little bit more understandable, is that Ava became, or I should say Ova, but we'll just do Ova plus Ava, became the new Golden Witch after finding the gold. If we are in a loop / game, where the gold doesn't get found, it means the original person retains their power. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that in this exact chapter we have a little bit of a bucking of the trend where somebody actually does find the gold, and then that means that we have kind of like a succession that enables, and you know, the power of the Golden Witch gets passed on to a new person. But under normal circumstances where the epitaph doesn't get solved and somebody doesn't find it, it seems that there is somebody that's on the island. I guess let's put another one here. It seems that there are people on the island who are tapped into magic more than others. Ava, Maria, Kenzo, kind of, but Kenzo doesn't really fit my description what I'm talking about here. I'll just use these two as an example. So it seems there's some people on the island who are tapped into magic more than others. Some of these people, two listed, or I shouldn't say the two listed, but some of these people have their magic personified into a witch. Example, Ava has her magic power, and her magic power has taken on the form of a witch, which is a witch, haha. We'll switch it so it's a little bit easier to read. That is a snapshot of her, I would say, like, as a teenager. I would guess that's kind of like the age about where it looks like a girl / teenager. Ova / Ava became the new Golden Witch after finding the gold. If we're in a loop / game where the gold doesn't get found, it means the original person retains their power. All this to say that basically Beatrice is the witch part of one of the 18 people, if that makes sense. So, like, if you view the, say, like, the magic half / representation of one of the 18. So I'm just trying to make sure that this grammatically makes sense. Of one of the 18 people, okay? We all follow. So under the assumption that she's one of the 18, again, this doesn't really work if we find out that... I mean, I guess she doesn't necessarily have to be one of the 18. She could be a 19th person, but if we assume there's only 18 people, we put a hard cap on that, which, again, still not 100% convinced. But I should say, well, we would just say that was a stew. I could have just capitalized, but she has a human body, or at least a body that appears human. It seems there are people on the island who are tapped into magic more than others. Ava Maria. Some of these people have their magic personified into a witch. Example, Ava has her magic power, and her magic power is taken on the form of a witch that is a snapshot of her as a teenager. Ova/Ava became the new Golden Witch after finding the gold. If we're in a loop/game where the gold doesn't get found, it means the original person retains their power. I should say their title, necessarily. I don't know if Beatrice is necessarily, like, less powerful, if that makes sense. I don't necessarily want to, like, say, like, oh, like, yeah, like, Beatrice is, like, less powerful. I don't know if that's necessarily fair to say, but it means the original person retains their title. The theory here is that Beatrice is the magic half/representation of one of the 18 people, in the same way that Ova is the magic representation of Ava. Okay. Now this is where we start to get into, like, more of a little bit of, I don't want to say, like, dicey water, but we still have to answer the question of, is the magic half of the person actually just, I don't know how to word this, like, a disguise to confuse us, and it is actually just the person that is taking the action. So, for example, like, it's presented in a way to confuse us. So in the garden scene where it showed Ava, or I should rather say Ova, killing thing. So I'll put this down, like, Ova killed Maria and Rosa in the rose garden, right? I don't know why I capitalized rose garden there. We know that Ova killed Maria and Rosa in the rose garden. Okay? At the same time, Ava was in the guest house with Hideyoshi, right? Well, put seemingly. We know right now for sure that Hideyoshi, I don't know how to describe this. I would just say that, like, I think the game may be presenting the info to us similar to an unreliable narrator, in the sense that, I think there is some possibility that Ava actually was the one that killed Rosa plus Maria, and Ova was just shown to try and obfuscate what is really happening. We also know in the future that Hideyoshi would cover for Ava no matter what, most likely. They're basically, like, if he is loyal to anyone, he is loyal to Ava. So he could lie and say that Ava was down with a fever and he never left her side and she never left the room. But if there was anyone that Hideyoshi would lie for, it would be Ava. What I'm trying to say, because, like, the magic theory is, like, pretty cut and dry. It's sort of what the game just showed us. I'm trying to present a theory as to how this could all still be human and still have it comport with the info that the game is showing us. And this would be the best thing that I would say right now. I don't know how this would necessarily apply. Now I want to get into the fact about why I have this as my odds. So let me copy this. And I'll bring this back down. Let's say, why are the odds this? Okay. So, one, I'm assuming that Beatrice was a real person at a given time. And not just the homunculus version, but a real person prior to that. Because the way that the game has described it so far is that she was summoned, then captured, then she killed herself, then he took the soul of the witch and trapped it in a human body, and then she died with Rosa, and she died with Rosa, and then her soul was free again, and she waited until eventually she had gained up enough power. She convinced Shannon to destroy the thing. Makes sense. That's my first assumption. Two, well, I don't really need to, I would just say here. I'm assuming that Beatrice was a real person at a given time, and not just the homunculus version, but a real person prior to that. I think Kinzo probably had a relationship with this person, or rather, there was another mistress who Kinzo projected Beatrice as. So what I mean by that, I don't know how to, like, he was physically cheating with another person. And I think he maybe built up this story about, like, the real, like, Beatrice and the magic and this whole thing about the soul and the blah blah, you know. And I think it's possible that Kinzo just had, like, a person that he had a relationship with, right? And this is what we're all going to put it together, okay? So, one, I think there is some magic connection with women in this game. First of all, like, witches by nature, at least as they've been shown in the game so far, are women. Or I should say are all women. So then you have to think, well, it kind of like limits our suspect pool. And I would say Ava I'm almost not even considering at this point. I would almost say that I'm not even considering Maria either. I would actually almost say I'm not really going to provide a theory for these two, because these two are kind of just like, I'm throwing them there. Kiri I'm just putting there because she's really smart, and I wouldn't be surprised if she had like some like conniving way to set everything up. The reason why I say it's not Ava is that the fact that there was like this whole thing, this whole succession, I just don't think it would be Ava. I think it would be too obvious to present it at this point. Plus, again, there is like a witch form of Ava that we have seen that is separate from Beatrice. So like, I don't want to say by nature that makes it such that it's not her, but it kind of feels that way. So I'm going to say like the case against Jessica, we'll put here, and then the case against Rosa. 1 for Rosa. Rosa found the gold as well. The fact that Rosa was the one that gave the hint to Ava to help her discover the location of the gold leads me to think that it's not entirely unlikely that she could have solved this, / was just stringing Ava along in particular. Number 1, that's the first point for Rosa. 2, she's the only person, other than Kinzo, who has knowledge of, / has seen Beatrice. Or I should say, has claimed to have seen Beatrice. I should also say, other than Kinzo, plus the servants. Okay. Number 1. 2 as well. In episode 2, she was the only sibling that wasn't killed by the killer, I guess, in the first thing. In the first 6 deaths. Number 1. She's also the only other female sibling of the children. So I hate to be, you know, I don't want to have this, I don't want to say like the, put it this way, we're suspecting women, okay? Women, we love you, I love you, but in this game right now, this is one of the only times we're going to say hashtag don't trust all women, because right now there's some fuck shit that's going on with these characters in this game, and I don't know if I can trust what's going on, okay? I feel like there's a little bit of some tomfoolery that's happening. So, she's the only other female sibling of the children, of Kinzo's children. That's the only other female sibling of, we'll just make this less vague, of Kinzo's children. Okay, so that's another big point against her. The other thing too, I am under the assumption that these victims could, or that a death of a person could be faked. I think as well, it would be most likely that the person would die in the ritual early on as a way to drive away suspicion. So that's a number, that's the other thing too. I'm trying to remember. I'm actually going to go back to the title screen here 1 second. Because I want to check in episode 1. I want to see what people, I want to see what people, like how they, I don't want to say like how they died necessarily. But this is episode 1, right? I know Rosa died in the thing. Okay, no, she was a full face. I was going to say, who are the people? So these are the people that died. Kraus. It was Kraus was the one that only had half. The side of her head. The side of his head. Oh god, okay. This actually doesn't make the case for Rosa, but this does help my case with the other thing. Okay. Let's load back into this. Open my notes back up. So, she's the only other female sibling of Kinzo's children. I don't think I need to put sibling. Just female of Kinzo's children. She's the only female... Sorry. Other than Ava, who I would say I've almost certainly, in my mind... Oops, jeez, I just whacked my pop filter. I think I've kind of ruled her out. She has a daughter that has a magic ability, a magic inclination, we'll say. Meaning, if she was the, like, meaning, I would say that, meaning there's probably a decent likelihood that she also has this ability slash inclination and has just hid it in some way. Okay. Trying to think what else is there against Rosa. Because the other thing as well that I'm trying to think of is that... Oh god, I'm just trying to think about this. And it's not... The problem is, it's like I'm working on not great info. So I'm trying to find a way to make this all tie together in a way that makes sense, and it's not super easy right now. So... in the last stream, I'm just going to put that there. The fact that Rosa was the one that gave the hint to Ava to help her discover the location of the gold leads me to think it's not entirely unlikely that she could have solved this. Such was just stringing along Ava in particular, and had found it in other episodes. I know you could say that, like, well, Kiri was the one that gave, like, the anagram thing, that it might not be, like, a literal key, but again, we would assume that whatever the person is that is Beatrice has just been, like, fucking around the entire time, that they're, like, bullshitting, you know? So... she's the only person other than Kinzo plus the servant who has knowledge of / claim to have seen Beatrice. Okay, remember, she saw it with Maria, and she saw Beatrice in the, like, the, when she was a homunculus, apparently. In episode 2, she was the only sibling that wasn't killed by the killer in the first 6 deaths. I shouldn't say, get rid of this, it's kind of redundant. That wasn't killed in the first 6 deaths. She's also the only female other than Ava of Kinzo's children. She has a daughter that has a magic inclination, meaning there's probably a decent likelihood that she also has the ability / inclination and has just hid it in some way. I think these are, like, the big points against Rosa so far. Also, like, this is, like, not really too much for this case, but also, like, why the massive age gap between Rosa and the other 3 siblings? It just seems a bit odd. Now for Jessica. Jessica's, I would say, is a lot less tenuous because we don't... Or, sorry, is a lot more tenuous because we don't really have a lot of direct info that would implicate Jessica right now. But there's a few things that I will say. One, and this is sort of like a goofy thing, but, like, she visually kind of just looks like Beatrice. Okay? She has blonde hair. She has blue eyes. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean anything totally. Okay, you know, I've taken my genetics classes. I understand, like, both of these traits. Well, actually, I don't know about blonde hair, but, like, blue eyes are recessive, so it doesn't necessarily mean that, it doesn't necessarily mean, like, Kinzo doesn't have that gene to pass it on. It just means that, you know, they'd have to also have a wife. They would have it in maybe the first wife or something, blah, blah, blah. And maybe that's the only reason why that it shows up with Kraus, because Natsuhi might have the carrier, so they both have the carrier, blah, blah, because Natsuhi also doesn't have things. I don't get into the genetics argument, but you can do your Punnett squares. You can go back to, like, grade 10 or whatever. But she visually kind of just looks like Beatrice, which I know is sort of like a meme, but, you know, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth if they're going to find somebody that looks exactly like her, number one. Two, she also lives on the island, and has for a long time. The only thing against this is she does leave for school. Okay. She's talked in the past about staying on the mainland and not mainland during bad weather. In reality, could just be an excuse to slip away. The only thing is we do have actual things of her. But again, this doesn't really mean it. No, this doesn't mean anything because Beatrice would just be the magic form of her. And it's just like a representation of her. She still is like a human that can move around. This is stupid. She could be more familiar with the the locations around the island. Okay. Fuck, there was one other really big thing. Oh my god, why am I forgetting what it was? Oh, that's what it was. In episode 1, the only two people... So, first of all, in episode 1, Natsuhi wasn't killed, number 1. And Shannon, plus Kraus, who were closest to Jessica, her dad plus her best friend, basically, were the two in particular that had half of their faces smashed instead of their full faces. There has to be some big thing here. Like I said, at the end of episode 4, we're going to go through and we're going to put down like the really big things for each chapter that I want to know why. Like the really big mysteries, and we'll have like a really big theory section at the end of that. But so they were the two in particular that had half of their faces smashed instead of their full faces. There has to be a reason behind that. There's not just going to be like, oh, like, well, that's just the way it was. Okay, because if you look at like the next, the only thing against this, I would say, only point against this is in chapter 2. Both Kraus and Natsuhi were killed right at the start. And Jessica dies later on in the episode. Again, the only thing is, like, fuck. Okay, wait, I'm trying to think here. Okay, there's one thing as well that I want to do real quick. I want to see what characters have died, or have not died, and when, in each episode so far. So, episode 1, first Twilight was Kraus, Shannon, Goda, Rosa, Rudolph, Kiri. Okay. The second Twilight in those was... Who was the second Twilight in the first episode? Oh, it was Ava, and it was Hideyoshi. Okay. And then the remaining... I'm just going to put like the remaining Twilights because they're all too quick to each other that I don't really care. The remaining Twilights, we had Nanjo, Kumasawa, I'm just trying to think of the servant list. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There should be 3 more people. I know I could go back and look. Who the fuck were the other 3? Nanjo, Kumasawa. Fuck me, who was it, man? Who the fuck were the other 3 people that got killed? Isn't it George? Doesn't George die in that? No, actually I don't think he does. Let me go back up. I must have it saved somewhere here. This is a very interesting note to just hit in the middle of nowhere. I possess no spell. Real and true. Okay, so we know Kinzo dies. Yes, I remember that. Okay. I also said this was this mean. Okay, yeah. I'll go back through these later. Whenever we do our big theory, but I just wanna... Ava's dead there. Kinzo is dead. Cannon, yes, he dies. Nanjo Genji Kumasawa. So Genji is one of them. Kinzo. Cannon. Right? Kraus, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, which means the surviving is George. Can't spell George apparently. Battler. Jessica. Maria. Natsuhi kind of, but not really, because she dies at the end. I think that's it, because Natsuhi dies and then it's just the 4. So, that's episode 1. Episode 2, first Twilight. Kraus. Kiri. Rudolph. Natsuhi. Ava. Hideyoshi. Okay. The second Twilight is Jessica and Cannon. The remaining Twilights is Shannon, George, Goda. Fuck, I'm trying to remember the other ones. Kumasawa and Nancho. Surviving, Battler, Maria, Rosa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We need 2 more. Genji. And... who is the person that I'm forgetting in episode 2? Kinzo. It was Kinzo that lived, yes. Now in episode 3, we don't really have an answer for this so far, but the first Twilight was all the servants. So it was Kinzo, Shannon, Cannon, Kumasawa, Goda, and Genji. And the second Twilight we know right now is Maria and Rosa. The problem is I don't necessarily see a connection so far. We'll come back to this. I don't want to waste too much time. I want to get right back into this. Look, we'll leave the theorizing for now. High suspicion on Jessica. High suspicion on Rosa. I know Rosa is dead, so probably not a whole lot more info that we're going to be getting out of her in particular in this chapter. But that's how we're going to operate for the time being. And we will update that theory as we go, I suppose. It's kind of hard to to have like a grip or an analysis on what's happening right now with everything in flux, but we'll figure it out. So Ava's sleeping here to start this chapter. Also, this is 13, right, I believe? Yes. Announcement of sacrifices. So it's chapter 13. The weird thing is, this is happening, like, kind of late. You would imagine that there's not really that much time left, right? Like, if we're in 13, like, unless this is an extra long thing. The first chapter, I think, was 17, and the last was 18. If we assume it's about the same, like, only 5 chapters to wrap this up, I mean, kind of surprising. Whew. Looks like she's finally calmed down. Also, again, wait, look at that. Instantly, boom, I already have something that I want to write. Instantly, Ava's fever seems to subside after the second twilight. Interesting overlap in timing. It's just, again, it's very weird that we have this big thing, and then all of a sudden it's just like, what the fuck? I don't know. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. But it's just an interesting overlap that happened. Again, this goes back to the other theory, but... The problem is I'm trying to figure out, like, the rules of everything that's going on. I'm trying to view this like Higurashi. Like, again, like in Higurashi you had, like, the rule X, rule Y. I forget the other shit, but... You know, there was rules behind what happened. I might even go back to Higurashi and see the very end. Like, I'm not going to play it again, but I'm going to go back. I'm going to see what the final thing was, but... Okay. Enough stalling, enough theorizing. Let's get into it. Hideyoshi wiped his own forehead. Okay, and I also don't click into the window so it doesn't advance. For a time, Ava had seemed to be having a very painful nightmare, but it appeared that she had finally fallen asleep. As promised, he still gripped Ava's hand. He thought it would probably be alright to let go about now, but he faithfully continued to hold her hand. Every once in a while, his hand would get tired, and he would switch between his right and his left. But even so, as promised, he never let go of her head. At that time, there was a heavy knock. Ava had finally managed to fall asleep, so Hideyoshi grimaced for just an instant. Aneki, Hideyoshi, sorry. Is Rosa there? It was Rudolph's voice. What could it be? Hideyoshi headed for the door, hiding his footsteps so that he wouldn't wake it. Now, see, this is where it starts to get confusing, right? Is that... Now we have, like, an outside observer, so this kind of bunks my theory that I was going to say about, like, oh, well, you know, like, maybe Hideyoshi would lie, but, like, if Rudolph comes in and he sees Ava and he sees everything, it sort of bunks the theory a bit, but, well, again, we'll let it ride for now. It was definitely Rudolph's voice, but just in case, he opened the door without removing the chain. What is it? Something happened to Rosa? We can't find Rosa or Maria. I thought they might be with you. I heard her scolding Maria in the corridor. They got quiet after that, so I thought they went back to the lobby, didn't they? That idiot. Rudolph clicked his tongue. Other people could be seen in the corridor. It had been some time since Rosa went out into the corridor, and she had still not returned, so they had begun to worry. Near the front door, Natsumi pointed at the removed chain. The chain isn't set. They must have gone outside to see the rose after all. Going out and leaving the door unlocked, that's simply too careless. What a troublesome person. More importantly for now, I'm worried about Rosa and Maria themselves. Right. Hey brats. Where was this rose of Maria's? I'm pretty sure it was in the flower bed right in the middle of the rose garden. If those two are there, we should be able to tell quickly if we go. Dad, I think we should bring them back as soon as we can. Of course. We'll bring them both back and spank them on the butt. I'll dash out there and come back. Lock the door as soon as I go out. Dad, I'll go with you. Don't be an idiot. You're a brat, and what brats do is they watch the house with mommy. Okay, damn, bro. What is it? Did something happen? Sorry, did I wake you up? Seems like Rosa took Maria outside. How reckless of her. Rosa and Maria went outside? Into the rose garden? That's right. Oh, I guess you must have heard. Maria was causing a ruckus because she wanted to see her rose. They mustn't go to the rose garden. Tell Rosa to stop. There's no telling her to stop now. It looks like they left a while ago. Seriously, how reckless of them. That's not it. Not the rose garden. There's a witch there. And she's waiting for a sacrifice. Rosa, you mustn't go. Ava curled herself up again, holding her head. Her complexion looked very bad. What is it? Did the fever make you dream something bad? It was a dream. Yes. In the rose garden, the witch doing that to Rosa and Maria. That's right. It's a dream. Yes. Calm down. I'm also in this room. The chain is set too. The shutters close on the window, and there's even a gun. This room is just like a fort. There's not a thing to be afraid of. Hideyoshi beat his chest and trying to calm her, but Ava's insecure expression didn't change. Under the covers, Ava kept praying that the grotesque nightmare she had just had was only a dream. I don't think it was. Oh, and I get flashbanged. In the center of the rose garden, Rudolph confirmed the bodies of Rosa and Maria. After that, he returned to the guest house, called for help, and carried... This is just a pause, okay, like... Okay, so sorry, so the thing I just typed is that Virgilia pops up to tell us that Maria and Rosa are dead. Why is this being said to us without them going to the bodies? Literally every other time the characters are incessant and have to go to wherever they think somebody died, and this time it's just hand-waved away. It's just like a very odd thing to do, but... If we can trust Nanjo's examination, the cause of Rosa's death was a stab to the medulla oblongata with a pointed gate of the fence. It is thought that Maria's death was due to strangling with bare hands. Okay, see, this is interesting, too. Rosa died to a puncture to the head from the fence, whereas Maria was apparently strangled with bare hands, according to Nanjo's examination. Nanjo literally just exists to be a body examiner, bro. This poor fucking guy's done nothing else. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I will say it in red. Rosa and Maria died. The causes of death... Ooh! We get red on that. The causes of death were as Nanjo diagnosed. She wasn't eaten by a spider, nor was she crushed by a mountain of cake. Don't worry. So you argue that even though you toyed with their deaths so much, it's all okay because the corpse is clean? I definitely won't forgive you. All of that brutal treatment you gave Auntie Rosa, I'll never forget it, and I'll never forgive you for it. Like I said, that wasn't me. I think I gave them a much more peaceful death than the way she treated them. Shut the hell up. I don't want to listen to you. I've been told that there are no more than 18 people on this island, and now that 8 people are already dead, the suspects are narrowed down to 10. One of them probably killed those 2. Or it could also be an accidental death, like Maria was having a tantrum, and when Auntie Rosa tried to stop her crying, she misjudged how much power she was using. I mean, this is a fair assessment. But this, Battler says there's some chance that Rosa killed Maria in rage and then died via accident/suicide. That would have to be the... Then in her consternation, she slipped and fell, landing on the fence, and I mean, fences are pretty tall, bro. I don't know if you, like, slip and fall on, like, the fucking spike of a fence, but how's that? That way there's no need for a witch or magic. Well, that's not true. Actually, Rosa and Maria, shut up. Didn't I say that I didn't want to listen to you? You're an eyesore, so stop being mean to Beatrice, okay, bro? I feel like she's hard done by, and you know what? She is very gorgeous to me! I'm going to defend her, you monster. Fowler said that without rage, but with a horribly cold voice. Beato had also felt something out of place since the beginning. In a fight, both of them could go at each other without restraint. However, he wouldn't even step into the ring. She could feel that coldness. Beato wasn't pleased about that. She thought about flaring up, but she held back. Maybe even though she was innocent and childish, she had enough sense to realize that she shouldn't fight. Is that so? Then I will hide myself. Ronove, continue for me. Certainly. Would that be satisfactory, Battler? There are no problems with that proposal. If Battler says that he doesn't want to see Beato's face, I believe that will be an acceptable alternative. Do what you like. I couldn't care less what you do as long as I don't have to look at that monster's face. Hey, wait a second. You keep saying monster, monster, but isn't that a mean way to speak to me? Why do you instinctively hate me so much, Battler? None of that was me. It was the work of my disciple. It's not like I'm only mad about what happened just now. It's from the very beginning. Come on, Battler. Don't misunderstand, alright? Aren't we just a pair of players confronting each other through a game? We look for moves to make. Things are painful for each other, but don't get the wrong idea. I don't hate you because you're my rival in this strange game about whether I accept you as a witch or not. I just cannot forgive, or I cannot in any way forgive how senselessly cruel you are. That's because a serial murder is part of the game. It's probably impossible to avoid a little cruelty. I'm not talking about what just happened. The last time, and the time before that too. Tearing everyone's stomach and stuffing it with sweets, plowing their face. What was the point of all that? That's... Well, there might be a... You gotta remember, the one thing that, I think it was Lambda Delta said it, that Beatrice has a problem where her means becomes her ends, where she gets so addicted or infatuated with, like, killing somebody in a very particular way, or, you know, sending a message through doing some very particular action. And it does make me wonder if there is some significance to those specific things. But all this stuff about locked room murders and tricks and alibis, I'm willing to give you a pass on all that. You want to claim that these are murders done by magic, so I'll grudgingly accept that those complicated crimes have to occur. But what exactly are all those grotesque murders supposed to mean? Well, nothing much. That's right. They don't mean anything. You're just fooling around by mangling the corpses for fun. That has nothing to do with whether you're a witch, or whether it could or couldn't be done with magic. You're just exploring the depth of cruelty for fun. I don't hate you because you're a witch, or anything like that. There's just some things I can't forgive as a human. What do you mean as a human? See, it's interesting that Beatrice said, what do you mean as a human? Sort of a weird thing to say. Sorry, I'm not showing the notes. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, but I wonder if Beatrice is saying that she doesn't feel the same way despite being human. Even though we know she says she's a witch. Like, for instance, like the way that I'm reading it is Beatrice saying, like, what do you mean as a human? Because, like, let's say someone said something and they were like, as a man, blah, 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 and then me as another, I'm like, as a man? Like, what do you mean as a man? And it's like, I think it's, what I'm trying to say is, it seems like she's saying that she also has that trait, but that doesn't apply, but you know. For example, the 6 people of the first Twilight for this game, well, other than Grandfather being burned black, the other 5 corpses were killed a normal way, without any unnecessary shaming of the dead. Oh, for this game. I was about to say, I thought he meant the first Twilight in the first episode. I was like, brother. I don't know, man. They had their faces fucking mashed. It wasn't clear whether the weapon was a spear or a gun, but anyways, as far as killing goes, that was permissibly better. It was much better than the insanity and cruelty of the first Twilight last time, or the time before that. In this time, there were 6 locked rooms tied together to make a locked room chain. That was sort of interesting. When we were going back and forth with each other on that, to be perfectly honest, I thought it was just a little fun. You were frantic to make me accept your existence, and I was frantic trying to deny it. We were both frantically doing all we could. He did say frantically there, right? I'm not, like, reading that wrong? Okay, yeah, I don't know why I thought. This may sound weird, but I even felt a faint sense of sportsmanship between the two of us. We exist in conflict, but I faintly thought that we might not be completely unable to understand each other's existence. But just now, that feeling was blown away without a trace. That's what you're misunderstanding. That wasn't me. That's not it. That's not what I'm talking about. You watched Auntie Rosa being killed horribly over and over, and you sneered at it like it was an interesting show. When I saw that, I was deeply disappointed. When I realized that your decision to kill them in a slightly better way this time had been nothing more than a little whim, and that nothing had changed in your cruel character, I was deeply disappointed. And that's not all. You were even genuinely enjoying a brutal death. You weren't just acting as cruel as you could to bully me. You truly, genuinely enjoy cruelty. Your character lets you enjoy it. Well, yeah, she was wrote that way, duh. You saw Auntie Rosa being brutally killed over and over and said, isn't this fun? That wasn't sarcasm. You enjoyed it from the bottom of your heart. Wanted to share that feeling with me and said, isn't this fun? In that instant, I despaired and I realized the truth. The problem isn't whether you're a witch or not. That cruelty of yours is unforgivable to me, and I can't understand it. I can't forgive it either. Still, I'll continue the game of whether to accept or deny witches. I won't step down and accept my own defeat. However, your pointless cruelty is absolutely not needed for that game. I've decided that I won't accept you as my opponent. Ronove is 100 times better. He doesn't have the same cruel hobby you do. Even if he does, he doesn't have the awful taste to show it off in front of me. That's right, you have awful taste. You're heartless and cruel, so you can't understand. That's unpleasant in an opponent, so I don't want to see your face again. After Battler had finished his rant, Beato was shocked into silence for a long time. Maybe she couldn't understand what she was being told, or maybe this was a sign that she was doing all she could in an effort to understand. For a while she kept switching between angry expressions, frustrated expressions, bold expressions, as though she didn't even know herself what attitude she should take. In the end she made her face into a candid expression, as though she had come to her senses, and shrugged her shoulders as though she was tired. In that case, do as you like. From now on I will continue this game through Ronove. You have no complaints as long as I don't show myself, right? For the time being, but I definitely won't forgive your countless cruel actions up until now, so I definitely won't accept you. For that reason as well, I won't back down from this fight you've picked, and I definitely won't lose. That's all there is to it. Beato, no matter how many more excuses you give, his impression of you will not waver. I have something to talk about later. Until then, stay back. Alright. Then I'll hide myself until I'm called. I feel bad for her, man. I don't know why. I don't know why I feel so bad. Looking lonely, Beato turned her back to them and hid herself. Battler watched, a slightly displeased expression on his face. He thought his argument had been valid, but for some reason his mood didn't clear up. She's an idiot. It's true. An idiot and honest. That idiot watched me as Auntie Rosa was horribly killed, and turned around with a huge smile on her face. She really believed that she could laugh with me at that cruel show? She really believed that I could sympathize with that emotion? Looking at that innocent smile, I felt just horrible. It would have been much better if she'd said it with her normal bullying face. Damn it. Milady has never had the experience of having a... Oh, fuck you, don't make me feel bad for her. Has never had the experience of having a friend. In addition, she has probably never had something spoken to her that strongly. Both Madame and I are her attendants. No matter what we say, it will not reach her ears. For Milady, this is also... The hell with that. I don't remember ever becoming her friend. That is true. My apologies. There is one thing I would like to thank you for. Thank you for not backing down from that child's game. He spoke words of gratitude, but for some reason Battler made a displeased face. Then, as though finding revulsion in his own bad mood, he chuckled. Now that I've even got witches and demons thanking me, I'm screwed. Let's resume the game. Of course, I don't intend to go easy on you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Unlike Milady, I do not get agitated. I've already made my move. If we suppose that Auntie Rosa is the culprit and died in an accident, I can deny the witch. I don't want to suspect Auntie Rosa, but for now I'll deliberately assume that it was her, just to beat the hell out of Beato. I will deny it with red. Okay. It doesn't really... Okay, so... Oh no, I see what he's saying. Rosa and Maria's... Again, I don't need to type this. He just said it in red. Rosa and Maria's deaths were homicides. So that rules out the accident angle. Alright. Why don't we start from there? Damn, I'm just not getting fired up. I imagine that Rosa would have had to have been killed first, right? Since Rosa and Maria had been killed, it had become clear that the murderer was still hiding somewhere, trying to add even more murders to this chain. As he shed tears, Rudolph scolded Rosa's body over and over for being reckless, but Rosa would never respond to that again. They decided to place the two bodies in one of the guest rooms and to seal it until the police arrived. Okay, this is an interesting thing. Rosa and Maria's bodies were sealed in one of the guest rooms. Okay. I just put that in the notes. The second murder, and then the murder of the second Twilight, had delivered a heavy blow to everyone, because it had blown away the optimism that some of them had held, the thought that, actually, a crime didn't occur and it was all a game or a farce by Kinzo and the servants. Trying to distract themselves from the sadness of losing the people they loved, George and Jessica had spent the whole time since morning talking about every possibility. And they had distracted their hearts, by supposing that these murders might actually have all been an act, and that Shannon and Kenan were only pretending to be dead. When the murders occurred again, it destroyed that thought, and they were once again confronted with the fact that their loved ones had most definitely been killed. The tears that they thought had died away had began to drip down once more, and Battler couldn't think of anything to say to them. Again, this is like another sentencing that it's just a bit odd. The tears that they thought had died away? Like what? You could just say that the tears they thought had died. I don't know. Again, translation memes, I assume. After that, to be extra cautious, all the adults checked that all of the rooms were safe and that everything was locked. They made certain that the shutters on all the windows were down and locked, and they checked that no one suspicious was hiding anywhere. On top of that, they checked their weapons once again, and made sure that each other's hearts were prepared so that they wouldn't hesitate to fire off a preemptive shot if they saw the shadow of a mysterious person. Furthermore, their gun Rosa had been holding had been left near the place she had been found, Someone had gone out of their way to leave it there, so everyone suspected that it was some kind of trap. But when Hideyoshi made ingenious use of a fire iron to fire off a test shot, it discharged without a problem. 3, 4, 5. When all 5 shots had been loaded discharged without any problems as a result, it was reloaded with bullets and handed over to the only adult male who wasn't armed, Hideyoshi. However, the fact that it had been able to fire off 5 shots gave rise to a certain paranoia. The short-barreled rifle could load a maximum of 5 shots. In other words, Rosa hadn't fired even once. Okay, so this is of... Ooh, I just punched the lid of my fucking Aquaphor. Rosa didn't fire at whoever attacked her. Again, I'm writing these notes, but I'm saying it out loud. It was likely that Rosa was attacked first. And it's also very likely that the person got the jump on her before she could react. Before she could react, or for some reason, she wasn't able to bring herself to fire at what she saw. I'll flash it there, you can see it at the bottom. And yet the two had probably been killed by someone with their bare hands. This meant there was a possibility that the crime had been committed by someone whose face they knew. When the first murder occurred, I privately thought of the possibility that it was all an act. My apologies to Dr. Nanjo, but if he had actually been in on it, and only convinced us that the servants were dead, I thought this could have been some massive elaborate act by Father. After all, unless we assume they were acting, that locked room situation of theirs couldn't have been created in the first place. We also suspected that. No, I still want to believe that's the case. My apologies, but that is not so. I am quite old. There may be a chance that I made a misdiagnosis, however I would never mistake whether they were alive or dead. I get it. Don't frickin' say it out loud, Dr. Nanjo. My apologies. I got my one line for the chapter. They couldn't know about it, but Bioto had already proclaimed the deaths of the 6. Now this time the deaths of all the victims so far in red. That faint dream that it was all a farce and that the victims were actually alive was sadly impossible. In that case, it's more natural to think there's someone hiding on this island who knows the mansion inside out, carrying out a crime they've been planning for ages. In other words, from the time that the typhoon came to this island and sealed it off from the outside world, there were more than 18 people on this island. And of course, they had no way of knowing this either. The claim that that claim of Rudolph's had also been denied in red. There are no more than 18 humans on this island. Again, humans, keyword, and on this island. Maybe it makes some sense if we think of it this way. Essentially, there's the possibility that the person who's hiding is someone who wasn't originally supposed to be on the island right now, yet is someone whose face was known by Rosa and with whom she would let her guard down. So for example, could it be a servant whose shift doesn't lie on these 2 days? Hard to argue with that one. After they finish their duties, it is not as though we verify that they leave the island by punching a ticket or something. If we suppose that a servant on a shift from a few days ago only pretended to leave the island and actually stayed, they would be hard to deny. Or that would be. Rosa isn't stupid if you ask me. If a servant who's not supposed to be here popped up in front of you, that'd normally set some alarm bells ringing. I have a problem with assuming this was a crime by an acquaintance. Perhaps whoever it was suddenly attacked Rosa from the darkness and were about to steal her gun, then Rosa fell, hit her head against the fence, and stopped moving. The guest house was nearby, so they wanted to avoid the sound of a gunshot, and they killed Maria with their bare hands. There's also a possibility. Still, even if that is the case, would they intentionally leave Rosa's gun at the scene of the crime? Well, if they wanted it to... Why would they leave the gun? And the other thing, too, is the other victims had already been killed with a gun or spear-like object, right? I don't know what the culprit is armed with, but our guns should be a point of worry for them. Wasn't that a perfect chance for them to thin out our supply? Also to even the score so that you're on even footing? Why'd they deliberately leave it at the scene of the crime? At first I thought that the gun was a trap. That's what chessboard thinking says it would be. By purposely leaving it, they wanted to make one of us touch it. And they must have wanted to make us pull the trigger. I was sure that it would have some dangerous device to make it explode and cause massive injuries. But it's actually alright. I'd say the culprit was probably in a hurry. I'll bet that right now they're regretting they missed their chance to steal a gun. I don't like it. It pisses me off, because it's like a message from the witch saying she isn't even scared of guns. Good job, Battler. However, in any event, this is a fearsome opponent. It should have been obvious to any observer that Rosa was holding a gun. To think that they attacked her despite that, we should not neglect the fact that they are unafraid of guns. It is as Natsui says. We should probably be even more cautious than we have been. This is just for peace of mind, but at the time we think Rosa went outside, where was everyone? Natsui and I were here along with Rudolph and Kiri. I can guarantee their alibis. Ava and I were together, I can guarantee that. Me, George, and Jessica were together too, and when Auntie Rosa yelled at us to go back upstairs, we turned right around and went back to the cousin's room with our tails between our legs. Back then, if we hadn't let Maria go, saying that isn't going to change anything. Shut up, George. Dr. Nanjo. I was reading a book in one of the upstairs rooms. I was by myself, so no one can verify my alibi, but I believe everyone saw me return upstairs with the children. You could say any number of things like this, but what if you jumped out of the window, attacked her? Bro. Come on, Rudolph. Then climb back up using the rain gutter or something. Don't be absurd. How could I perform a feat like jumping down from the second story with this old body, or climbing up for that matter? Let us stop this, suspecting each other. It's more important that we trust each other, and for the children's sake as well, defend this place until the very end. Yeah. It's like Natsui says, for now let's stop doubting each other. You're right. We may be useless as far as searching for the culprit is concerned. We can only stay alive until tomorrow, inform the police, and follow their instructions. Because the police will definitely expose who the culprit is. I don't know about that. So far, we ain't been making it past 48, so... What is it, Ava? Is your body still feeling bad? Mother, what's wrong? Are you alright? Sorry. It looks like my fever is still strong. I'll be fine, so leave me alone. When they looked, they saw Ava staring at the floor, her breathing harsh again. She had been able to act firm for a time due to the urgency of their situation, but it seemed her body wasn't at its best after all. What I wanted to say earlier is that, and I think I mentioned it in my notes, I'm actually going to check my notes before I 100% say it again. It looks like I didn't say it, actually. The other thing that I was thinking is that maybe Beatrice is not so much a, maybe so much Beatrice is not, like, a specific person. I guess the problem is this ends up just making it, like, a witch thing again. Because what I was gonna say is that it could just be the fact that, like, somebody in every single timeline gets, like, possessed, and it makes them act in the way, and then they go and kill everyone. But again, like, we still can't rule out the fact that Rudolph said no more than 18 humans, but again, that doesn't exclude furniture, which some servants may be. And that doesn't exclude the fact that you could have, like, non-witch entities. That's, like, the biggest thing is, like, witches, furniture, and again, this island, again, like, if we are to believe that the two Rokenjima theory is real, it kind of depends what you mean when you say this island. Do you mean, like, the human side version of Rokenjima? Do you mean the witch side version? If the witch world version, like, if, let's say it descends more into the witch world, like, does that rule not apply anymore? You know, none of this really makes sense to me, but... Yes, I killed those two. Now the only ones who know about the gold are us. I won't give up even a scrap to the other siblings. What have you done? There's so much of that gold, giving Rosa and the others their share wouldn't have been a problem at all. It would. That gold is to be passed on only to the head of the Ushirimiya family, and that makes that gold, all of it, in its entirety, the very honor of the head. Putting even the smallest dent in it is definitely not something I will permit as the new Golden Witch Beatrice. Okay, Ova, do you plan to continue these murders according to the witch's epitaph? Do you actually plan to kill 5 more people? Yeah? If I don't finish that annoying ritual, it seems my power as a witch won't become complete. Hey, me. The power of the witch is really awesome. It really can make all of our fantasies become reality. Ito Shura77, thank you for the follow. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. The power to make dreams more than just dreams. Now that I've learned of this power, I can no longer stop being a witch. If I can complete the ritual and make my power whole, I'm sure I'll be able to teach you that feeling too. Stop acting like an idiot. Haven't you played witch long enough? We found the gold, and we've been promised the position of successor to the head. We'll probably need to tightrope walk just a bit, but at this point that's a dream that will definitely come true. Beyond that, what more could you wish for? I wanted to become a witch. I don't know anything about that dream. That's it. Because I kept holding on to that dream, I've lived at this age forever. You threw that dream away by becoming an adult. Because the voiceover is in Japanese, and it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm just gonna have to read the text anyways. You thought no matter how long you waited, the rabbit holding a clock wouldn't visit you, and you wouldn't be able to meet Humpty Dumpty. And of course, you definitely wouldn't be invited to the land of cards. You gave up like that, and so you became an adult. And that's why you don't want to become a witch or anything like that anymore. You've even forgotten that it was the dream of your true self. It's an interesting point to make here. Threw the dream away by becoming an adult. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Fuck, I don't know if I'm reading too much into this. I think I am. The performances are good. I have turned on the voice acting at some points while playing. I don't know, I find it distracting if I'm gonna have to read it anyways. If I was playing by myself, I probably would turn the voices on, but the fact that I have to read everything, I don't know, it kind of gets in the way for me. Ah, fuck, see, I feel like I'm reading into this too much. This also makes sense too, the fact that Rika became a witch after Higurashi. I'll check what her voice. I might not even actually have heard those. Hers, at least. I'll unmute it here in a second and I'll play some of her lines. Fuck, I just don't know if I'm holding too much onto this. No, but this doesn't help me narrow down my suspects at all, because it would just mean that you would have like a kid version of someone, because literally right now. Oh god. Didn't really help me too much. Let me turn the voice on here 1 second. We'll do this for a second too so we can hear it properly without anything interrupting it. Oops, that's not what I wanted to press. I thought she just laughed not too long. Oh, here you go. Jesus. The first part I was like, you know, she's just like kind of regular laugh, and then I was like, okay, you're losing it a little on me. Oops, didn't mean to right click. Look, just stop it. I've already gotten my hands on 2 dreams, the gold and the position of the head. That's more than enough. So please, your dream has nothing to do with me. Be obedient. No way. Magic's too much fun. Besides, those 2 dreams of yours both came true because of my magic. It's not fair if my dream doesn't come true too. I'm grateful for your magic, and I accept you as a real witch, so please be obedient now and return to the inside of my heart and never appear again. No way. We're both misunderstanding each other, aren't we? That's right, I'm not you anymore. You are Ushiromiya Eva. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. So I have no responsibility to go back inside your heart. I would say I feel like a butterfly who has broken out of her cocoon, namely you. The fever is making my mind cloudy. My inexperience with magic power is making me support it with your vitality. Until I finish the ritual and become a full witch, you might have to bear the burden. Okay, so that's interesting too, so that's the reason why she's getting sick. I'll take that in exchange for making 2 of your dreams come true. It's alright. Don't worry, okay? For the remaining 5 sacrifices, I'll avoid your family. Let's see, Rudolph, Kiri, Kraus, Natsui, and what about that old geezer Nanjo? I'll kill those 5 people. Could you call this a murder announcement, revealed only to you? Interesting. Ava finally crouched down. Hideyoshi rushed up to her and lent her his shoulder. Are you alright? Let's take it easy and rest. Are you alright? Dr. Nanjo, take a look at Ava. I read that way too calmly. When Nanjo and George tried to approach, Ava made a gesture to stop them. Thank you. I'm fine, Dr. Nanjo. I'm taking medicine. I apologize for saying this in such an extreme situation, but let me rest a little longer. Mom, I'll lend a hand too. Thank you. But I'll be fine as long as your father watches over me. Go back to the cousin's room upstairs and don't come out no matter what. Understood? No matter what happens, you must not leave the guest house. Outside? That witch is... Ugh. Don't talk anymore. Sorry everyone, but I'll be watching over Ava in the room. Call if something happens. Hideyoshi and Ava retreated from the lobby. Of course, Ava wasn't the only one who wasn't feeling well. They hadn't gotten a wink of sleep since the previous night, and had been pressed by tension since the morning. They were mustering their energy to protect their families, but if they relaxed even a little, surely every one of them would be down and out. Everything has gone as planned so far, but from here on out, it will become difficult, you see. Difficult, you say? In most cases, as the ritual progresses and the victims increase, they begin to tighten their guard, and often they hole up in one place and stop moving. That is extremely inconvenient for us. Are you saying that we witches are inferior to a bunch of humans in a group? Witches are never inferior to humans. However, perhaps you could say that times change, and that humans have gotten their hands on a poison. This wasn't a problem long ago, during the period when witches were believed in, but just like that annoyance Battler, people in the current era generally deny magic. In other words, their existence itself is anti-magical. As a result, at some point, they grew to possess a toxin inside their bodies that denies magic. Didn't know that Beatrice was an anti-mage fan. Battle Fury at 13 minutes, I see you. In other words, you're saying that the more human they are, the stronger the anti-magic toxin gets, and the greater the disadvantage is for us witches. The total value of all their heart's power to deny magic, in other words, their magic resistance, becomes the denominator to our magic. Understand? Is that a bit too difficult for you? I don't know fractions. You're joking. I understand it truly easily. In other words, you're saying that the more people there are that don't believe in magic, and the stronger their will is, the greater the dramatic division in the effect of the magic is. I see. If that's the kind of formula it is, I'll have to rethink my method of attack. So, the way that they're saying, if the magic is like an indivisible quantity, or not indivisible, if it's an unchanging quantity, let's just say it was like 100, but if you have a higher resistance, you're just increasing the denominator, then I see what they're saying. So it's like you're dividing it into smaller and smaller parts. Okay. So then your counter with that would be to either reduce the total number of people, somehow, which would be difficult, or make them believe in magic. Fundamentally, magic possesses a vast power. It can even make a rain of fire fall from the heavens, divide a sea, and reviving a lost life isn't impossible either. Okay, I see someone's been reading some literature. However, that power is extremely weak against the toxin that rejects it. And that toxin has been piling up in humans since the time they forgot their respect for all things sacred, until finally this earth was covered with enough toxin that the miracles of magic could not be displayed. Thus, witches from across the world were chased from their dwellings. They were forced to choose whether to throw away their magic and live as humans, or live in hiding in remote areas where the toxin of humans didn't reach. That's kind of a cool explanation to have about like why historically in like media you would see witches that would live in like forests or that would live in like secluded areas. It's kind of a cool explanation. In that sense, Rokenjima, with its population of only 10 to 20 humans, was extremely favorable for all witches. To 20, excuse me, what do you mean by that? And even more favorable was the existence of the ghost story about the witch who lived in the Rokenjima forest. Essentially, the fear that a witch might exist permeates this island to a certain extent, weakening the anti-magic toxin from the humans. A small population, and a margin of possibility to accept the magical being, in other words, minds that were only weakly anti-magical. Only in the valley where those two converge could a witch live in modern times. The other thing that's a little bit odd here that I was thinking about is, it's of note that, I mean, obviously it's a little bit of like plot armor because he's a main character, but Battler hasn't died in any of the Twilights so far. And the only thing that I would think about that would be, oh, well, like they mentioned in the first episode, if you look at like the character tab or whatever, oh, like really high magical resistance, but then Kenzo apparently also had the same thing, and he's died, what, twice? Through 3 episodes? Another thing that's just making me like, I don't know, I'm in like a fucking superposition of whether I believe that magic is real or not, but by this formula we can say that there are several rules of which must follow to use our power efficiently. The first one is creating a scene. Create a murder scene that you couldn't imagine was done by humans, decorate it with occult ornaments, make it look very much like a witch exists, and by permeating the people with fear, make them believe that witches exist, and as a result, the anti-magic power and the denominator for that power of the magic of chaos, with this basically what we were talking about earlier. So this is why the creepy magic circles of the first Twilight were created. That's right, exactly. The gaudy scenes for the first Twilight each game are all for that reason. It's definitely not as though I like cruel things, or I'm doing it for fun. Okay, so this is interesting. So, Is that true? Do the methods become less cruel as the games have gone on every time? That's something to look into. I'll look at the end of this episode. Obviously, we'll see how everything plays out. Although it might not necessarily be the same because it's a different actor, apparently. Maybe. Question mark. But doesn't that almost necessitate that, like, that first killing that we just saw? Like, that didn't really seem like magical at all. Would that not mean that... Oh god, this is weird. I'm trying to parse this through in my head. She's saying that, like, every human has, like, some innate magical resistance, and over time, since people more and more, as time has gone on, they have not believed in magic, so the magic resistance of everybody is a lot higher than it used to be, which is why magic doesn't exist, why it doesn't show up as much. Which is why you have witches that have now moved to areas that are more secluded, because there's areas where there's less humans, because with less humans, and in areas where there might be some preconceived notion about magic or other things already existing, you're lowering the toxin's abilities to counter your magic. So she's saying that she's purposefully using magic circles and other things because it convinces the people who are here and lowers the denominator, if you want to talk about it in that sense, the way that they described it, to lower the denominator, because over time it seems in the course of the game the toxin that's in them rises. But that's not really true. I don't know if she's just saying that they're more, like, strong-willed. I feel like the resistance is probably, like, a very individual thing. Like, if Battler's is, like, a very high innate magical resistance, I guess, to be fair, though, you could probably learn more magical resistance or develop more magical resistance. But, if they all appeared mundane and non-magical, the resistance, or I should say the toxin / magical resistance increasing over the course of the game would make her lose her ability to impact it. But, like, again, then the only question would be, like, she specifically says, sorry, I thought I typoed there. This is why the first Twilights in every game are brutal / grotesque. However, in this game, in this episode at least, like, we know these people are dead. Did we ever find their bodies? I don't know why it glitches like this. It's done this like 2 or 3 times now. Yeah, they did find them. But, like, the first 6 were already killed. Now, we said we thought it was Kinzo. I guess that could be the only thing. I'm trying to make this all work properly in my head. What is this? One sec, I'm just gonna reply to my girlfriend. While I'm replying, let me, like, talk through my thinking here, because we know that the first set, but if Beatrice was the one that is, like, in control of everything, it's odd to... Oh, sorry, I'm not showing my notes. Excuse me. I guess there's, like, 2 ways. I'm gonna reread her statement, but, like, I guess you could say in some notion that, like, the act of making them like that is enough to do that, but I just don't... I don't know. I don't know if I buy that belief there. I don't, like... I just don't... I'm trying to, like... I don't know. I'm gonna reread what she says, because that just doesn't, like, add up to me. Oops. Where's a possibility? Okay, so it's also, yeah, okay, sorry, so I did misread it. So I'm gonna delete this, because it doesn't really make much sense. Yeah, okay, whatever, let's get back to it. In that case, predecessor, this time was a failure. You killed them all in a very plain way. It doesn't look like anything more than a simple mystery. You should have damaged the bodies more grotesquely, like you did last time and the time before that, as I heard from Ronove, making it look like a fantasy and instilling fear in those people. Well, about that, I thought it wouldn't be artful to do that every time, you understand? Don't think too deeply on it, it's just a whim. Cause see, this is the only other thing, is it again... No, I'm undeleting that sentence, because... Yeah, I don't... It's weird, because she's like, has a foot in, like, both ponds right now. She's saying, like, oh yeah, like... You can also do it by setting up, like, crime scenes and things that, you know, are, like, unexplainable and look occultish. But... You didn't really do that this time. And the girl just called you out on it. And now you're saying that, oh, like, I didn't dress it up enough? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna leave the point in the notes, but whatever. Actually, it had been her whim. After all, being told all that by Battler, she couldn't say it out loud anymore, but she had decided her method of killing based only on a whim. No, would it be better to say that she had half-heartedly let Ronove decide? Because she had left the locked room of this game's first twilight to him? But if Beato had gotten a cruel idea, then she surely would have explored the limits of atrocity even worse than the last game. For the methods of Rosa Marie's deaths too, you told me to show restraint, but that wasn't a course of action beneficial to us witches either, was it? In actuality, at the present moment, none of them believe one bit that a witch actually exists. They're sure that it isn't a fantasy, but completely in the mystery genre. This turn of events is a failure for us witches. And it's all because, for some reason, you keep doing things in a kind of lukewarm way, predecessor. Look, like they say, you should seek out work while you're young. This is a test from me to you as your predecessor. Challenge it with respect. Beato tried to laugh heartily, but it was obviously a fake laugh trying to cover something up, and the new witch shrugged, sighing. At this stage, it's probably too late to reduce the anti-magic power by creating a scene. In that case, there's another move. Having the humans split up should work. That is probably the most effective way. The smaller the number of humans, the more the denominator shrinks. As a result, the magic power becomes immediately effective. In other words, the crucial point from here on will be how to destroy this barricade situation and have them split up into small groups. However, they are already very cautious. The barricade won't be destroyed easily, you know. Both the barricade in Kinzo's study 2 games ago and the barricade in the parlor last time were very stubborn. Furthermore, most of the cunning adults have been left this time. The situation is more difficult than all the ones before it, you see. If you wish, I could give you some special advice. If the first murder case occurs in a closed circle, the survivors hole up without fail, gathering together to observe each other and ensure their safety. Worrying about how to break that situation apart is probably the domain of murderers and mystery authors. So how ludicrous it is that witches, who are meant to exist at the other end of the spectrum, share in that exact same worry. For a while, the new witch poked her cheek with her index fingers, making gestures as though deep in thought, and eventually spoke. No, I'm fine. After all, it is a test. I won't borrow your moves. Really? The thing is, though, it will be pretty hard to defeat this barricade, you know. I've already made my move. I'm pretty sure it'll work. If they're smart, then it definitely will. Is that so? You really are excellent. I am pleased that my disciple isn't hard to deal with. My motto is to study things myself before asking other people. Then, if you would excuse me, I have to wait for my prey to get nonchalantly lured out. Well then, handle it with care. As the new witch lowered her head, her face blank, she turned into gold butterflies and hid herself. Beato looked slightly unamused. It seemed she was lonely since she hadn't been relied on at all. Now one of them bothers themselves with me. You witch apprentice, acting so smart. I'll bet any moment now she's going to make some painful mistake and start crying. Then without a doubt she'll finally realize my greatness and follow my teachings until you find out she actually has already surpassed you. Until then I shall watch from above. He laughed loudly on the outside, but a laugh no one can hear is completely pointless. Beato started to feel empty and quickly stopped laughing. Ronove chose that time to show himself. Excuse me, milady. The game of the second Twilight with Battler has ended. I see. Good work. What was the result? My sincere apologies. I was forced to resign. Battler's claim of Rosa strangled Maria to death, then died in an accident. I struck down and read with both deaths were homicides, but I could not repel his chain of moves placing Ava as the principal offender. But Ava was sleeping in her room the whole time as Hideyoshi cared for her. He put the fourth possibility that Hideyoshi— oh my god, bro. Give me the money. I already said this. He put forth the possibility that Hideyoshi was an accomplice and that the two worked together to create an alibi. He even suspects Hideyoshi. Couldn't you have struck back by saying in red that they were in the guest room at the time of the murder? I also thought of that, but in any event, several important pieces might have been taken several moves later. And because there is a new possibility that this— I misread that. And because there is a possibility that this move was part of the preparations made by the new Beatrice, I acted out of respect to her. My apologies. Preparations, you say? Her mind does seem to be sharp. We can let her do as she likes. It will be quite a show to see how far she can go. I thought you would say that. I see that your disciple's unpleasantness has you in a bad mood. That's none of your business. I wonder how that one plans on destroying this barricade from here on out. I shall keep a close eye on her. I mean, she's gonna play to the intelligence of the people. I have a funny feeling what she was saying in particular is probably going to be something to do with Kiri, and that they're gonna become so inquisitive about what was going on, they're gonna, like, lure them out. Oh, and how was Battler's mood? It appeared as though he had calmed himself down. He did say that, after all, he couldn't get fired up without you as his opponent. Really, that's no surprise. No surprise at all. If I don't return for the fourth twilight, and after, Battler will probably be lonely himself. And with that, if you would excuse me, I must bake some delicious cookies. So, as to at least enliven the discussion between Milady and Battler. That guy really was munching your cookies, wasn't he? It must be because he's a boy that he can eat so much. Make a lot of them. Certainly. I shall make enough cookies to bury the table. Yes, you do just that. Okay, interesting. Although we didn't see the Ava and Hideyoshi thing, mind you, they kind of just dropped that on us without really expanding on it, but that is kind of the same vibe that I had. What's going on? What did you want to talk about? Kiri called Rudolph out into the corridor. It was obvious that she wanted to talk about something that she didn't want the others to hear, and once again, this is how fucking Ova's gonna get her opening. Yeah? Wanna go outside. Yep. That'll be the end of the chapter, yeah. That's a good end to that chapter. Okay, we're at 1 p.m. Battle to the death in the hall. Ooh. Certainly the body cannot last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but of course, we understand. But the thing is, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker. Now is probably the lightest. Now is the most convenient time. Only about an hour has passed since Rosa was attacked. This is simply too reckless. It was only natural that Natsui was yelling about recklessness, because Rudolph had said that he was going to the mansion to get food. Certainly, they were being tormented by hunger as well as their fatigue. In the beginning, they were just fine because they could fight their moderate hunger with their drowsiness, but now it just made their minds hazy, and even though it was still only midday, their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive. I am opposed to this. It may be a little tough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place. It is alright for us, but it would pain my heart to keep the children hungry. I must bear my responsibility as a parent. Dear, now that father has passed away, you are the Ushirimiya family head. It is not permissible for you to take on such a danger. Yes, it's like Natsui says. Kraus, you should remain here as the leader. Then, who will go to the mansion? I think Kiri and I and Hideyoshi as well should go. Hideyoshi and I are holding guns. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily. Rosa was also holding a gun, but she was attacked. Isn't it dangerous? When I went out to check on Rosa and Maria, I was alone, although I had a gun with me, but I wasn't attacked. Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent is a man. 2 men, and even 2 guns. Those 2 will act as guards, and I'll push the cart with the things. I believe the situation clearly differs from Rosa's. If you're counting me as a man, I'd be pleased to help. I don't look it, but I train this body pulling stalls. Leave the heavy lifting to me. You men just need to devote yourselves to guarding. There's a folding cart in the servant room, so using that, I should be able to handle carrying the food alone. Of course, we will be careful, and if we can succeed in this venture just once, we'll never again need to take the risk of leaving this place. Is there any way I can get you to reconsider? It may be painful for everyone to deal with an empty stomach, but even so, we do not know what could happen outside now. We'll take care. And Ava's feeling pretty darn bad right now. I can't let her stay hungry. Okay, there's another big point to notice that Ava's being left alone again. If her stomach's empty, she can't even take her medicine. I've got to go out for Ava's sake as well. How is Ava? She's finally gotten to sleep. She's burning up too, in case that means the other killing is present, because every time she falls asleep and her fever flares up. We should leave her be for a while. I guess you can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health. Understood. I'll give you permission to go outside. Then we'll take a little trip there and back. Speed contest. Canned food is okay, right? You at least have a can opener here, right? Yes. We have a can opener and a bottle opener. There's running water in the guest house, so we don't need anything to drink. Won't need. There's 10 people to cover for, so you'll have to take what you get. Alright, let's dash out there and bring it back. Bring it all back pronto. There's no time to open umbrellas. So, Aniki, watch the place for me. Be careful. Under normal circumstances, I would want to go too. Being a man, I despise this title of eldest brother that prevents me from lending a hand in an emergency like this. Ooh, I can sit up. This is about the only time we get to show off. Sit back and take it easy every once in a while, Aniki. Alright, Natsui. Wait here and get some towels ready or something. We aren't using umbrellas, so we'll be coming back like drowned rats. Understood. Take care. Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Maybe their own brave world. A brave new world. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds had picked up once again. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns and a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet, without the wind and the rain, they would probably have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. If there was a chance that the opponent was equipped with a gun, then walking slowly with their guard up would only make them a target. It was probably correct to decide on swift action. The rose garden. Feels like we're just asking to be attacked. Please, let nobody come out of there. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around restlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile, however it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Oh, yeah, sorry, I was like, but yeah, the servants definitely, yeah. They were saying spear or thing. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tensions for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief. No problems for the first part. It's not like how it was for Rosa. Maybe they can't get their hands on us easily. I'd like to believe that. Kiri, unlock the door while we keep a lookout. Sure. Returning home to the mansion with a pair of bodyguards makes me feel just like an executive. Ah ha ha ha. If we had a welcoming party of servants on a red carpet, it'd be perfect. All of a sudden the bodies are all laid out the second you open it, fucking like blood spewed everywhere. A welcoming party, huh? Careful what you wish for. Stay alert. As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kiri unlocked the front door with the master key she had been given. Where did they get the fucking master key from? Did they steal one from one of the servants? It's open. Hideyoshi, could you take the front? I'll keep an eye on the rear. Roger. Kiri, try not to move from my shadow. Alright, let's break in. Rear guard understood. Covering. These guys think they're playing like fucking squad or something. Yeah, Kiri's... Men. You're enjoying the situation a little bit, aren't you? Give it up. That's how men are. But man, there's still that rank stench. The air in the mansion felt stagnant with a heavy silence. Felt stagnant. Or did it say felt? No, it felt stagnant. And worse, it was still thick with the stench from Kinto's burnt corpse in the boiler room. And they were stuck with a strong desire to leave the mansion, although they were never planning to stay. No problems in the front, just a short dash to the kitchen. Let's finish this quickly and head home. This suit will get fumigated with dad's stench. That's a fucking... Jesus, that's a sentence. The 3 of them dashed towards the kitchen. Hey, it's Ova. And after they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch showed herself there. They were lured out just as planned. They got caught right in my trap. The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, barely a few hours had passed since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and had lost their lives. I mean, it's literally been 1 hour, right? I mean, in that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic. I think that Kiri and Rudolph are probably in on something, and there's a reason why they only brought one other person. Kiri definitely has something going on. What reckless people. They will never leave this mansion alive. Lock yourselves, locks. Close yourself, mansion. The instant she proclaimed that. The mansion was sealed off in a separate world. Unless she were to dispel the barrier, no longer could anyone exit this mansion or enter it. Okay, again, perfect thing. The way that she just worded that, I'm opening this up. Okay. Spectacular. To think that even though barely half a day has passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well. That talent surprises me. It is almost as though you were born a witch. Well, I have been a witch since the time I was born. Who taught you how to blink? That's what using magic is like for me. A fearsome person. The witch's face twisted with brutality. She was beside herself with excitement at being able to toy with lives again. Well then. First is Rudolph and Kiri, but what cruel way should I kill them? If you would excuse me, but the predecessor has left instructions that you are to restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary cruelty, and there is a protocol to follow for the sacrifices from the Fourth Twilights onward. For that you must borrow the power of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Oh really? Now that you mention it, that's right. I'm only allowed to play as I like until the second Twilight I just finished. Boring. Just when I thought I could play to my heart's content like I did with Rosa. But that refers to the way they're killed in the end, right? By which you mean... So I can just kill them however I want over and over, revive them, and follow the epitaph the last time I kill them, right? So in the end, no matter how I play, it isn't a problem. Who'd act well behaved with an interesting power like this? Her wild logic was, for an Endless Witch, an extremely valid argument. The sacrifices of the Fourth Twilight and onward had prescribed protocols for the method of killing, represented by things like gouge the head. However, that referred to the way they died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep on reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Even while Ronove glimpsed some talent as a witch in her innocent cruelty, he was beginning to notice a naturally brutal side of her. They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see that may be true. Do as you wish, is what I would like to say, but I must insist that it would be wiser to exercise some restraint in this instance. They are holding guns. Weapons with a high anti-magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemies of witches and demons. Again, this is such a fucking weird thing to say. Like, what? What, are we playing fucking Evil Dead, bro? Like, Ronove says, weapons with a high sorry, I'm putting this in the notes, magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemies of witches and demons. Interesting. The witch stared blankly at this demon butler, who was unexpectedly afraid of the guns. No one told me this. Shouldn't a witch be able to take a bullet like it's nothing? No. It would be a fatal wound, exactly the same as it would be for a normal human. To prevent that weak point from being noticed, most witches rigorously strengthen their guard with a defense of protective barriers and furniture. Do I have any of these protective barrier things? Constructing a barrier to make even gun bullets ineffective requires much in preparation and rituals. I'm afraid to say that you currently have none of those, Beatrice. Furthermore, you are currently ill-prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet. So even though I've become a great witch with this much magical power, I really do have to be afraid of lead bullets. Annoying, but I'll just have to accept it. So in that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs? Yes. Leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also part of a witch's elegant temperance. Beatrice, leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place. Fine. Sisters. Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I don't care who. Any two of you. Leviathan and Belphegor responded to that call. Leviathan? Leviathan the Envious, right here. Belphegor the Slothful, right here. Show me your power. Your targets are Rudolph and Kiri, not Hideyoshi. Now show me just how cruel you can be, furniture. My apologies, but we received an order from the predecessor to restrain ourselves from unnecessarily cruel actions. But I think the predecessor's order does give us some leeway to tease them. Will that be acceptable? Fine, I'll compromise. You mustn't kill them easily. Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death before killing them. Will that be alright, Ronove? Yes, if you simply remain conscious of the extent, I do not believe there will be a problem. Then go. Yes, leave it to us. Your opponents are armed with guns. For those as skilled as yourselves, dodging them should be easy. But if you are hit, it will be fatal. Go with an appropriate level of caution. Do not worry, we won't expose such a level of incompetence. Yeah, I don't know about that. The two Sisters of Purgatory vanished. After bowing, Ronove also disappeared. There's even rules on how to kill them? Why do I have to be constrained by my predecessor? It's so rigid and boring. Okay. As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Jesus fucking Christ. See, I read up and down, I don't know why I do this. As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hanging in the hall, she cursed. Three had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Thinking of the possibility that poison had been mixed in, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables, and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned foods. It was very heavy, but by piling it onto the cart, they could carry it well enough. With all of that, there would be plenty for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. That would be enough while they waited for the boat. The two men were supposed to be devoted to guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kiri even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who professed himself strong, switched to being the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty. With all this, even George and the kids will be full. We're not safe until we're home. Let's go. When Hideyoshi vigorously proclaimed their departure, Kiri frowned, looking as though she was gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, the hall was beyond it. What is it, Kiri? I sense something. I have a bad feeling about this. Kiri stopped, narrowing her eyes even further. Women's intuition? In times like these, Kiri's intuition surpassed reason. Rudolph trusted that intuition. Yes. Someone's probably waiting to ambush us. I didn't sense them until a short while ago, but just now I felt it. Okay, so this is of note. Kiri has a strong intuition, and I'm going to put / magical sense. There is no way she is just a regular ass magic level person. That's what I just wrote in the notes. Just now, someone set up an ambush for us. And there's no reason we need to return the way we came. There's a back door over there, right? Let's leave that way. Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When things were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that Firmly came and went from. Wait, what? The family came and went. I think I said Firmly. Yeah, family. Jesus, I read that wrong. So outside the back door, there was probably a slope for transporting things. Surely they would be able to leave through there with a cart. They have a master key, though. What is this? It's stuck. Damn, what's going on? Can't you open it? Nope. Is it broken? It isn't giving an inch. Rudolph tried various things using force, then coaxing it, but the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge. Don't stress over it. Let's leave through the front entrance. Right now it'll be even worse if we stand around wasting time. Are you saying this is a trap? I don't know. Be careful. With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance. Who's there? The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph noticed a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaves started blowing, and gold butterflies dyed the area a golden color. I can't believe it. A lowly human predicted our ambush. It isn't my fault. I was hiding my presence. Don't hesitate. Fire! The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the pair's magic defense as easily as though it were a wet paper wall, but the two who should have been there had disappeared. Certainly guns were very frightening objects for them, but there was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those. Wait a sec, you won't even let us say our names? This is why I hate humans. Leviathan protested, popping her head out from behind a pillar in the shadow of the staircase, a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been. Oh my god, that's a new chandelier. That's kind of pretty. It's got little flowers. Oh, that's so cute. By order of Beatrice, we shall now slay you. We are ordered to take some time teasing you. You're free to resist, but know that it is useless. That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile. Who the heck are these girls? Okay, this is interesting because Hideyoshi can see them now too, but remember this area got pulled into the other world apparently. Put that down though. Hideyoshi can apparently see the two sisters attacking. Again, once again I put that in the notes, not showing it. Forget the cart. We have two opponents, so if we split up they can't chase all of us. All three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. They had already made plans to run off in separate directions in the case of a crisis, returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Fighting was forbidden, as long as they could get away. Ha ha ha. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. The three of them escaped into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. The two furniture calmly watched them go. I'll kill the woman. You take the man. Understood. The two pieces of furniture in the shadows of the pillar and on the chandelier burst apart their human-like forms, and leaving behind only the sound of hopping beetles colliding with the walls, they pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming and they easily blocked the others' path of retreat. I'll inspect their skill as furniture. It'll be nice if they entertain me. Beatrice, I might suggest it wise not to show yourself carelessly. A king doesn't carelessly wander about the center. That's part of a witch's dignity. In front of Rudolph, who had boldly tried to escape to the second floor, Belphegor was already standing in the way. It's useless to try and resist or escape. You don't need to think about anything. Just close your eyes. I'll bring everything to a gentle finish. Ooh, new graphic there. You'd make a good wife. Your husband would be pleased to hear that kind of thing when he comes home tired. Jesus Christ. To think that you're still relaxed enough to speak such vulgarity at a time like this. Beatrice, thank you for such good prey. Die. Rudolph fired first. But even before that bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. There she stood, her arm raised above her, a purple trail extending from it. Oh my god, he turned around. However, even before that arm could decapitate Rudolph, unbelievably, Rudolph had swung his gun behind him, the barrel pointed behind his back from the same motion with which he had reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly. It was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Tack, clunk, It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was, yep, I understood that, yep. Without turning around, his gun pointing right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned. Not bad. For a middle-aged man. Don't look down on the generation that loves westerns, got it? Brats don't know jack squat about the refinement of a lever action. And now we're all deaf. Jesus. Just like Rudolph, Kiri was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor. What an idiot you are. You should have just escaped with your husband. You do know that was your final farewell just now, right? Don't worry. This kind of thing is my husband's specialty. I'm sure he'll come for me on a white horse soon. Because he's never failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble. Not even when Asumu was around, you see. Ooh, Jesus. Damn. Calling out him being a fucking cheating dog. What a happy couple. I envy you. I am Leviathan the Envious. Envy is itself my power, my anger, my origin. I agree. Envy is the source of a woman's power. And if you call something like that power, I won't lose to a girl like you. Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy. You actually think I'd let you two be reunited? I'll give you a tragic farewell. The arm Leviathan swung trailed purple. It was a magic blade that cut by the power of malice. Oh damn, okay, another art. Kiri guarded herself against that witch with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have been able to cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magic resistance, was able to block the blade as easily as if it were a rolled up newspaper. Excuse me? Oh, sorry, I totally read that. I was like, yeah, if the gun was newspaper, I think a blade would also go through it pretty... I understand what they're saying. Rapidly 2 times, 3 times. It blocked all of them. Okay, they're fighting, yep. Without missing the opening created when that purple trail took a long swing upward, Kiri kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Almost like she was a lightly dancing feather, Leviathan was knocked away. Before the demon stake's feet touched the ground again, Kiri had already perfectly captured Leviathan, who was in midair, down the barrel of her gun. From midair, the two women who had spoken to each other of envious power met each other's gaze. Can you pull it? That trigger. You know I can be pretty brutal when my husband isn't around. No shot. Did Kiri actually just fucking kill that girl? Whoa, 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 whoa! Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He'd been gradually chased down by Belphegor and been pushed back into the original hall. The predecessor's furniture is pretty good. She's lacking in flair, though. Beatrice, it isn't over yet. It's dangerous to show yourself. Could you possibly be Haneki? That used to be my name, but not now, Rudolph. You don't have to tell me. You're gonna say you're the Golden Witch Beatrice, right? How did you know? Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a general idea. Rosa, forgive me. Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to your hell. That's crazy, bro. Saying that Rosa's in hell? Chill on Rosa, bro. What did Rosa do? Beatrice, look out. Rudolph pointed the unforgiving barrel of his gun at the witch who had claimed to have once been his sister. But Belphegor could not permit that and savagely attacked. She sprung at him, vanished, and got behind him. Nothing personnel, kid? If he dodged that attack, she got behind him again. she vanished over and over, each time teleporting into Rudolph's blind spot. Until Kiri pulls up. I want an execution scene. I don't want Kiri putting the gun barrel against the back of this Seven Sisters' head. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph. I said Rudolph. This might be kind of fun in its own way. Rudolph, let me leisurely watch and see how long your brave effort lasts you. Then a dull tearing sound and Rudolph's cry of anguish intermingled. Rudolph had finally reacted too slow in his dance with the purple trail which pressed upon him, and he had let it lightly cut him on his side. A single wound delayed a single one of his actions. That caused a new wound, which delayed him from acting again. Okay, Jesus. My poor boy, man. One second. One second. One sec, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I will be right back. My bad, I'm back. I went pee as well. Let us continue here. That caused a new wound, which delayed him from acting again. And I'm not clicked into the window. Is Rudolph getting clapped again? Belphegor's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. See, I know they said that in like probably a metaphorical sense, but I don't know, man. We'll see. Oh no, they're still going. I thought she killed her. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kiri was absolutely refusing to allow her to deliver a fatal wound. I really am dense. Among the Seven Sisters, I was always the slowest to grow. I was always slow, always weak, always stupid. That inferiority complex became envy, and when I converted that into power, I gained a strength greater than that of any of the other sisters. It's important to have a moderate inferiority complex when you're a girl. Excuse me? It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work. Yeah, or it gives you a fucking long-term mental illness, but hey man, good job. I don't like using the limits of my power against mere humans, but it will turn my envy of your ability to completely trust your husband into power. I don't like it. Why are you so relaxed when you're fighting for your life? I wonder. I get it. You fully believe that your husband will definitely come to rescue you and will save you. Isn't it incredible, that trust of yours? It's worthy of my envy. Thank you. I will. I appreciate it. What kind of trust do we sisters have in each other? We sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other and turn things from bad to worse. I've always been bullied by my sisters. I've always wanted just one of them to become my ally. I appreciate the follow, Mythak. Apologies if I said your name wrong. So since you have that single ally, who you can place complete trust in, I feel the strongest envy towards you. Ah, that composed expression of total belief in your husband. I can feel my envy giving me power. I might even exceed it. The speed of sound. I mean, in the scheme of things, bro, I mean, like, the speed of sound, let's not pretend like that's a big deal, but... Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy. I'm telling you, I want to know what that... There's like a little window. Can you see my cursor? There's like a little window that shows up like right here in that graphic every time. It might not be anything. It might just be like gibberish. But there's something every time. I've noticed it every time that fucking graphic plays. But on that day when my sisters looked down on me, I was jealous from the bottom of my heart of the other 6 who had grown quickly. I was jealous for 7 days and 7 nights. Behold the power and speed I ultimately gained. Die, Ushimir Kiri! The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at a terrible speed. The noise from her colliding with and bouncing off the walls sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kiri probably couldn't tell whether it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying and bouncing around. Leviathan was certain of a greater than 100% chance of victory from the bottom of her heart. Excuse me, that's not possible. Then Kiri spoke with an unbelievably calm voice. I was the one who had been going out with Rudolph from the very beginning. Asumu shamelessly cut him. Oh, not that I really care, but oh, I see. And calculatingly got herself pregnant. You absolutely should blame him, excuse me? I don't blame Rudolph. That woman manipulated him using her body as a weapon, and cornered him into the situation where he was forced to become engaged to her. Okay, I understand the second part, but you absolutely could still blame... Oh, dude, her body, it was so banging. He had to fuck her. He had to. I don't know about that, man. Asumu was carrying Battler, and at the same time, Excuse me? I was also carrying a boy. As fate would have it, our delivery dates were on the same day. Okay. This is just like a very weird exposition to be like, oh yes, by the way, we've got... That mean he fucked y'all, like, really, like, in the same week. Well, I guess it could be never mind, not necessarily, but Jesus. Sorry, open up the notes here. Are we gonna say there was a baby swap? Apparently, was pregnant with a boy with the same due date as Battler. Apparently, Battler's mom, Asumu, was the one who was actually home wrecking. Kiri and Rudolph were together before. Okay, I mean, still, that's a bit... But I was not so lucky. There's something I've thought about. What if Asumu had been the unlucky one, and I had been the one to give... Oh, she miscarried. That's terrible. Would Rudolph have broken off his engagement and married me? But I couldn't birth a child. So until Asumu died, and until I got pregnant with Angie, or Ange? I'm assuming it's Angie. I cursed Asumu, and was jealous of... Ooh, okay, are we gonna get some secret witch power? Kiri said... She cursed Asumu. Yeah, I probably take too many notes, but I appreciate the watching the VODs. I totally skipped said. That she cursed Asumu and was envious of what she had. Kiri miscarried whatever boy she had, but she gave birth to Battler's, well, I guess it would be half-sister. We'll go with Angie, I guess, for the time being, and was jealous of her. And this is where you just go, excuse me, jealousy and envy are not the same thing. Asumu should just die. I always get them backwards, but envy is like you want what somebody else has, and jealous is like you are afraid to lose what you have to somebody else, I believe is the... But, you know, they're used interchangeably half the time. And then I want him to remarry with me. In my envy, I kept cursing her like that over and over until Asumu finally died. I became certain that I possessed the power of magic, and that it had become a curse which had killed Asumu. But that did not quell the flame. I'm telling you, man, every, like, woman in this game has, like, some weird, like, magic power. I'm, like, betting my life on it. But that did not quell the flames of my envy. Don't tell anyone, alright? Every time I look at Battler, I remember that woman. And every time I look at Battler, I think that if only my child had been born, he would be the same age. I'm still jealous of her, tormented by her, now and forever, for all eternity. Okay, I think this is the best graphic so far for, like, the gun shooting pose. You say that you were jealous of your sisters for 7 days and 7 nights? Try it for 18 years. That's right. Don't make me laugh, you little brat. How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her and who was burned with envy for 18 years? Oh my god, we're actually gonna do the fucking math? I can't do the mental math on that. 18 times 365, but it's actually a little bit more because you have to include leap years, so you actually have to add like a +4 to that. And then, isn't it that, well, she didn't hit the 20-year mark. I think there's like something with like every 20 years that there's, it might actually be every 100. I don't know, there's some meme about every interval of leap years you actually don't do the leap day because you would actually push yourself ahead, but it doesn't get that far. So we have to add like 4 extra days to that. I can't do the mental math, but and the power that Kiri had accumulated was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in 1 year, and for whole 8. You gotta, even without, okay, see, look, the person that wrote this game, he said, no, man, I don't want to do the leap years. You didn't have, bro, it's like 1 extra day, okay? And you convert it to hours. Ow, fuck, I just punched my mic. And you convert it to hours anyways, man. It's like, I don't know, add like 4 times 24 onto that, okay? Add 96, I think. Yeah, 96 to that, come on. Look, I'm a chemistry major, I should be good with math, but the mental aspect, look, I don't give a fuck. We pass on those. Compared to Leviathan's power and speed, it was more than 938 times greater. So then, even if Leviathan was soaring at the speed of sound, 1,225, I'm only familiar with it in mile per hour for some reason, even though I only use metric. It's like 800, I thought. No, it couldn't have been, it's not that high, because it's 1.6. I don't know, who gives a fuck? It's gotta be like 500 something. 600. To Kiri's eyes, it only looked like 1/938th of that. So then, 1225 divided by 938, it's not that much. 1.30 kilometers an hour. They say that a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour. Well, excuse me, it actually depends on how tall you are and how long your stride is. How it was even less than half of that. So it was even less than half of that. Almost the speed as a baby crawling on the floor. So then. In unit time, slowed so much you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air, Kiri looked at the demon stake with pity. I don't know if that's necessarily how that works, but you know what, we'll agree, game. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. And she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel. Yeah, hey man, every time in Higurashi and in this game, when you get into like the last like 5 chapters, you're probably witnessing peak. You're completely lacking in both love and envy. Oh, the music cut! Come back when you're older, darling. Oh! The music cut is crazy. Crazy work on the music cut. Rudolph, what happened to all that vigor from a couple seconds ago? Okay. Can't just throw a random, I would say sliced live fish, but Ikazukuri, I think, is best served while it's still twitching. After it dies, it isn't interesting in the slightest. That's enough. Why not kill him now and forever? Meanwhile, this guy's just getting cheese grated here. Oh, damn it. I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up. Now, is this going to be the one time where Kiri actually comes to save Rudolph instead of the inverse? Ow, fuck, I just rolled my hand off my armchair, or my elbow. That's enough. You don't need to think about anything anymore. I'll steal your life away painlessly. Wait, do me a favor. In the very end, I want to do one of those... What do you mean one of those? One of those things that Westerns made famous. Oh, quick draw. That thing where we put our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang. Ah, a duel. Very well. That will satisfy your regrets in this world. I'll accept. Meanwhile, Hideyoshi's just like fucking jerking off watching this happen. Like, I don't even know what he's doing. Rudolph raised his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and faced her back to his. Belphegor had a sense of integrity that was uncommon in a witch's furniture. Let me warn you, even if you press the barrel of your gun between my eyebrows, I can teleport even faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull. Yeah, I'm already feeling that throughout my body. You are faster than a bullet. I've agreed to this out of respect for your courage in challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge. Thank me. You are a person of integrity and a good woman. You might just steal my heart away. Okay. Well, this guy's known for dogging on his wife, so let's get this started. 3 steps is fine. First, 1 step. Okay, this is actually a really cool way to do this too. 2 steps. 3 steps. Draw! Is that alright? Yep. And since you still haven't noticed after walking 3 whole steps, looks like I win, girl. What? Ah! Rudolph turned around and fired off a bullet. I don't know why, okay? Rudolph has died, like, in the first Twilight, in both episodes so far, okay? Other than this one, of course. I don't know why I have like a little bit of liking him for some reason. I don't know why, because he's kind of a douchebag, but I kind of like him. I'll leave it at that. Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it, but Hideyoshi actually was laying on the ground holding her feet in place so she couldn't move. But a spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defense barrier, but before an incarnation of anti-magic power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless. What are you doing? Why'd you get hit? The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. The pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic. Forgive me, I'm a coward of a man. What a mood killer. To think that someone who is furniture to a witch could be defeated by a human. Know your shame. Worthless. Pathetic. Why don't you just stay sprawled there and die forever? Quit it, Umineko. This girl could have dodged it, but she didn't. She realized that you were in the line of fire. So this girl of integrity took it without dodging and guarded you. Okay, I'm gonna be very honest with you. And I don't wanna, like, diffuse the moment, but pretty sure in most cases, unless it got deflected somehow, it's probably just going right through her and hitting her too. But regardless, in the very end, she noticed that I was forking the rook and the king. Spectacular. Don't think badly of me. I'd planned to accept my fate if you realized while you were taking those 3 steps. Those 3 steps were out of consideration for me then. I didn't even try to think about it. I was lazy. Makes sense. I was about to say, dude, for someone who's supposed to be sloth, she's like not that lazy. They even talked about like her work ethic and somewhere in one of these chapters. You were a good woman. Go to heaven before me and do your makeup. I'll definitely come up and talk to you. Brother, I promise you, you are not making it to heaven. I promise. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in a human form. Also, that's crazy. I just said earlier, he was talking about sending Ova down to meet Rosa? Bro, I feel like Rosa's the one that, well, she does beat her kid though. Maybe she is down there. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in a human form, and she turned as fine as gold dust and melted into thin air. At that point, Kiri dashed in. It seemed that she had defeated her pursuer with her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph. Oh my god, babe, are you okay? Close enough, are you alright? Were you talking someone up just now? Sorry, I had a stroke reading that. Were you talking someone up just now? Yep, fine woman. No match for you, of course. Okay, buddy. Let's, knowing your history, can it? Sorry, Umineko. It's checkmate. The two of them pinned the witch down the barrels of their gun. So. Pin the witch down the barrels of their guns. Okay, makes sense again. I'm just having a stroke sometimes. Worthless furniture. I can't believe they were beaten by human opponents. Worthless. Stupid. Boring. Beatrice, we should retreat from this place. There is no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kiri, but Ronove as well. Because a situation like this with 2 guns pointed at her was not one that could be laughed off even by a witch. But the witch laughed with pleasure. Well, it's only natural that it'd be impossible for the predecessor's worn-out furniture. I have to have new furniture suitable for me. I use them out of obligation, but I've always hated hand-me-downs. As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had turned completely into a pile of gold dust with disgust. I don't know what you're talking about. Now put your damn hands up. Then the witch obediently raised her hands, but instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing— oh, that's fucking sick. Facing an orchestra waving her conductor's baton. She's about to summon something. Come arise, furniture suitable for me. Not that cheap furniture. Much, much stronger ones. Cruel ones. What she said. No funny stuff. I'll pull the trigger. In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried in the color of gold. It was a wild dance of brilliantly radiant gold butterflies, and felt as though they had been swallowed up by an ocean of gold leaf. Ronove was left shocked at that upsurge in magical power. That was because it far surpassed even that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst the golden brilliance, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kiri had fired a round, and of course they were 180 degrees across from each other, so they killed each other. And after the golden glow had subsided, there was the witch, looking at least cool and composed. The bullet? Kiri had definitely fired it into her, but it was not embedded anywhere in the witch's body. There it was. The bullet was fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest. Is she gonna do like the, it's like the one thing in part 5 where, I don't know if it's Mista that does it, where they're like tapping on the back of the bullet to like increase the force while like time is frozen and then time undoes and it's like boom! A bulletproof barrier. A barrier which took even her predecessor a significant amount of preparation, in an instant. Ronove's face was by now twisted in shock, and the surprise did not stop there. What did she spawn is the better question. The group of gold butterflies created 2 humanoid forms. It was a furniture summoning. Excuse me, we got bunny girls? What? The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves. They got, I was gonna say a Union Jack, but it's not. It's like an inverted Norwegian flag. Interesting. The Cheister. Cheister? I'm gonna go Cheister, sister troops. Even the predecessor wasn't able to summon the Pendragon's memorial troops on a moment's notice and so easily. Of course, we gotta... Why do we got... Okay, these gotta be people that were, like, donated to the game or something. What the fuck are these names, man? I'm so confused. I don't know if that's supposed to be the one-winged eagle or if it's a different insignia. Okay. Cheister 410, right here. Cheister 45. Okay, we're turning on the voice for a second because 1, I want to hear what their voices are. 2, I also want to know what they sound like. So apologies, we're going to be turning the music off for a second. I hate to turn off this. God, the character page, it just fucking gets bigger and bigger.
Siesta 410 ここに Siesta 410ここに Siesta 45
Okay, you know what? This is the one time that maybe the voices are good that we don't have them. Those are like saccharine sweet voices. No hate if you like that, but let's get the music back. You two are suitable furniture for me, right? From reading you a picture book to going on a friendship date to shooting down a meteorite, we'll take care of anything. If we don't take care of it, the Dragon King will get mad at us. Please, your orders, Grady Lady Beatrice. Rudolph, let's run. These guys are no good. Sure. Thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Sorry, I can't read. Kiri clearly heard warning sirens going off in her head, almost resembling screams. Without hesitation, they ran. As the witch elegantly watched them leave, she ordered her new furniture. This is an order. Kill the 2 who ran away, then bring the corpses back here. Then I'll bring them back to life and play with them, over and over. The witch's expression twisted with an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke. My apologies. The predecessor said to avoid brutal actions of that. When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was unsatisfied. She was bored of not being able to let her own power and her own cruelty run wild. Irritated by her predecessor's furniture telling her to act with restraint, her discontent was at its peak. Oh, it's Lucifer the Proud. Long time no seen, yeah? How you doing? Let's play together again sometime. The 410, you mustn't chat. You'll get in trouble. Probably 410, but... Let's carry out the great Lady Beatrice's order at once. Looks like we're on that job right away now. Yeah. What the fuck does that say? Booted... Why is this backwards? Guidance system. Firing. It's firing, I think it's supposed to be. I don't know what the middle word is. That's not an F at the start. Booted guidance system. But what the fuck is that? H? Hinge? Hing? H-I-N-G? Is that what that's supposed to be? That's what that would be flipped around, right? I have no fucking clue. I don't know what that letter is supposed to be. 410, understood. Preparing for sniping pursuit combat. Initiating data collection. Okay, collecting terrain data, collecting firing data. Data linked to 410. 410 data received. Forming firing curve. That is an F. It has to be. 410 data received, target acquired. Correcting for terrain, forming firing curve, control points adjusted. That does... Hey man, that's... I guess you say that the I is connected to the F, but I don't know. Control points adjusted, data linked to 45. 4-5. 4-5 data received. Checking danger zone. Ah, not there. Accuracy was like 97, right? You're in the way behind us, Lucifer. You'll get roasted in the backfire, you know? The Chiester sisters, through their mutual measurements, were able to instantly calculate the terrain inside the mansion and the coordinates of their targets as well as the firing curve to reach them. Yes, their shots could be guided to draw a curved line. No one would be able to escape it. The precision homing ability of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was nothing more than a cheap version of the ability these two had. Okay. 4-5 firing preparations complete. Ammo selected, now loading. The two of them faced each other, and as though they were both pulling back a bowstring together, their dazzling golden arrow was readied. 410, firing. After they proclaimed that they were firing, together they released a single arrow. As the curve taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a tail, it headed in the direction of Rudolph and Kiri, or in the direction Rudolph and Kiri had run in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the Chiester sisters' homing projectiles. No one could escape them, and their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was an all-too merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, among mythical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace for them, and very extraordinary for those of the everyday world. What the? When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around, got pierced by it insta. Rudolph was shot straight through the location of his heart by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant. Rudolph! After the gold snake ran Rudolph through, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kiri's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it shot straight through the location of her heart. And all of that, too, happened in an instant. It impaled Rudolph, and it impaled Kiri. They died at almost the same time, dropped to their knees at the same time, and fell over at the same time. What is this? So overwhelming! That was ridiculously easy, wasn't it? This is the kind of furniture I need, way different from my predecessor's second-hand furniture. Come on, bring their corpses here. I'll keep reviving them until I'm bored, and try killing them in the most brutal ways I can think of. Ah, to think that being a witch could be so much fun. That taking a life could be so much fun. The most stunned action to take for someone born a human is the murder of not stunned. It's only natural for a human not to understand how pleasurable it is to break this. Okay, creator, guy that wrote this game, you got something to tell us? But she was no longer a human. Very close to the title of a good book. She was a witch. And there were some pleasures that only witches could understand. By now, she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without it. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. In any case, the act of killing humans gruesomely, and doing it over and over, was by now giving her a drug-like pleasure. As the witch rolled over laughing, the gold snake which had just been fired returned as though being hauled back in. The two were stitched to the tip and being dragged along. Ugh, Jesus. Ugh, Jesus. The witch's order had been carried out, Rudolph and Kiri had been killed instantly, and their bodies had been carried back. Chiester 4-5, 410, execution of orders completed. We await your next order, Grey Lady Beatrice. Please, your order. From babysitting to playing you in online multiplayer to shooting down a space shuttle, we'll take care of everything. These two are apparently the sacrifices for the fourth Twilight, and the fifth Twilight, Jeez, I have hiccups, excuse me. So in the end, I need those worthless 7 sisters. Oh, I guess they're 5 sisters now. I need those girls to pierce and gouge the forehead and the chest. But I can do that at the very end, and I'm free to play it anyway until then, right? Now, mind you, I think with, there's only 5... I like this track for some reason. I say this every time it comes on. There's only 5 sacrifices, right? Because it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that have to be done. So losing 2 is fine, but if they lose another one, uh-oh. I also don't know if one of them dying will transfer forward, if that makes sense. Wait. Have you already forgotten what I told you? Oh, it's you, predecessor. Do you have any complaints? Of course I do. You're doing as you please, are you not? Why can't you follow my directions? What's wrong with doing as I please, predecessor? And I haven't got the slightest desire to deviate from the rules of the ritual. I'll make sure to clean these two corpses up later and drive stakes into their forehead and chest. I'm telling you, that is not the problem. If you act so undignified and cruel, some people might take it badly. You mean your opponent in that game, who I heard you were fighting with somewhere? Ronove told me. Curse that blabbermouth. Well, to be perfectly honest, that's how it is. I had a complaint that, it is a little too much, you see. It's not like there's any need for them to tell you to pass it on instead of objecting directly to me. It's not like there's any need for them to tell you to pass it on instead of objecting directly to me. I see what they're saying. Alright, it was very confusing for a second. Just saying that, like, if they have a problem with the cruelty, they can go right to this Beatrice, not old Beatrice. They can go to Ova. That person is a coward. Well, that person is a resident of, a different world from this one, you see. There's no choice but to use me as an intermediary. Well, anyway, the point is. Which means that this person can't interact with me even if they wanted to, and I can't interact with them even if I wanted to either. Am I correct to understand this as an unrelated person from a world that far away? Okay, this is an interesting conversation to have, though. I know they're, like, sort of memeing because it's off the tail end of, like, a huge fight that just happened, but if you think about it, Beatrice, I think, is sort of shit-talking in a way such that she is the only one that can make this complaint, but that Ova is of another world, that's how you spell another, and would be incapable of interacting directly. Thus, she is being a mediary. While we know Beatrice is bullshitting a little, it's interesting that she states that Ova is of another world. And gets to the heart of the two-world meme that I've been talking about. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Okay, sorry. By analogy, perhaps you could say these worlds are like two very close parallel lines. The worlds are very nearby, but since they are parallel, they will never cross. For the time being, you may view that world in such a manner. So this is the same thing that they were talking about earlier with, when Maria was saying that during this time of the year is when the two worlds are at their closest, which is why there's some crossover. Which, once again, doesn't surprise me. Oh my god, this game is still fucking, like, destroying my mind about whether I believe in, like, the magic or not. They never cross, which means that world has nothing to do with me. If you're telling me on behalf of that person to show some restraint, please pass this message on to them. It's really good so far. I don't want to say this in, like, a bad way, but I feel like with any game that's built up on mystery, it's kind of like the unraveling of the mystery that will determine my overall opinion on it, but I have really liked it so far. The characters are all very good. It's very interesting. And at least from my memory, it's not falling into the same pitfalls as much as Higurashi was in some of the... I don't get too, what do you call it, off point, but I feel like Higurashi had a problem, especially in the answer arcs early on, or in the question arcs early on, of really hardcore repeating the events, like, a lot. Like, it felt like a lot of the first chapters felt like they were pretty much useless. Now, I'm sure if I were to go back with a fine-tooth comb, they probably weren't. But there was, like, a lot of filler. I feel like this hasn't had too much filler, but maybe I'm just being a little bit too harsh looking back. But I've liked it a lot so far. A message. Also, again, spoiler for Higurashi, you know, skip 2 minutes or something if you don't want to hear reveal of bad person Higurashi. But, I like Beatrice in this game as a villain more than Takano. And I don't think that's going to change, and I'm only been through, you know, not even 3/8 of it yet, so. A message? What should I say? You know what I need to actually? Wait, I was thinking about this. I'm going to do this from now on. Why did I not think of this? 1 second. Create new. I'm going to make a text thing that says spoiler talk so that I can just flash it whenever I'm saying a fucking spoiler. Why did I not think of this before? I'm actually fucking slow. Okay, 1 second. This will take a little bit. 1 second. I just want to make sure that it's visible here. 15, I think that's good. So then if I move this to like here, so if I flash it, boom, perfect. Okay, awesome. We have that for going forward. It's none of your business, so screw off, you old hag. Why don't you just give up and die forever? What? Oh, I'm sorry. Since it was a friend of yours, I just imagined that she'd be a woman. By old hag, I'm definitely not talking about you, predecessor, so please forgive me. When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Beato's eyes. Anyone in that place would be able to figure it out just by looking. Okay, we need a witch battle. Predecessor, there is something I find very strange. Why do you have to play a game with that person from another world, and have them accept that you are a witch? Well, about that. That's because making all humans accept the existence of witches is related to perfect control. Ooh. Wait. Okay, this is important. We're getting some motive here. That is... Humans accept the existence of witches. I'm just typing this quote in the notes. Okay, that's really good to hear. I've heard only good things about this game, and I've very much enjoyed it so far. I think the one thing, and maybe this is just like the lack of my imagination so far, just so if you want to see the note, I did write what she just said. I'm gonna mute the game audio for 1 second so I can talk, so it doesn't come through. I think the only thing with Higurashi that I did prefer a little bit so far, and that may change by the end of this episode or by the end of the 4th episode, is I feel like I had a much easier job of setting up like really big grand theories as far as it related to like what was happening in Higurashi, and I feel like with this game, because there's so much going on and there's like this constant interplay between how much is magic, how much is real, and this constant yo-yoing back and forth that's like mind fucking with me, I kind of feel myself like disarmed at some points and having a hard time making a theory. But that's about the only thing. Okay, game audio back. Let me lock this so I don't see that fucking overlay on my side monitor the entire time. And of course I just unlocked it. Yeah, that's kind of like my feeling that, I don't know if you've played Higurashi or not, Mythak, but like, I feel like with this game, there's just so much going on. Like, there's just a fucking, like a smattering of so many things, where with Higurashi, it was like, not that there wasn't so much, but it was so much more like fed to you bit by bit, and it led you down the wrong path, but holy fuck, this game is just like, oh yeah, by the way, oh wait, but funny enough, Joe's actually the reason why I'm even playing this game right now. I've had this game bought for like 3 or 4 years. No, it's good. It's fine. You don't have to know about it. It's just in relation to it. But I've had this game bought for like 4 years, and I've been meaning to play it. And then I saw Joe playing it, and I was like, I want to watch Joe play it, but I'm not going to get it spoiled for me, so I have to play it first. So I'm hoping to finish it before he finishes it, which I think I will. But why is it that you need that human's approval? Witches are witches, and they use magic. Why do you need a human's acknowledgement for this? Well, like I said earlier, that which is called magic is... I'm a witch. I can use magic without anyone's approval in particular, so what's your point? In this world, right? However, since he will not accept it, how should I explain this? I don't need an explanation. After all, isn't this about a different world that never crosses with this one? In other words, it's just as though that world doesn't exist. Excuse me. Whether you're fighting in a game in another world, or talking about your delusions, that doesn't change anything. I'll say it again. It has nothing to do with me, and I'm already a witch. Predecessor, somehow or another it seems that you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't accept you. But I'm different. I'm literally built different. Even though no one has accepted me, I'm already an excellent witch. Since you are my predecessor, I will formally pay you respect, but that is out of goodwill, not out of duty. I do not seek your advice anymore, and I understand clearly what I should do now and how I should play from now on. So I will carry out the ceremonial murders of the 13 people as a final act of respect for you. However, as for the methods I use, and what I do after that, there's absolutely no reason I should be lectured by you on those. Therefore, I'll be counting on you in that regard. At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. They were saying, as clear as could be, I have no more reason to rely on you, so don't get in the way of my fun. Beato understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand. I see. Then it is no longer my problem. Go and learn firsthand how magic ceases to exist when you lose your feelings of respect for it. That carefree rampage of yours up until now, I would dearly like to hear how it can be called respect. I wonder if Beatrice has some, and by Beatrice I mean the real Beatrice, okay? I only respect one Beatrice. And I wonder if there's something to do with the fact that she wants to be able to cross, well, I mean, she kind of just said it there, that it feels like she wants to have the ability to use magic to cross over into the actual other world and be able to still have magic ability there. Again, I still don't know the whole broad scope right now of thinking about why would somebody want the acceptance or the approval. It seems like the way she's wording it is though Battler is someone that might have like the highest resistance, so if she can crumble this person, like every other dominoes should fall in place, but I don't know, it's just a little bit hard to imagine her whole motive behind everything right now, but again, the episode 4, dude, we might even have like a fucking theory stream that's in between episode 4 and starting the answer arcs, because there's like so much shit to go over. After hearing that, Beato could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her master. So, Chiester sisters, my predecessor is just leaving, please see her off. Predecessor, please retire from this place. If you don't, we'll be scolded. Throughout her body, Beato felt something invisible in the Chiester sisters' eyes, which could only be described as an oppressive feeling. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. Even Beato could not escape from the Chiester sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew down to her very soul how terrifying they were. Predecessor, if you would retire, I would not recommend damaging Beatrice's mood any further. That's crazy, bro. They've switched to calling her predecessor instead of referring to her as Beatrice because they're all scared. You fucking absolute bitches. Okay, we need Beatrice to get her get back. Alright. I shall now take my leave. I shall take my time appreciating the circumstances you will put yourself in. That was as close as you could get to a loser's last resort, or retort. So after Beato hit herself, the witch and her furniture fell over laughing. Oh, bro, I need you guys to get your fucking comeuppance. Well, I understand. Endless power is fun. The joy of freely toying with a life, the epitome of finite things, cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it. Beatrice is going to give the argument about why you shouldn't cheat in Daedric armor at the start of Skyrim right here, because once you use it to its full limits, and you abuse it, it's not fun. I can understand the feeling of being possessed with that pleasure. It must have been quite fun, judging from your antics in the past. Are you saying it is like how you used to admonish me in the past, Master, and I did not listen? Why is it that you have started trying to scold that child for her actions? Well. There's a single large difference between you and that child. That child may already be a witch. Of course, you are also a witch. In the world on top of the game board. However, to be accepted as a witch outside the game board, you need to have your opponents in this game, Battler, accept you. You must have understood that when you started the game. I thought that if I could show off a whirlwind of proof that I'm a witch, blow away his feelings that made him deny me, and break him completely, he would accept me as a witch. It all went my way last time, so I thought I was just a breath away. It's actually the opposite. Battler was shocked by your brutality, and the reason he stepped up as your opponent was not because he accepted you as an equal opponent, it was based on a strong animosity, as he tried to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch. In your foolishness, you probably felt that Battler considering himself as your opponent was a first step towards making him accept that you are a witch. However, it was actually the exact opposite. Battler challenged you in this game because he definitely would not accept you as a witch. No matter how much the thoughtless north wind blew, the traveler only wore his cloak even tighter. You were committing a huge error from the very beginning. This game is not torture to break Battler. It is a test in which you must work hard to make Battler accept you. I vaguely, realize that. Last time it was a tough game for Battler, but it seems that you've already noticed. This time the game is tough for you. What should I do from now on? Think about it yourself. Fortunately, you have already abandoned being a piece on the game board and relegated things to the new witch. You should have time to deliberately ponder upon yourself. But Battler's already a big ball of hostility. He won't accept witches and he won't accept me. In that case, how do I make Battler accept me then? Are you saying that if the north wind doesn't work, then I should shine on him as the sun from now on? I should, after all this time? It is October now, the Halloween season. It is the month of rebirth when the sun dies and is revived again. When the sun is weak, right after reviving, it may pale in comparison to the cold winter winds. However, it slowly grows and is eventually able to hail the coming of spring. At that time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak. So you say that I'm mistaken? Apparently, yes. The beautiful hall of the Ushirimiya mansion was covered in a glow like gold leaf. This is like a point that is sort of important to think about like what the... I guess that's like the big thing that we're trying to figure out is like, what is the motivation? Because if we can find the motivation, we can also probably reason backwards to the identity of Beatrice if, you know, this is like not... Again, I'm still like totally mind-fucked about how much is magic, how much is real. So I got no clue, but regardless. Stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. Meanwhile, Hideyoshi's still sitting there like, damn, guys, that was crazy. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Kiri had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. Well, unless you're Kinzo, in which case you have an extra toe on both feet, so you could actually do 12 instead of 10, but... The witch was breathing so hard, her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide the ragged breathing caused by her uncontainable excitement. That's what she said. How fun it is to do as I will with this life and death of people. Before the power of the endless witch, every one of the infinities I paint with my mind becomes reality. No matter how sloppily I mash them, I can revive them, returning them to normal with just a snap of my fingers. Yeah, I think, I guess it depends like how much time is left at the end when I finish chapter 4, but there's gonna be a lot of shit for theorizing. The problem is like, it's gonna fucking hit a wall at a certain point. Because I felt like in Higurashi, you probably could put together who the final person was and who the villain was, but there was also a lot of info that was still kind of covered from you until the last 4, and I imagine this game will be somewhat similar, that you can maybe get like an inkling of who it is or sort of an idea, but there's obviously going to be pieces to the game that you're not going to know until the answer arc because it's stuff that's just unrevealed to you. But definitely going to be, it'll probably be a few hours at least of sitting there being like, man, what the fuck is going on? Because in the end, I just have to return the corpses to normal and make a token show of following the epitaph. I don't like this Beatrice, I want her gone. Hey you guys, have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open? Never. What about you, 4-5? No, I've never done it. My apologies. Of course not. Normally you wouldn't. Especially not if it was a stuffed animal you liked. But I've always thought about it. I wondered what was packed inside this fluffy stuffed animal that I love so much, and always thought I'd like to peek inside one day. If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So even though you want to see, you can't. You understand that feeling, right? The power of the Endless Wish can grant exactly that wish. As I am now, I can slice the stuffed animal all I want. And yet with a bit of magic, I can revive it back to normal. In other words, it means that I have broken all limitations in this world. As I am now, I don't have to hesitate, refrain, or anything of the sort. That joy, there's probably no one who can understand it. No one other than me, the Endless Witch. As the witch let out a euphoric cry, she revived Rudolph and Kiri again, and faster than they could realize, she killed them right away. As she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two. It is possible, but I feel like you also have to be like a... You have to be able... Okay, he's actually watching! He's watching! You probably can figure it out, but you would have to be like... You'd have to be able to like translate like hieroglyphics and read enchanting table off the back of your hand. Give it a rest, Ava. Huh? Ah, you. You're here. In that hall of tragedy, Hideyoshi showed himself, his gun readied. Yeah, I have some theories. Like I have. So currently, I'm circling the drain on 2 people. We'll see what goes on. But the witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He'd probably picked up Rudolph or Kiri's gun and come back. I forgot, yes, because he gave his gun to Kiri. It seemed that the gun, which should have been something to be feared, was no longer an object she took seriously now that she was overflowing with magic power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest. I need to find out. I know Beatrice is going to get her get back, and I'm just trying to think how she's going to get it. Why'd you have to kill Rosa and Maria? And Rudolph and Kiri? Huh? I'm the head of the Ushirimiya family and the Witch of Rokenjima. I'm free to start whatever I like on this island. Just isolating this one instant and asking about their life and death within it is meaningless to me. Hideyoshi was struck speechless by that all too callous response from the witch. Could someone's personality change so much just by finding Kinzo's gold? See, this is weird because the way that he talks like this is the other thing too, right? Hideyoshi doesn't know Ava when she was young. Because he married into the family. Well, actually, we don't know when he met Ava, but I would imagine that he didn't meet her when he was... Yeah, to be fair, that is true. Like, when you go back and you look at Higurashi, it is kind of crazy when there's all these things that are staring directly at you. That's kind of the good thing about a good mystery, right? Like, it's so much better when you have the things that are, like, dangling right in front of your face. I'll definitely, well, when I'm done the game, I'm definitely going to watch Joe's playthrough, and it'll probably be pretty obvious. Hopefully he's done by at that point. But yeah, I imagine it'll be pretty fucking obvious, but I guess that's the fun of it. Just how high was that gold piled? I can't even imagine it. It must have been enough to make you lose your sanity. But, to circle back to my point, I imagine that Hideyoshi did not know Ava when she was this age, so it's interesting that she's referring to her as Ava. And it's interesting that Rudolph is... I'm gonna put this in the notes. I don't know when Hideyoshi and Ava got married. But he didn't... I'm gonna say, I would wager that he didn't know Ava at the age that Ova, also just as a... The Ava Beatrice I call Ova because when we first saw her, she didn't have a name. I just called her Other Ava, so we shortened it to Ova. So if you're wondering in the notes whenever you see Ova, that's why. Okay. Just how high was that gold piled? I can't even imagine it. It must have been enough to make you lose your sanity. Still, if there was that much gold, why didn't you think of graciously splitting it up? You misunderstand. All of that belongs to the Golden Witch. No one is qualified to touch it except for me. What are you? Are you trying to say that... Okay, now he's gonna like literally bunker bust the theory I was just putting forward. What are you? Are you trying to say that you're that thing Ava told me about long ago? The witch Ava was from when she was young? That's right. I am me in my youth, who was always living in the heart of your wife. Okay, so once again I just got literally insta bunker busted. Okay. That's right. I am me in my youth, who was always living in the heart of your wife, Ushirimiya Ava. And I'm a witch. Ava became an adult by forgetting me, so she can't use magic. Everyone fills their heads sometimes with innocent yet cruel fantasies as kids. Even me when I was young, I'd sometimes go around stepping on ants and pulling the wings off... Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. That's a bit cruel. But you learn the importance of life, and you grow out of that cruel childhood age. Right now, you really are a child, you know? A personality that Ava should have outgrown. That's not Ava. It's a different human. That's right. I am not Ushirimiya Ava. I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. It's so fun not being bounded by any limitations, and the pleasures of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly wonderful. I don't have to apologize for breaking the goldfish bowl, and I can tear the stuffed animal as much as I want. A dry sound. It was that sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. So apparently, you know, they can dodge like bullets because they move so fast, but they couldn't predict that he was going to slap you? Interesting. By looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek. But, you dolt. Don't act like you're cruel, not when you're really a coward and a weakling. I'll keep you on the straight and narrow, you wicked woman. You dumbo. Nitwit. Ow! Ouch! Hey! You used to be a woman who understood how important, how fragile a life is. I'll knock some sense back into you. What's all this about witches? What a load of crock. You're my wife, Ushirimiya Ava, a witch of the kitchen. That's so fucked up. I know he's probably saying it like, I love your cooking, like you're magic in the kitchen, but I'm just thinking this in the most like 1950s like Get back in the gun. That's fucking crazy. Oh god, no! I didn't mean to control that. Fuck. You're my wife, Ushirmiya Ava, a witch of the kitchen, thoughtfully whipping up snacks from leftovers in the fridge. That's the only witch you are. Open your eyes, you blundering dolt. Didn't I just say that I'm not Ushirmiya Ava? That's horse crap. You. As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. So, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. Oh! That gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's body, was floating in the air. Is it gonna be Beatrice? Like the goat Beatrice? And smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain was slowly spreading across— oh no, Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet was embedded in Hideyoshi's chest. Wait, what? Ava. Wait, what? Are they saying— oh, I see. They're saying that like she magically manipulated it. What the fuck? Sorry. Is it Rudolph's gun? Yeah. Hideyoshi is shot in the back with the gun near Rudolph's body. Oh, okay. Ava. I told you, I'm not Ava. What a stupid, annoying man. You're a pain, so such the sacrifice for the sixth twilight to you. If you'd just stayed hidden under a bed quivering or something, I'd plan to let you go. You deliberately came back. You really are a stupid man. Thunk. There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though he would be able to escape his pain by dying, he resisted that until the last second. And staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he had died without closing his eyes, for a short while the witch didn't realize that he was dead, and she remained pinned down by that gaze. Will we make this one a new toy and play? Nah. At those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead. Right. What'll we do? The Chiester sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined an order even more brutal than before from their master. But the expression that rose to the witch's face looked as though she had gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it. This guy totally ruined my mood. Yeah, I'm done. Ronove, you there? Yes, hello, I'm there. I'm a cuck. Yes, right here. I like to watch. Clean up, please. My predecessor will be annoying. Please make it clean enough so that the old hag will accept it. And I guess I will follow the rules of the ritual, out of responsibility to my predecessor. Please make these 3 corpses the 4th twilight through the 6th twilight. Lucifer, you're up. Lucifer the Proud, right here. Dig into these 3 corpses and gouge them. Into the corpses? That's right. You have a problem with that? No. The 7 sisters of Purgatory had a modest sense of pride. It was the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that feeling. Of course, that was not the witch's intention, but for the 7 sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already messed up, with 2 of the sisters already defeated, which I just added a word there because already isn't in that sentence. They had no right to question her. Only Ronove appreciated that, and he rested his hand on her shoulders in understanding. It is Beatrice's order. Lucifer, carry the 3 and deal with them according to the protocol of the ritual. Then, when you are done, lend me a hand with the cleanup. Certainly. The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse as though implying that this somehow weird atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's fault. Stupid man. He didn't even have to die. Honey! Honey, where are you? You're there, right? Answer me! The sound of a loud thunderbolt woke Ava from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at that time, her fearful heart would probably have been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had sworn that he wouldn't leave even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room. Honey? Answer me. Honey! End of chapter. Too easy. I predict this shit every time now. Every time I know when it's ending. Okay, we're moving literally like 15 minutes forward. Wonderful. The definition of a witch. Finally, bro. Like, let's figure it out. What chapter is this? Is this 15? 15. Okay. 30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late. And Kraus and Natsuhi, who were waiting by the entrance, were now about as restless as they could stand. The chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key was stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return. They really are taking too long. You don't think something happened to them? Kraus glanced between the clock and the door, struggling to feign composure. If by some chance they were to not return... Terrible thought. But it looks as though we should ready ourselves for that possibility. He really was reckless after all. That is what I said. Why did they go outside when they knew it was this dangerous? I want to check something here in the character tab. Again, interesting they don't show them as dead, but I guess because it's not knowledge yet. Because if we look at the human side, it doesn't show until they discover the bodies. Is there? No, there's no message for this. It was, if Maria's death hadn't been murder, it might have been, yeah. It was this very woman who became the sacrifice for the birth of the new witch, and then her blood became the red ink for the witch's oath. Interesting. There was another time where there was murders where there was a connected note. It was at the start of chapter 2. So, interesting. That is what... Oh, I already read that. How foolish. Why go outside even though Rosa had just been attacked? Nothing will come from saying that now. In any event, there are now 3 adults in the guest house. Me, you, and Ava, who's asleep with a high fever. At that time, there was the forceful sound from the hallway of a door being opened and Ava's shrieking voice. That voice kept calling Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though the high fever had given her a bad dream or something, and now she was calling her husband's name. Ava-san. Oh fuck, wow, I actually said honorific by accident. Then Higurashi all the time too. What is it? Are you alright? Where's my husband? My husband isn't here. He promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. He promised he'd hold my hand the whole time. Kraus was taken aback by this attitude of hers, which she had never shown in front of him before, but Natsuhi understood her feelings. Natsuhi, my goat. Calm down. Hideyoshi is with Rudolph and Kiri, and they're outside right now. Outside? Why? He promised that he'd stay with me the whole time. Why did he go outside? You mustn't go outside. The witch is outside. You mustn't go. You'll be killed. Ava, calm yourself. Hideyoshi is back in the mansion with Rudolph and Kiri. Why did he have to go to the mansion? Why did you let him outside when it's safe in here? Why did he go back to the mansion? They went to get enough food to last until tomorrow. Hideyoshi was worried about your health, and he told us so. When will they come back? When will he come back? He can't go outside, not to the Rose Garden, not to the mansion. The witch is there. The Golden Witch is walking around. If she finds him, he'll be killed. He'll definitely be killed. When will my husband come back? They left here 30 minutes ago. We're waiting for their return. 30 minutes? That makes no sense. Why would it take him so much time to go to the mansion, get food, and come back? And why are you two just standing around here? We have to go get him. Quick, we have to go to where he is. Ava had probably had quite a nightmare. Bad writing. Using the same word twice in a row. Come on, you could have just said Ava probably had quite a nightmare. Come on. And after waking up and discovering that it still wasn't over, she could no longer hide her confusion. Natsui tried calming her down, but it only made Ava's emotions explode all the more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. The lobby door opened slightly, and Battler and the kids, who should have been upstairs, poked their faces out. What the flip's going on? Kraus, Natsui, Ava, and Battler, George, Jessica, Nanjo. Everyone in the guest house was gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation. I agree with Mother. We should go check on Father and the others. Yeah, you're right. There's also the chance that their load is too heavy and they're having trouble carrying it. Okay, Spike Spiegel, calm down. They should welcome some extra hands. Rosa was attacked not too long ago. There's a possibility this is a second disaster. We should act without caution here, or we should act with caution here, and... Don't be ridiculous! Act with caution in what? Are you saying we should stand by and let my husband die when he might be praying for help? I'm going to look. The cowards can stay here. Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her expression, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head. I'll go too. You will too, right, Battler? The more people, the better. Sure. Auntie Ava, we're coming even if you tell us not to. I'm coming too. I'll be damned if I'm going to be the only one hiding where it's safe. Jessica, you must not go outside. You are to stay here with me. Do you understand? She was essentially implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so it was pointless to go outside. Natsui also realized that she had made a deep gouge in Ava's heart, but she said those words strongly as Jessica's mother. You're right. That'd probably be best. Nissan, you and your family keep watch over the guest house. This is my family's and Battler's family's problem. God, there's a lot of SSSS. And I wonder if Dr. Nanja would come too. Oh, I don't really like doing too much. Just in case of the worst. Well, the thing is, the sloth sister died. They can just resurrect Nanja as a sloth devil, because honestly, bro, he's kind of about the same. Oh, God. In the hall of the mansion, Battler, Ava, George, and Nanjo found the bodies of Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi. The fourth twilight through the sixth, and the corpses were pierced through the forehead, chest, and stomach with those demon stakes. Yes. Into Rudolph's forehead, Hideyoshi's chest, and into Kiri's stomach. One demon stake buried into each. Clothing on all three was disordered, and because of this, it is thought that they had been fighting or running away. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. It's a little bit, probably nothing. Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi had their clothes all ruffled up. Probably were running or fighting prior. With stakes in their forehead, chest, and stomach. Horrible. Just like usual. Ronove's like, damn. Even though Ronove knew it would be superfluous, he thought that maybe he should tell Battler. In actuality, the witch had killed them in a much more horrible way. Beato had advised the witch to restrain herself, which was why the corpses had been left so undamaged. The new and brutal witch, thinking that all she needed to do was get the gouge with the stake part right, might even have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa and Maria's corpses would probably have been especially striking. If they had been killed as the Golden Witch had wished, just how gruesome would the exposed corpses have been? Beato had changed that into a kind of killing that Battler would have called still better. Wanting to have Beato's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about that. But for Battler, that might do more harm than good. To humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Wow, thank you, that's a fucking real astute comment. Oh, I didn't mean to control there. To ask for Beato's feelings to be accommodated on the grounds that she had changed it to a better way of dying might have made it possible for a demon to pardon her, but there was no way it would work the same for a human. Understanding this, Ronove remained silent, even though he knew of Beato's modest effort. Just like usual, let's start by checking whether the corpses are dead. Ronove, please declare it in red. Hey, can't you hear me? Please declare it in red. This is a repetition request. Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi are dead. My apologies. Allow me to decline... Excuse me? Ronove refused to say in red that Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi are dead. Bro, I'm having like the craziest fucking crackpot theory of all fucking time right now, entering into my noggin. If we assume that there actually is two Rokenjimas, right, in the sense that there is a way for us to leap between the two parallel lines. That's actually a really good analogy for it, that if you have the living world and the witch world, or the dead world, whatever you want to call it, I'll call it the witch world, side by side as parallel lines, and there's some way to jump in between them. I wonder if the reason... Fuck. Okay, the thing that I'm thinking is, let's imagine. I'm actually going to make a Danganronpa 2 reference, okay? And I don't even remember if this is correct with what happens at the ends of the event of the game. So again, look, the first use of the spoiler talk. Okay, if you don't want to hear about this, you can skip ahead to when this isn't on screen anymore if you're watching the VOD. And if not, you can mute the stream and I'll unmute. Or I'll get rid of it when it's good. But in Danganronpa 2 at the end of the game, you find out that it's like a virtual reality, right? And the one thing that they talk about is how what happens at the end actually is that they re-upload the conscious of the person. But if the person is dead in the game world, their consciousness in the game world is gone. So it's like you're re-uploading like an empty consciousness back into a body. And so even though the person's body in that world will never wake, they're still dead. I'm wondering if there's some weird thing that if we have two Rokenjimas where there's like the witch world and the other one, if you have people that are being killed in this world, right, in the witch world, let's say that Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, let's say they just got killed in the witch world version of the mansion. Because I already theorized a while ago that I thought there was two mansions. I think I literally said that in episode 2. Now let's imagine that they died in the witch world, right? And then when you go back to the real world, you see that their bodies, they are gouged, but maybe, just maybe, because this is the interesting thing, right? Maria and Rosa are actually dead, right? Now and again, I might be totally crackpot theorying this, and then literally in 2 seconds, oh, also I can get rid of this. In like 2 seconds, Ronove might say like, oh yeah, by the way, they are dead, and he'll bunker bust me like Hideyoshi did earlier. But I've had kind of this feeling for a while that when you have the 2 worlds, the witches can only appear in the witch world, and you can only have the human stuff in the human world. So Maria and Rosa were actually just killed in the human world, in that fucked up way. But I have a funny feeling that what actually happened here is that they died in the witch world. They did whatever they did to Rudolph Kirin Hideyoshi's body with gouging them, right? But it might be that unless like both versions are dead, you wouldn't like say they're dead, if that makes sense. So that's kind of like the crackpot theory that we're rocking with right now. That if there's 2 theories and you kill somebody in the witch world, it doesn't necessarily kill them in the human world. So now, when we're walking around in the human world, and Ronove is like, oh yeah, by the way, like, I can't confirm that, because they might not be dead. They might just be in like a form of stasis, where for all intents and purposes, they like might as well be dead. But, you know, we don't know that. That's a crackpot theory that we're rocking with for the time being. Again, I'm not gonna 100% like tie my camel to this theory, but this is just, you know, we're throwing shit in every direction, trying to find something that sticks, so. My apologies. Allow me to decline from repeating that. What? That's so sudden. What are you planning? By now, proclaiming the death of the victims in red was almost given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. So when Ronove declined as his first move, Battler was dumbfounded. My apologies. I hereby humbly relinquish my right to be Milady's agent. Accordingly, I cannot repeat that in red. The only one qualified to repeat that is Milady. Oh, he's trying to find a way to get her back in the game. It is a valid point. Ronove is but an agent for Beato's side. If Ronove steps down from the position of agent, and Battler will not accept Beato as an opponent, a new agent must be created. Sorry, I was taking a drink. There is no new agent. Please, Battler. Please accept Milady as your game partner once more. Damn, Ronove. He really likes to be cucked, man. He wants to watch Beatrice answer and talk to me. After just watching the people get killed, he doesn't do anything himself, man. Sorry, but that's not happening. I definitely won't accept that unpleasant, ruthless bitch as my opponent. Refusing to accept that is a reason I won't abandon this game. Regarding your point about Milady being unpleasant, I apologize in her stead. I shall obtain Milady's pledge that she will not take an unpleasant action again, or will not take unpleasant actions again. Yeah, right. Battler, I also apologize as that child's master. I will give her a thorough talking to, so would you please forgive her just this once? Hey, quit that. Hey, he's turned into, Chiaki. You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy. And no matter how much you guys apologize, it won't reach my ears. If Beato can say that from her own mouth, well, it's not like I'm gonna listen to her. Alright, if that is the only condition under which you will accept that child again, let us have her apologize. Ronove, call for that child. Is that alright, Battler? Shh, do whatever you want, but don't expect me to forgive her. Go on, call for that irritating witch. You have my thanks, Battler. I will call her now. Milady, Battler is calling for you. After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beato's form. It was much more docile than the way she had appeared before now. Did you call, Ronove? I believe you heard. Is there anything you have to say from your own mouth? Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. It looked as though Beato shrunk slightly under Battler's cold gaze. Several times Beato made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well. And she was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with frozen hands. I don't know if that's awkward, but even as she did that, the game board was proceeding. In the hall, they had just found the bodies of the new victims and had broken down crying. Okay. Dad. Kiri. I have to wait whenever it does. I don't have the thing. I can't advance the text. Oh, honey. Honey. Mother, stay strong. You're not the only one who's crushed and sad. Wow, I have my 4th line of this episode. Sorry. They probably died instantly. Even if we had arrived immediately after they fell, I'm sure that it would have been too late. After they fell? Interesting. No, it wouldn't. He would definitely have been alive. His chest was stabbed with this thing. My husband must have died in extreme pain. If we had come faster, he would have been saved. I just know it. I just know it. Badler, I know it's horrible, but you have to stay strong. I'm fine. I really am, Aniki. Let me cry just a bit longer. Compared to you people, this is nothing. I should be the least sad. So if you let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine. That isn't true. I can understand how much it must be hurting your heart to have lost both parents. I still have my mother. I've got it much better than you, Badler. No, you haven't. You have it the worst, George. I understand, Aniki. Out of all of us, you're the most devastated and the most in pain. I know that. So I can't keep on sniveling like this. Why do you say that? To me, Dad and Kiri were people I'd eventually part with when I became an independent adult. Since their parents, it's fated that they died before their children. I don't know about fated, but you know, hopefully. Weird thing to say hopefully too, but it's just that it happened a little early. But it's not like that for you, Aniki. You didn't just lose a parent you'd part with eventually. You also lost someone who should have lived your whole life with. You should have lived your whole life with. You lost Shannon as well. Oh, thanks for reminding him. It's not like human lives have different weights. Okay. Do I want to make a controversial take? They don't have different weights, but like, there's mitigating factors and additional factors, right? Life is precious, okay? But this is a cap here, bro. I think most people would say a baby's life is more precious than an old person's, and that doesn't mean that an old person's life doesn't matter, okay? We don't need to get into some weird eugenics thing. I'm just saying, okay? But let's not get into that. But still, the longer the life they had in front of them, the longer the future you'd have built together, the sadder their death is. Okay, well, he's coming back around, okay? Aniki, you were engaged to Shannon, weren't you? You promised that you'd build a life and a home together in the future, didn't you? Compared to how huge that future was, compared to how huge that happiness was, my pain doesn't even come close. No one would blame you for crying so much more. And yet, just because you're like a big brother to us cousins, you force yourself to act like everything's all okay. Stop it, Badler. You're fucking reminding me. I know my fiance's dead. Fuck you. George was trying to make a calm smile, but he couldn't any longer. He couldn't any longer stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face. How could I possibly not be sad? I think of Shannon and all the futures we imagined together. We talked of so many dreams. The 100 years of our human lives would never have been enough to make them all come true. Of those dreams, not even the very first one. Having her move into my family register, we couldn't even have that. So how could I possibly not be sad? Compared to that, like I said, I have no right to cry anymore. When even you're holding back, Aniki, what right do I have to shed any more tears? We're the same, you and I. Both of us feel the exact same sadness from losing the ones we love. There's nothing saying you don't have the right to cry compared to me. And there's nothing saying I have to hold back my tears any longer either. Aniki. Ooh. Shannon and I always talked about our future together. And now she's dead. Okay, damn. We see it. We see you, bro. And my dad, he's dead too. It hurts. It really hurts. As Badler and George tightly hugged each other, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for those people important to them. I knew it was coming, dude. Do you understand why I said that George is in the most pain? I was listening, so I understand. The sadness is proportional to the length of time they would have been spent together in their lives after that. Of course, you can't calculate it just like that, though. We humans aren't like you witches. We have a finite time we're alive to the moment we die, and we live it with our utmost strength. I can't forgive anyone who makes light of that, never mind someone who sneers at it and toys with it. A person like you, whose very concept of death is all screwed up, probably can't understand that. It isn't just the length of time we live afterwards. Sneering at the lives of people living with all their strength, that's what I can't forgive the most. George has gone through his life hell-bent on doing his best. He must have shown up today with heroic determination in order that he could marry Shannon. I think I butchered that, I'm going back. He must have shown up today with heroic determination in order that he could marry Shannon. Weird phrasing, it's completely different from me. A guy who was just feeling happy to be able to meet his cousins again for the first time in ages. But still. Beato, for now, stay silent and listen. In a way, I do understand where you're coming from. You say that you need to continue murdering according to that weird epitaph for your own resurrection. So if I keep the circumstances of your position in mind, I can just barely understand your murders. Because for you, that is a necessary action. In that case, all further unnecessary actions are your own meaningless, cruel hobby. In other words, if killing 6 people for the first Twilight is a necessary action for you, all that show of crushing their faces and splitting their stomachs and stuffing them full of sweets is your own completely unnecessary preference for cruelty. I absolutely cannot forgive this aspect of you. When Auntie Rosa was repeatedly killed in horrible ways, you said she'll be brought back to life in the end, so it doesn't matter how she kills her. Or something like that, I hear. Virgilia told me. That was... well... The idea that you can kill them as many times as you want as long as you bring them back to life in the end is a completely unnecessary action of toying with a life, isn't it? If you're gonna kill them, get it over with. Don't toy with them. If you aren't going to kill them, then don't tease them. Battler coming out, anti-torture? Wow, bold take. You're taking advantage of the fact that you can do as you will with people's lives, and you've forgotten the sanctity of life, so I can't accept you. I definitely can't accept as my opponent a person who doesn't know the weight of a life and the sadness when that life is lost. That is why the Endless Magic is known as a black art. An Endless Witch has no concept of the finite. They have no concept of the finite, of the end that is implied by breaking and killing. For that reason, Endless Witches sometimes treat the gap between life and death as if it were a Chinese jump rope, and start jumping back and forth over it. That is a very, very frightening thing. That is why as an Endless Witch, and out of my own desire, I never reached your level. So she's saying she purposely didn't reach the depths of her magic because it's bad. Virgilia had told Beato that countless times before, but Beato had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She had been too wild. She had been too possessed by that detestable pleasure. I had always been told not to break vases, but that's what made me want to break them someday. Then when I gained the Endless Magic, and I learned that I could fix it back to normal no matter how much I broke it, I was surprised at how fun it was to break a vase. That is called the forbidden honey. People are not captivated by what's inside, they are captivated by the lock that seals it. It is truly deplorable. I want to ask you, Virgilia, why does this thing called the Endless Magic exist? For what purpose does it exist in this world? It is not limited to the Endless Magic. All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world. Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna just put this down here. All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world. I'm just putting this in the notes. Interesting. We'll put after that, like an Elon Musk tweet. Interesting. ... After everything that has happened, it may be difficult for you to believe, Battler, but we witches train in order to bring blessings to the human world, to become a bridge between humans and those who are not human. Okay, I'm also putting this down. Witches seek to be the bridge between humans and that which is not human. How the hell does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over help the human world? When a vase that is an important memento is broken, if by fixing it everyone will regain their smiles, I would repair it with magic as many times as necessary. However, I would not be fixing it in order to break it again, I would be reviving it to give humans happiness. In that case, so this is once again quite literally the definition of Beatrice forgetting her ends for her means and mixing them up. In that case, Beato, you fail as an Endless Witch. There's something that's just come to me. Why do I keep going on with this strange game against you? Maybe this isn't a game to make me submit. Could it be a test for you to be accepted as an Endless Witch in its true meaning? Valor poses that this game actually exists as a test for Beatrice to become a true Endless Witch. Not one obsessed with killing and abusing the power, never progressing towards the true end of all magic. I don't know about that. The reason I proposed this game to you was simply as a way to kill time. There was no one's ulterior motive. Just now I heard a definition of a witch from Virgilia. By that definition, you, Beato, are not even a witch. You'd be an apprentice who's in the middle of her training and who's misunderstood, or who misunderstands her own power. This was supposedly a fight between a witch and a human. In that case, someone like you, who isn't a witch, is not qualified to be my opponent. Understand? I am still only an apprentice, you say. Then when will I be accepted as your opponent once again? When can we resume this game? Who knows? At the very least, it isn't now. When you fully understand what I've said, and become a real witch, I will probably accept you as my opponent in this game once more. I can't understand if you say it so abstractly like that. Clearly tell me what I could do, or I should do, to earn your forgiveness. No. I've said enough. You think about the rest. I said everything I want to say. If you can't understand it, try talking with Virgilia and Ronove. A brat like you should start off by listening to what the adults say. Virgilia, I will suspend the game for now. Not that Ronove has stepped down as representative. All we can do is wait for Beato to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent. Understood? Until Beato has been accepted as having gained those qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent. Is that alright with you too, Beato? I have no objections. I want time and a place where I can think at a leisurely pace. May I take my leave now? Yeah, sure. Well then, see you later. Wait, don't make that dejected face. Sorry about that. Letting everything inside my heart show up on my face is part of my personality. I cannot deceive. In that case, there's hope for you yet. Let me promise you one thing. In this game with you, I might win, and I might lose. It's also possible that it'll be a victory by default for me if you don't come back. At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully. However, I definitely won't be the one to step down. I definitely won't give you a victory by default. I will keep on waiting here for you to sit there again as my worthy opponent. Battler. Thank you, Battler. I will definitely come back and be accepted by you. Beato showed him a very slightly hopeful smile and disappeared. Looking at that expression, Battler strongly believed that her face could tell no lies. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's get back to this. Oh my god, they're all dead! 7 survivors returned to the guest house once again. By now it was clear that those who went outside would not be able to return alive. Rudolph's group had gone out holding 2 guns and 1 master key, but those had been lost. Okay, important to note here. 2 guns and 1 master key have been lost. I believe there was 4 guns initially in this setting. It was more than clear by now that they'd been stolen by the culprit. Since the windows were closed with the shutters, they wouldn't open even if the culprit had the master key. They sealed the front door and all the other doors onto the outside with chains and further blocked them with sofas and tables. Even if the culprit decided to break in through violent means, it wouldn't be easy for them. At this point, the typhoon may actually be fortunate. If it were clear outside, it might have been possible for them to set fire to the guest house. If it wasn't a typhoon in the first place, the boat would have arrived before noon. I'm not sure you can call that a cloud silver lining. Fair. Ava, how are you feeling physically? Please, try to take it easy. Thank you. I still have a temperature, but now isn't the time to be saying things like that. Now's not the time to be stuck in bed for the children's sake as well. After crying so much in front of Hideyoshi's body, Ava had now gained a strong self-awareness that she was a mother, and her expression conveyed a strong will. Actually, her fever still hadn't gone down, and she was aware of that. Whenever she wasn't galvanizing herself, she felt the fever starting to make her mind hazy again. It's another interesting phrase there. By this point, the first floor was a final line of defense made by Kraus, Natsuhi, and Ava. The children and the guest, Nanjo, had been strongly warned not to carelessly come downstairs. If the culprit used a ladder or something, it probably wouldn't be impossible for them to attack him from upstairs. But it wouldn't be easy for them to break those sturdy shutters from such an unstable position. It was comparatively safer upstairs compared to downstairs. Battler and George had hoped to remain downstairs as well, to fight in the worst-case scenario, but Ava rejected that. In her mind, George was now her only family. It seemed that she didn't even want to expose him to the danger of coming downstairs to the first floor. Kraus and Natsui could also understand that feeling. Interesting. A great deal of time had now passed since they once again barricaded themselves in. In the cousins' room upstairs, Battler, George, and Jessica were sitting dazed, their ears not even registering the TV that had been left on. For a while, Nanjo had been with them and had tried to send them words to cheer them up. But when he realized that he might actually be having the opposite effect, he disappeared into his own upstairs room. George kept looking dazedly at the photographs inserted in his notebook. Though from that time he had taken a vacation in Okinawa with Shannon. Shannon's happy smile was contained in those photographs. Look at this photograph. George could remember the temperature and the humidity, the warmth and the strength of the wind. And even what he had been talking about with her at the time those photos had been taken, as clearly as though it had been yesterday. But to George, they weren't simply photos, but a door to bring back warm memories. In this room, even though the sound of the typhoon and the TV should have entered George's hearing, it was the scenery of Okinawa he had seen with her, her laughing voice, that reached his eyes and his ears. After meeting Shannon, George had made the decision to be reborn. He had sworn to separate himself from the timid person he had once been, easily caught up in the atmosphere, unable to refuse a request, and easily used by those around him. He had resolved himself to become a strong man who would make her life even more joyous. So, if he hadn't met Shannon, the man called Ushirimiya George would probably have lived a very different life. And the George of the different life surely wouldn't have been as excellent a man as he was now, or now was, whatever, same shit. The way he was now, he was for the sake of Shannon. But if that same Shannon was now gone, he found himself wondering why he exists. Isn't it completely meaningless? A deep, deep sadness, as though he himself had become empty. That feeling had tormented him the whole time. He's gonna do the classic, anime thing. It's like, I live for the memory of you, to keep the memory of you alive. The feeling had tormented him the whole time. However, until Battler had told him, he hadn't been aware of the feeling himself. He finally remembered that he should have cried much, much more. So he had cried. Just like Battler, he cried himself dry. By now his eyes were bright red and swollen, and he could not cry anymore. So George did his best to change his way of thinking. He decided to think that he was not meaningless, that he should be grateful to Shannon for giving him such a character. Dead lives are not revived? Well, okay, not in this world. He would have to get over being separated from his beloved. If he were to come after Shannon by killing himself, she would surely be deeply dejected. It would be the same the other way around too. If he died and Shannon chased after him, throwing away her own life, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Got the hiccups. Thank God there's a pause because I'm hiccuping. So he chose to surpass his emotions of sadness and anger. Oh, this is a really good song too. And decided to thank her. Meeting Shannon had made his days rich and full, and had taught him the meaning of working hard for other people's sakes. And as a result, she had shaped him into the person he wanted to be. He thought he should thank her for that. By doing that, he tried to quell his sadness. This is like a guy after he goes through the worst breakup of his life, and he hits the gym and he gets fit or something. He's like, it wasn't good that I got cheated on, and I was gonna make a really out of line comment there. Even after getting cheated on, he's like, well, at least getting cheated on led me to the gym, and I'm healthier now. It's like, okay, bro, this is the fattest cope the world's ever seen, but hey, man, if it keeps you going. By doing that, he tried to quell his sadness, but each time he did, he remembered Shannon's smile. He knew it logically. He understood that grieving any more than this would only make her grieve in heaven, yet he couldn't stop his sadness. Oh wow, we teleported back to the start of Chapter 2. God, guys, I love Chapter 2. Hey, guys. Oh, my own eyes blurry. Aw, what a pretty scene. It's the prologue of Chapter 2. Oh no, we lost so much progress. Really should get water. I'll wait till this chapter's over. Why? There's people dying. Make us this. Oh wow, fuck. Real fucking dude, I swear to God. Every time Battler starts talking, man, it's some dumbass shit. He's better than Keiichi. But let's not pretend either of them are good, okay? Battler muttered. It was as though he was speaking on behalf of all humans. He probably hadn't been asking anyone, but Jessica answered. Partings are always sad, no matter what they're like. But when, for example, the person is old or there's some time it's going to happen, when it's expected in advance and you know it's a farewell that must come sooner or later, you can spend a long time softening the blow of that sadness. Sudden misfortune is probably sad because you aren't allowed even that. Bro, I said this before. I said, the worst thing that could happen is having someone that you know, immediately die, because the immediacy of it is, the worst part. Because you don't even get your time to make your peace with everything as terrible as it is. Versus, okay, let's not get philosophical. Let's not start waxing about terrible losses we've all had in our lives. But, if you ever had, a grandparent or someone that's, wasted away from something, it's still fucking terrible, and it still sucks when eventually they do pass. But you can condition yourself well before it happens to the point where, depending on how bad it was going on, you're maybe they're better off. But, hey. Let's raise the mood back up. I see, yeah. Sure, if they get sick or something and end up bedridden in the hospital for... Bro, he's bringing it back. Why is he's bringing it... Battler, I already went over this. Skip this. For several years, you might be able to ready yourself for it bit by bit, but when it happens suddenly someday, you don't have that much time. The sadness which you should normally spend several years softening closes in on you all at once. No wonder it's tough. Sometimes it might even cause a sadness great enough to leave a scar for life. Enough to leave a scar for life, you say? Isn't that the name of the one track? Quick, play it, top left. Oh, fuck, you missed it. Probably scar for a score or something, I don't remember. It's like grandfather's occult hobby. That was what they whispered about it. That maybe Beatrice was his lover who died a long time ago, and he was so sad that he couldn't pull himself together. And that's why he started sacrificing the rest of his life to research of the occult in order to revive the dead. Okay, we're gonna put this down even though we kind of already knew this. Apparently, well, I shouldn't say apparently. Kenzo did all this in an attempt to deny the fate of his mistress. The real Beatrice. In commas here. If she ever actually existed. I think she probably did. Okay. That's what they said. In that case, grandfather succeeded in that miracle in his last moments. The culprit would be the revived Beatrice when grandfather being reunited with her. In that case, grandfather succeeded in that miracle in his last moments. The culprit would be the revived Beatrice, with grandfather being reunited with her at the moment he was killed. Pretty ironic that he revived her, only then to be killed by her. Even so, grandfather was probably able to meet her. He gambled half of his life, and even though it was only for a short time, he was probably reunited with the woman he wished to see once again. Except he got totally roasted. Probably wanted a bit more than that out of half of life's research. I wouldn't say that. Even if it was only for an instant, grandfather must have been happy to be reunited with the woman he loved. Even if his sin of defying life's providence was punished by God, and his body was burnt and sent down to hell, and even if the reunion he got in return only lasted a very short time, George! I wouldn't care if I met with the wrath of God and had my body burned, even if it was just for a short amount of time. If I could revive Shannon again, I would sacrifice the rest of my life to do the same research as grandfather. 5 minutes would be enough. I just want to talk to Shannon again. Even 1 minute would be fine. In exchange, I wouldn't mind sacrificing the rest of my life. Aniki. When Battler and Jessica realized that their pointless discussion was hurting George, they had no choice but to shut their mouths. George directed his thoughts at Kinzo's life. I saw him sacrifice half of his life to research that no one could understand. And on the last day of his life, he revived the person he loved most, and probably succeeded in his reunion in his final moments. I don't know how much time they were able to spend together. I don't know whether they were given an hour, just 5 minutes. However, in that moment, all of that time he had sacrificed for his research must have been rewarded. Even though he spent decades to gain it, that small amount of time must have been enough to reward him. Bro, he was edging for like how long? Like fucking 30 years he was edging? Bro. Payoff was crazy. It fucking killed him. It was so crazy. Until today, I never believed in the occult or magic or anything. Somewhere in my heart, I even made fun of grandfather's research as nothing more than an indulgence. However, I won't make fun of it anymore. No. To the contrary, I strongly believe that it does exist. Liar. In that power of belief, if that power, see, I misread. That was my fault this time. Okay, not bad phrasing. If that power of belief can become miracles, I'll probably throw away all of my studies up until today. Spend the rest of my life from today onward studying magic. Give me the power of magic, and a miracle which lets me meet Shannon again. Wishing for magic, not something that's really good. Plus, so far in this game, I think it's really only been women, and I guess Kenzo, but kind of, but like the witch part. Haha. Sorry, you two. I must be going mad. If you could revive the dead with magic, people would probably be studying it everywhere around the world. But things like that don't exist in reality. No one studies it. That's because they know that the dead can't be brought back with magic. Sorry for saying such weird things. It's my fault that the atmosphere here has gone so strange. Sorry for making you worry about me, even though this is hard on everybody. Even though I did it to divert myself from my sadness, maybe I did say something strange. If I keep talking about something so weird, I'm sure it won't heal their sadness. But even so, that doesn't mean that I can withstand this silence. I'll go downstairs and get another cup of coffee. My mother is very particular about how to make a cup of coffee. Mind you, he's just like fucking monologuing. They aren't saying anything yet. Does anyone want a refill? Battler and Jessica lightly shook their heads. Without being any more persistent than that, I took my mug and left the room. It's weird that we're now in first person for George. I don't know, that's very odd. I don't like this. Are we still in 15? Yeah, we are, okay. I did visit Dr. Nanjo's room to ask whether he wanted any more coffee as well, but he too said that he didn't want any more. Man, they had coffee and they're like all pissed off about, oh, we need to go get some vegetables. Yeah, man, that'll hold you over until the morning. Fucking zucchini and coffee. Sounds like a great combo. It seemed as though my mother's orthodox method of making coffee wasn't universally appreciated. One time I had Shannon drink some that I brewed by that method, but she told me that while it was delicious, it was a little strong. Put some hair on your chest. If I remember her words. Shannon. It's no good. Even though I left the room to change my mood, the image of Shannon's face that's filling my head hasn't faded in the slightest. The fun days I shared with her were becoming more and more vivid, and I felt saddened that I was not even allowed to see her dead face. All of a sudden, it's like George exploded into gore. According to our parents, it seemed as though she was killed with something that was like a gun or a spear. I'm sure they were just trying to console me, but they had said that her face in death had been very beautiful and peaceful. I wonder if she's wearing the engagement ring I gave her last night. If she accepted my engagement... Sorry, I swear to God, sometimes when I look at this image in particular, I think I did this in Higurashi too, sometimes there was like, scenes where there was like blood. I swear to God, I feel like they're moving. I'm like losing my fucking shit. I could have sworn they actually did move in Higurashi, but I don't fucking know. If she accepted my engagement, she should have it on the ring finger of her left hand. Last night our heads were both full of each other and we weren't composed at all. Shannon had accepted the engagement semi-boldly, but she might have regretted that as a rash action once she cooled her head. She might have taken the ring off. I wonder if she has the ring on now. I at least want to be sure of that much. Ready? He's gonna break the fucking room, bro. He's gonna find a way. He's gonna pop out the window, fall, break his legs, crawl over, find out, die. I want to know her final feelings. However, even if I do check that, it's not as if she'll be revived. Wonder what will happen to her body. It'll decay. Actually, she's furniture. Maybe it won't. After the autopsy, it will probably be immediately cremated. Well, I mean, that would be up to her next of kin or her estate, and I mean, she doesn't really have anybody that's left. It could probably be you, right? They'll never be able to see her face. Even her dead face for all eternity. Bro's going crazy. He's losing it. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Because the shock of losing Shannon. I'm saying all these crazy things. Ready? Am I going a little crazy? I don't want Shannon's body to be burned. If she's burned, she'll turn to ash, and never again will it be possible for her to revive. Yeah, bro, he is losing it. They say that cremation is disliked in Western tradition. Yeah, dude, George is strange, man. They kept glazing this guy for, like, most of the game. They're like, oh, George, oh my god, George. But I don't know, bro. He's not that upstanding. He's kind of just a dude. There's nothing interesting about him. He's almost like so average that he becomes strange. All they keep doing is blowing him. Like, oh, George. Like, okay, bro, we fucking get it. We get it, George. We get it. You're a 24-year-old almost trying to get it with a 16-year-old, bro. Yeah, you're real. You're put together, man. They say that cremation is disliked in Western tradition. Excuse me, aren't most bodies cremated nowadays? I shouldn't say most. There's at least a fair percentage of people that are cremated, but because on the day of resurrection, okay, I get what they're saying now. I don't know if you would say Western tradition, maybe Christian, if you're talking about like rapture. I don't know what the fuck this is on about, but there would be no body to revive. I'm not a theologian, so I don't know. No, I think they said at one point that George is like 23. They said it in like the first episode. I'm pretty sure he's like 23 or 24. All the other cousins are, I think Jessica and Shannon are both 16. Battler is 18. Maria's like 9, something like that. I'm pretty sure George is older by like quite a bit because I mentioned it. It was either in the first or the second episode. It was pretty early on. I think it was the second episode because I made a joke about it in one of the streams. That's what I'm saying, man. He's like, not only are you like dating a servant, which is already kind of like a weird dynamic, but like her being 16 and you're like 23, like, look, I get this is in like the 80s or something, you know, maybe it's a little bit more normal, but come on, man. Guy's trying to like get with the girl that he sees like once a year. Calm down. Because of that, it seems that great criminals in Western history were often cremated after execution as a punishment, and their ashes were sometimes scattered in rivers and such. It's funny because this is how you do it to like honor dead now. In other words, to Western people, death is nothing more than a sleep until the resurrection. It is essential that the corpse is left after death. Yeah, at least then you're like, you know, if he's like 18 or 19, you're like, ah, fuck, it's close enough. But like, I don't know, man. You're like 23. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. In other words, that's because Western people knew of the existence of a miracle. Dude, he is losing his marbles, but that miracle didn't exist in Japan, so we burned them. Now I understand. I understand why grandfather idolized the Western occult. From the beginning, it had all been only for that reason. Just to revive the person dear to him, grandfather spent the rest of his remaining life researching the Western occult. The situation surrounding us right now is abnormal. Grandfather had revived his beloved Beatrice, and that Beatrice had carried out a terrible serial murder, with chains of locked rooms that were impossible without the use of magic. I don't know, man, we kind of described the one chain in this episode. And we busted the one in the last episode, too, so I don't know. The Golden Witch Beatrice. The incarnation of the miracle of the Western occult, and also the culprit who killed Shannon. I should hate that being, and yet for some reason, I want to cling to the hope she represents. I wonder if she could use that miraculous magic that Grandfather spent his life espousing to revive Shannon. According to the Ushirimiya family legend, Grandfather met with her long ago and was given a vast quantity of gold. Then, if I also met her, instead of gold, would she give me Shannon's life? In return, she could impose any kind of devil's contract. For that I would sacrifice all my remaining life. George probably couldn't have believed or noticed that, right behind him, the witch herself stood listening to his voiceless wish. Beatrice had been listening to everything George and the others had to say, since their discussion just now in the cousin's room, because she's trying to learn the value of life. Battler had told her that she didn't know the weight of a human's life, and wanting to understand that in her own way, she had stealthily visited and listened to their discussion. Wow, how fucking fortuitous that they were talking about that exact same topic when she was there. You say that is your wish? If I could grant that, would I be accepted as a witch? Beato looked at the palms of both of her hands. She had handed over most of her previously surging magic power when the new witch had succeeded the name of the Endless Witch. Of course, even now her magic power still made her worthy of being called a witch, but it did not even compare to her previous strength. Even without the endless magic, I am a great witch whose name has thundered through 1,000 years. Reviving the dead is no trouble at all. Inside her head, she thought about several magical methods for reviving the dead. Even magic that she could do easily in the past would be difficult with her current magical power. She thought of something, then clicked her tongue and repeated this several times. In the end, she finally thought of a single spell. But that was a spell that she couldn't use by herself. It was a spell that witches with weak power used that relied on the aid of others. In the past, Beato had looked down upon that type of magic. Therefore, she frantically tried to think if there wasn't any other possible spell. But in the end, she couldn't think of one, and slumped over in self-derision. And then, careful to not to surprise him, she softly called out, softly to George's heart. That's not a good idea. I don't think you're gonna... Isn't this still disgracing the sanctity of life by reviving somebody? Ushirimiya George, can you hear my voice? No, fuck this guy. I'm getting my water now. Fuck this. I'll be right back. One sec. Okay, I'm back. You guys can't hear it, but I accidentally activated my Spotify when I set my headphones down because it hit my key button for play pause. That would have been kind of funny because you would have been listening to... What song was it playing? I could hear it through my headphones when I walked away. You would have been listening to Grace Kelly by Mika as I walked away. But I have my water now. I can hear. Who are you? Are you really the witch Beatrice? Or else are you an illusion created by my sadness? If it's the former, I want you to hear my wish. And if it's the latter, just leave me alone. Conversations in the world of the mind are a lot like those in a dream. Sorry, I'm trying to position my mic back properly now. There we go, that works. When you dream, haven't you ever had the experience of casually accepting something that would have been absurd in the real world? The conversation in this world was like that. So even though the witch appeared and started talking to George, he was not surprised. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. Normally you and I would not be able to talk together like this, however you are strongly conscious of me and wish to have a discussion. So both of our channels are able to match like this. The person who killed Shannon. I don't care if it was you or someone else taking on your name. As long as you exist as a real witch, I would pay any compensation. If you desire my life, you can take it right now. Please, I want you to bring Shannon back to life. I'd just like to be allowed to talk to her for a short while. Or sorry, if that's impossible, then at least I would like to be allowed, please. I require no compensation. I shall grant that wish. Really? You'll really bring Shannon? And the monkey's paw curls. However, my current magic power is not sufficient to use resurrection magic. Therefore, I must rely on your help. If there's something I can do, I'll do anything. Even if that means taking my heart out right here and now, I will not hesitate. I'm telling you that I don't require something like that. I may cast a spell, and a gap would open in the door to Hades. But as I am now, I do not have the power to bring Shannon's soul up through that gap. However, if it were you who has strong feelings for Shannon, you should be able to change those feelings into magic and bring her soul out without fail. What do you say? So she'll open the door and you'll pull her through. Will you help me? Of course I will. If Shannon's life will be revived, I am not afraid to lose everything. George's fist shook in silence. Oh, why are we doing all this for George, man? He's a nobody. Then he slowly regained consciousness. He had been absent-mindedly standing near the window in the hell hall the whole time, his mug still in his hand. And the witch from his dream was there. But what the... It isn't a dream? Be quiet. I am very fragile now. If any more humans appear now, I will not be able to preserve this form. I shall grant your wish, so stay silent for now. Is that alright? George covered his mouth with both hands, forcefully nodding several times. Of course, he gave like an anime reaction. Come on, bro. As he did, I also said this earlier, bro. George needs to like find somebody to fix his fit, because why do you have like a black undershirt with a white tie, and then you have like a fucking puke, like a puke mustard colored yellow-green vest, and then you have like this kind of like pastel green, I don't know what you'd even call that color of green. This shit is so discordant, okay? You need to go to that, I said this last time, I'm reusing a joke, okay? You need to go to that Fashions Men account on Twitter. Go to that guy. Oop, she threw something and I skipped a line. George covered his mouth. Oh, as he did, he almost dropped the mug he was holding. George frantically juggled it around and caught it. He was afraid that if it fell to the floor and made a loud sound, the witch's form might disappear like a bubble popping. He softly set the mug on the floor and stared once again at the witch in front of him. Her form didn't disappear. It wasn't a dream. Come, let us go to the parlor where Shannon sleeps. With the power of your feelings, we will bring back her soul. You say go, but how? My mother and the others are downstairs. There's no way they'd let me go outside. And didn't you just say that you wouldn't be able to preserve your form if another human appeared? Come to think of it, that is true. So Kraus and the rest are downstairs. In that case, we definitely cannot go down. Well then, we just need to go to the mansion without going downstairs, right? It's simple. Beato laughed as though she had thought of a pleasant prank. And with her golden pipe, she lightly tapped on a window with the shutter closed. When she did, 3 gold butterflies appeared from the pipe and opened the lock on the window as though melting it. Couldn't you have also just unlocked the window? But then the window opened without a sound. The shutter beyond it was exactly the same. The clasp unset itself, and without making a sound, it quietly opened. The window opened, exposing the wind and rain outside the mansion. Perhaps because of the direction or something related to the construction of the building, the wind did not blow inside. Because of that, for a while, George felt as though this entrance opening to the outside was a dream or illusion, and he couldn't accept it as real. Come, let us go. Come with me. Whoa! Beato gently floated upwards. It was a natural action, like that of a diver enjoying an underwater stroll. It made it easy to believe that if you acted like she did, you too might be able to float in the sky just as though you were swimming in the water. No, George did believe that. So without thinking, just as she had done, he also gently, as though swimming in the water, he moved his feet. Ah! Oh, not bad. So he learned how to dance with the sky faster than I could explain it. George was shocked to find himself floating in midair like he was swimming. Of course, Beato was also shocked that George, who should have been unacquainted with magic, had learned how to do that just by instinct. To be able to fly in the air, swim in the air. You must not think of the logic, accept it as a natural thing. You must not think back upon the human doctrines such as those from Newton and Einstein. Especially when flying high in the sky, inexperienced witches sometimes fall. I accept it as true. I accept it as true. George repeated those words over and over. He must not deny magic, no matter what. To deny that would be the same as to throw away what might be, his first and last chance to revive Shannon. However, compared to Beato, who was elegantly drifting like smoke, George's movements were clearly similar to someone underwater. Therefore, if he didn't make a movement like kicking his feet in water every once in a while, he would be slowly dragged down by the force of gravity. I shall praise this as being a better performance than the first time I danced in the sky. Here we go. Come with me. Beato beckoned to George and gently flew into the stormy sky. It was just like a scene from a fairy tale. The scene unfolding before George's eyes felt entirely like an extension of his dream. Being able to fly is incredible, but so is the wind and the rain. What's this? Are the wind and the rain tormenting you? I could teach you magic to block against that, but it may be too early for you, and it may be a misuse of time right now. Yes, the magic I need isn't that. Without losing to the wind and rain, George wore a strong-willed gaze. The mansion is coming into sight. Hold out just a little longer. If you fall now, you'll hit the bushes in the rose garden. The undulating rose garden was spread beneath the witch and George's gaze. This fantasy-like scene no longer surprised George. Only the gradually approaching mansion was reflected in his eyes. Shannon, wait for me. I will definitely revive you. I thought we were gonna get the end of the chapter there, I'll be honest. Okay, we're fucking flashbang, thank you. Oh hey, what's up? What's up, Ova? Meanwhile, the cruel new witch could be seen staring at the guest house from a different location. I was about to say, cause you just opened up an entrance, pal. The monkey's paw did actually curl. We're getting Shannon back, maybe. Asterisk, maybe. And we're probably losing a lot of others. Now all that's left is the 7th and 8th Twilights. Just 2 more and my obligation to that predecessor hag is finished. I'll kill Kraus and Natsui. Why? I like Natsui. Fuck Kraus. Fuck that guy. Together like a happy couple. Hehe. How are the targets, yeah? In the lobby on the first floor of the guest house, both targets and Ushirimiya Eva acquired. Measuring anti-magic power. Data link to 410. 410. Data received. Anti-magic power is extremely low. If Ava just goes outside, they're tuna and abalone on a chopping board. Yeah. What would you ask of us, great lady Beatrice? If you give the order, we will snipe right away. Please, your orders. You guys really are convenient furniture. Very different from old second-hand furniture, which only has enough talent to gouge corpses. Right? Giester sisters, please show me your skill again. Prepare to attack. Carry the corpses out again, alright? Because I'll play with them. A lot. No complaints. Okay, Ronove? Yes, certainly. At that time, the witch noticed something, as though some presence had disappeared. Was it her imagination? Did you feel some kind of presence just now? Did any of you feel it? My apologies, I didn't notice anything. Please forgive me. We were in the middle of observing the guest house, so our peripheral surveillance is turned off. What about you, Lucifer? Did you feel a presence? For just an instant, Lucifer sent a glance at Ronove, questioning whether she should answer honestly or not. Ronove gave a small nod in response. No. My apologies, Beatrice. Nothing from us. Forgive us for this stupidity, as we are only second-hand furniture. I see. If a great demon like you says that, then it must have been my imagination. Yeah, they're scheming against her, man. They're trying to get rid of her. The witch stared persistently in the direction the presence had disappeared to. Now it's in the direction of the rose garden. Interesting. Okay, wait, pause. I'm gonna write some notes here. Ova detected a presence that disappeared in the direction of the rose garden. God, my one eye is really dry. Ow. In the direction of the rose garden, when in the process of trying to complete the last 2 Twilights. I wonder what she's referring to. Ronove and Lucifer seemingly lied. They didn't detect anything. Unsure of what this is as of now. And beyond that, she could see the mansion's door. Okay, that's why. Never mind, see? It's called press space and read the next fucking line, dumbass. It took her quite some time before she pushed her unsatisfied feelings aside and once again turned to face the guest house. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, when the chapter ends, I'm gonna get some eye drops. I'm gonna grab eye drops. Because my one eye is really fucking dry. It's bothering me. I'll literally be like 30 seconds. 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Ah, that hurt. Let me put these in. We're on what? Dude, we're getting to the end here. Real magic. Damn right. Real magique, as we say. The actual real magic users. 1 second. I'm gonna put these eye drops in. You'll hear me go, ugh! Because I hate the feeling. Ow, fuck. Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. Apologies. This is like when you go to like the eye doctor. I don't know if this is like... I'm like so jumpy with eye drops. Like every time I put them in, I like always blink right before they hit me, and I'm like... I like jump once they go in. I don't know. I'm a freak with that shit. But it reminds me of going to the eye doctor. And if I don't know if it's the same at everybody's, but they put me in front of this device sometimes, and they make you look into it, and it like puffs air into your eye, and there's always a picture of a fucking like red hot air balloon in it, and I hate it. I hate it every time. It fucking makes me jump like a freak every time, and it's so embarrassing. The other person's on the other side there, and I'm looking in through it, and then they go, okay, just keep staring, keep looking at straight ahead, keep looking, and you go, oh! And you how fucking embarrassing. Okay, whatever, let's get back to the game. Oh, the guest house had been engulfed by silence. The strings of tension which bound Kraus, Natsui, and Ava had already loosened. They were completely tired, and their consciousness was beginning to waver. Every once in a while, they would stand up and walk around pointlessly, fighting their drowsiness. Are you alright, Ava? Please, do take it easy and rest. I told you, I'm fine. The 3 of us are now the only adults. There's no time to rest. I'll guard this place even if I have to go through hell and high water. That's a good Casey Musgrave song. Except I think it's hell. She said hell and. I think the song is hell or, but... She spoke a brave line, but she couldn't hide her rough breathing. It seemed that the fever, which had been calmed with medicine for a time, had returned. It was very obvious that Ava's condition was not good. Don't push yourself. At least close your eyes. If we have to wake you, we definitely will. I'm telling you that I'm fine. Leave me alone. Don't yell at Natsui, okay? You can yell at Kraus, fuck that guy, but like, be nice to Natsui. It seemed that she had now become stubborn. Kraus and Natsui realized that no matter what else they said to her, in her current state it wouldn't reach her ears. So they decided to say nothing more and let her be. To Ava right now, even an argument like that was putting a burden on her. It'd probably be better for her if she just sat there with her mouth closed. As a matter of fact, Ava was already, on the point of succumbing to her drowsiness. She might have talked back with a temper because she was trying to encourage herself and throw off her sleepiness. The clock would very soon be pointing to 6 in the afternoon. I don't know if you call that the afternoon anymore. Because she had been snacking over and over again to fool her drowsiness, she didn't feel hungry, but instead her lack of sleep made it feel like it was 6 in the morning rather than the afternoon. Even supposing that the boat would come at precisely 9 in the morning tomorrow, there was still more than 12 full hours to go. That was a dizzyingly long stretch of time. Long. Painful. Hot. Adjectives are every Friday night, am I right? Even the sound of the clock torments my body down. In times like this, he would put his hand on my forehead, and the fever would always fade at once. But he isn't here anymore. As Ava's mind grew foggy, she once again was gripped by a deep sadness. She had already cried herself dry. Even so, the sadness from losing her beloved husband had not been exhausted. I was wrong. Why? Originally, the new witch had been the same being as Ava. If Ava talked to her, she would always respond. If I could only gain the position of family head, that was always enough. But as soon as I saw that mountain of gold, my greed grew. I was struck with the desire to have that mountain of gold all to myself. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, it's your natural right as the Ushirimiya family head. How could you give up even a bit of it to anyone else? I was gripped by that temptation, which is why you were born. Well, you are the heart of my young self. At the same time, you are also my self-centered, evil heart. It's my foolish greed which sprouted thanks to that mountain of gold, that allowed you to break out of the shell of my heart and be born into this world. I'm to blame for giving birth to you. In that case, when I killed Rosa and Maria, and then Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, you were to blame for that too. Why did you kill my husband too? Why? I didn't want to kill Hideyoshi. He was just so annoying and persistent. And that's your fault. It's your fault for choosing a husband like that. A child like you couldn't possibly understand how good he was. honey, ooh. Come on. Our dreams were made real with magic, right? We solved the riddle of the epitaph, and we found the gold and got the head's ring. Also, it's crazy to me that they're just like sidestepping the fact that the epitaph got solved in like one episode. They're just like, oh yeah, we solved it. It's like, oh, okay, I thought it was gonna be a much bigger deal. All of our dreams came fully true, right? What more could you want? Those weren't the only dreams I had. Living a wonderful life with that man, and entrusting George with an excellent life. I still had so many dreams that I needed to fulfill as a wife, as a mother. And yet, those are just extra dreams you gained after becoming an adult. They aren't our dreams. And that's why you're a child. It only matters what you get and what you want. That's right, all of this is my fault. Back then, why did I resist doing what Rosa told me to? Why couldn't I announce to all the siblings that I had found the gold? It's all because of the ugliness in my heart, my evil heart, which spread out of a desire to have all the gold all to myself, caused you to hatch. I don't see why I deserve that much hate. Okay, Keemstar, let's calm down. Ova standing here like, why am I still getting hate? Even though the both of us together make up Ushirimiya Eva, no, that isn't true anymore. And it was you who said it. I am Ushirimiya Eva, and you are the Golden Witch Beatrice. So disappear already. Witches are a delusion, a fantasy that can only exist in fairy tales. Just disappear! Don't ever show yourself to me again. Oh, so that's how it is. Alright, I'll disappear from your sight. And I am no longer Ushirimiya Eva. From now on, I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice. So now I will play however I want. I'm done caring about you. Why don't you just give up and die forever? Early prediction, she's going to end up killing Ava because they think they're different beings and it's going to delete her in the process, calling it right now. Even after having a fittingly childlike tantrum, the witch who had once been another Ava vanished. That's Ova to you, actually. Only Ava was left behind in the darkness, and she questioned herself. Was it me? I killed them? Did I kill that person? Did I kill him? Now that question was the one she herself would never answer. It seemed that half asleep she had gotten some saliva caught in her windpipe just as she was dozing off. Ava suddenly started coughing. Are you alright, Ava? I was expecting them to be dead, by the way. Natsui, some water, please. Yes. I'm alright, okay? Cough, cough. I just choked a bit, that's all. Cough, cough, cough. Ava pushed away Natsui's hand as she tried to rub her back and unsteadily rose to her feet. Don't be rude to Natsui. I'm gonna wash my face. Sorry, I fell asleep. When I get back, I'll make some more coffee. Extra strong so we won't get drowsy until tomorrow morning. Please do. Your coffee fits my taste more than the one Gota makes. I'm pleased to hear that, even if you're just flattering me. I'll be back soon. Imagine she goes and she just like coughs up her wedding ring or something. I don't know. I was trying to think of something funny. I couldn't think of anything. Ava exited the lobby, heading for the lavatory. Just say the washroom, man. Or the bathroom. Cross and Natsui watched over her frail back. So you do sometimes care for Ava, even though you've always been so much at odds with her. Properly speaking, isn't that what an older brother should do? Kraus, you're actually like a total fucking dick. We heard the story at the start of this episode, man. You are not a good dude. You cannot rewrite that story. Yes. I believe it is. Not just Ava. Rudolph and Rosa too. The only way in which I have acted like an older brother to them are to speak arrogantly and bully them. In my own way, I was frantic in my desire to be just like my father. But I could never match up, and I always vented my feelings on them. He vented? What the fuck? However, that is no excuse. I probably scarred Ava so deep that it still has not healed. I regret it, but even if I apologize after all this time, that would not heal those wounds. If you hold on to that emotion and continue to hold on to it, I'm sure that feeling will come through to your siblings. At this point, my only sibling left is Ava. If only the family you and your siblings were born into had not been the Ushirimiya family. You might have had a more normal, a more fun sibling relationship. You mustn't say that. Ava will probably continue to hate me for her whole life. And she has the right to. Okay, you know what? He's a douchebag, but at least he's a self-aware douchebag. I intend to resign myself to that and accept it. Dear. Ava, I'm sorry. Of course. You don't have to forgive me. Of course I won't. Bit late, don't you think? If you know you're in the wrong, why don't you just give up and die right now and forever? Do it, Chester sisters. They only made one graphic for 97.89% or whatever. 4-5 firing permission received. Reconfirming firing curve, correcting for weather. Data linked to 410. 410 data received, firing permission confirmed. Firing. Together the sisters released the readied magic bowstring. A beautiful tail trailed the golden arrow and it drew a beautiful curve as it flew. It was just like a golden snake, yep, we've heard this once before. Through the window, it skillfully avoided a grove of trees and flew towards the front door of the guest house. Then it flew into the keyhole of the door and snuck into the guest house without any problem at all. Ooh! The gold snake raced down the hall smoothly, yet as fast as an arrow. Right in front of it was the door to the lobby. It would only need to fly into that keyhole, and Kraus and Natsui would be right there. For an instant, Kraus thought he saw the door's keyhole sparkle gold. However, at the same time, he strained his eyes to see what it was that sparkled bent like a whip and attacked, wrapping itself around Kraus's neck. Just looking at it, the gold snake looked very supple. Okay, thank you, I guess. However, it was as though a wire had tightened around Kraus's neck. A garrote wire, you might say? And while that snake choked Kraus, it extended even more and also tightened around Natsui's neck. Without even the chance to scream, their eyes bulged as they went into convulsions and then collapsed. 4-5, hit and kill confirmed. Forming towing curve, correcting adjustment points. Data linked to 410. 410, data received, initiating corpse towing. 2 on the line and at once, yeah, nee. The gold snake began to drag Kraus and Natsui's corpses back. He slipped through the door to the corridor, dragging the corpses, gradually increasing in speed. Is he gonna blow the door off the mansion, or...? Oh. Okay, somehow got them out. And in the blink of an eye, it had pulled them outside the guest house. So the lobby was still as though nothing had happened at all. As though Kraus and Natsui had never been there to begin with. Only the sound of the wind and the rain remained, as though feigning ignorance and pretending that they had been the only ones there. Sorry, I'm fine now. Now I'll go make some coffee. Ava returned from the lavatory, but no one was in the lobby. Even though they had been in that sofa until the very moment she had choked and gone to the lavatory, they had now gone as if they had been an illusion from the beginning. How careless. Where did those two go off together? Like she was pretending to be in a detective novel, Ava put her hand on the sofa. She felt a warmth indicating they had been sitting there until a short while ago. Maybe they had gone to do rounds or something. For the time being, Ava sat down and waited for their return. Crazy that when you know Ova's walking around and you're just like, oh, whatever. It ain't that big a deal. Beato and George could be seen in the parlor of the mansion. George was kneeling near Shannon's body as though praying. His face was sincerity itself, and there was even sweat on his forehead. Okay, I don't want to be like the bearer of bad news as well, and maybe again the game will content cuck me and say it right after, but like, it's been a day, man. She's probably decomposing to some degree. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not like she'd be like decomposed, but you know, there'd be some changes. It's not just gonna be chilling. However, Beato was the same. Now that she had handed her name over, most of her previous power had been lost. Of course, she still had more than enough power to be called a witch, but compared to the past, it was a very faint thing. Good. Don't talk to her, don't touch her with your hand. Call to her with the voice of your heart. Seek her with the hand of your heart. Only your strong feelings can make my magic reach Shannon's lost soul. George maintained a single-minded focus. He kept frantically yelling inside his heart, trying to call back the soul of the person he loved. He strongly envisioned his soul leaving his body and searching for her as she wandered through hell. Beato turned that strong force into magical power, supplementing her own magic. It was magic that, in the past, she could have performed easily without anyone's help. But now, if she didn't rely on someone's help, she wouldn't be able to finish the chant, much less succeed. I have forgotten after several hundred years. Was resurrection always this difficult of a magic? I don't know, man. We played, what's that game called? Paranormicide, and it was kind of a big deal. His even more strained expression than George's had risen, strained expression than George's had risen to Beato's face. She was still forgetting this, but the magic to revive a life is fundamentally the ultimate hidden art. It was her previous magical power giving her the ability to use that magic over and over with the snap of her fingers. That was abnormal. Therefore, the heavy burden to her body and mind was, by rights, absolutely to be expected. However, the power this one has is quite considerable, even though he doesn't know magic. I see. So he truly is Kinzo's grandchild. The strong power pouring from George was even large enough to pass his magical power. At first, Beato thought it was due to the blood of the mage Kinzo. However, that was probably wrong. She had a feeling the battler had taught her that. George's power to feel sorrow for the death of his loved one arose from the way he had tried his hardest throughout his life, from the warm time spent together with Shannon, and from the size of their shared dreams, promising each other their futures. Do humans really live this seriously during their one single life? Of course they do. To her, life didn't mean anything more than the difference between the top and bottom of an Othello piece. If the black represented death, then she thought all you had to do was flip it over again and make it white. However, it was just like that broken vase. To humans in a world without magic, where they can never return it to its original form, it is very, very natural for them to bet all their body and soul on that single life. There are times when an endless witch, with full command over even life and death, is inferior to a finite human, for whom even death's mountain is impossible to cross. Now the witch acknowledged it. He was able to hold a magical power that could not reside in witches who didn't understand the value of a life. What is this thing called the Endless Magic for again? Even though I call myself the Endless Witch, have I been forgetting what the Endless Magic means for a whole 1,000 years? She looked at George's expression again. His surging earnestness was like a lightning bolt. Also, what was the name of this chapter? Am I smoking dick? Real magic, that was the, yeah. Real magic. Right now, even if George's body was burned or smashed by a waterfall, he would probably continue to pray for his beloved without minding it, without noticing it. Oh, like that one L.A. Noire case. For the first time, she showed respect for that power. So in that instant, all magical resistance was lost, and the enormous power of George's feelings turned into magical power in its perfect form. And Shannon came back as a fucking zombie. The vase was very, very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. But that just made me want to touch it. But the vase easily fell and smashed into smithereens, like a pop bubble. It felt as if the time when it had possessed a form was just an illusion. It was that fragile, that easily lost, that life. I realized that because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized. The broken vase would not return to its original form. A lost life will not return to normal no matter what happens. I was frightened by the fact that my own frivolous action, even though it had been frivolous, had stolen a life that could never be revived again. And out of pity for the lost life, I cried. Out of fear of myself, who had made it become lost, I cried even more. I was sure that grandfather would also cry at the loss of his precious vase. I was sure that all of the people who thought fondly of grandfather would cry too when they saw him like that. By just the loss of a single life, the whole world would be filled with so much sadness. I cried even more how terrible that would be. Beatrice appeared and spoke. Then, milady, let us revive this vase with magic. If that will make everyone happy, then the vase and the magic and the spirits should be happy to lend you their power and return it to its original form. Come, milady. Close your eyes and say the chant with me. Come, try closing your eyes. Oh, that's a good callback. And try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time. Hi guys, Shannon here, I'm back. Those words of power powerfully knocked on the door to Hades. Her previous magic had powerfully knocked on the door to Hades in the same way. However, back then it was horribly violent and earned the displeasure of the peacefully sleeping dead. However, this time was different. It was very powerful, but it was very kind and loving. The dead near the door opened their eyes and called out to the other dead that was... The dead near the door opened their eyes and called out to the other dead that there was a voice calling for someone to come back. The sadness of that voice calling from the outside touched the hearts of the dead, and trying to respond as quickly as possible, they searched for Shannon's lost soul. And then, they found it. They found the casket in which Shannon was peacefully sleeping. It truly was Shannon's soul, sleeping in the land of the dead. Inside a casket that was covered with rose petals frozen with frost, she was sleeping in peace. The dead silently lifted that casket up. While it looked like a funeral march at a glance, it had the complete opposite meaning. It was solemn, but filled with joy. It reminded the long-forgotten dead that they continued to be loved even after their deaths. Aw, that's really beautiful, actually, and gave them all a warm sense of peace. Then, as though guided by a warm light from the heavens, Shannon's body floated up out of the casket. The dead watched her go. They squinted at that warm light, giving their respect to this unknown member of the living who had continued to hold on to his love for a person even after her death. That's a cute little scene. I like that scene. Shannon's body was sucked into the light in the heavens and began to disappear. In the jet-black darkness of the land of the dead, the faint flickering of gold butterflies could be seen. It reminded them of the gentle stars in the night sky, which they had long forgotten. And they keep fucking flashbanging us. Yo, it's good I'm not playing this at like 2 a.m. like usual. George remembered being told that he must not say anything, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, it felt like his heart was trying to jump out of his throat, because he had seen Shannon's eyelids shake slightly. Oh, the chandelier, it's back. And then those eyelids slowly opened. Shannon's eyes were there, but they were still covered in the frost of the land of the dead. However, the warmth of the human world... No. The warmth of her loved one who had called her soul back slowly dissolved that frost, and her eyes gradually regained their sparkle. And then her eyes moved and recognized George. George? As her lips shook weakly, Shannon definitely said that. The words were very faint, so much so that they normally wouldn't even have reached his ears. However, George clearly heard them. He heard his loved one, his fiancée, the one he loved most who should have been dead, call his name once again. Shannon. Shannon. Can you recognize me? George. Is this a dream? No. This isn't a dream. See, look. Even if I pinch, you don't wake up. As George said that, he softly pinched Shannon's cheek. It was how George had always responded in the past, when Shannon had been surprised by something and had asked if she was dreaming. When Shannon felt the warm touch of George's finger on her cheek, and when George realized that the warmth of a living person had already returned to the cheek of his beloved, they both cried. With what words should a pair of lovers separated by death celebrate their reunion? The words of the human world are not enough to celebrate that. In short, they had no need of the words of this world. Okay, they actually showed her sprite. I was gonna say, like, I'm not gonna believe that she's alive until they show her sprite. Shannon sat up and the two of them simply wordlessly hugged each other. Shannon still didn't have much strength in her, and putting her arms around George's back took all she had. So George hugged her tightly to make up for that, to stop her from ever again going to a place beyond his reach. He hugged her so tightly, and yet so gently. Shannon's fingers curled around George's back, and on her ring finger indeed shone the engagement ring George had given her. That strong sparkle was absolutely not the sparkle of diamond alone. There was, without doubt, a magical power there that only the two lovers could possibly feel. It was because that strong light existed that they had been able to find her casket in the land of the dead. Beato understood. That ring. No. The couple's feelings in the form of that ring had created this miracle. In that moment, George had definitely used magic. Beato had done nothing more than help him along. That magic had a magical power that could only reside in those who knew of the importance of life and trying their hardest. It was the power of a miracle that an endless witch could not know, that only the power of the finite could give rise to. By now, she had no choice but to accept it. She had to accept that true magic, true magical power, existed in the place farthest away from she who called herself a great witch. Beatrice. She brought you back to life. Thank you, Beatrice. No. I could not do anything. What revived Shannon was your magical power. Your magic. I have indeed witnessed here the Ushirimiya blood capable of achieving miracles. George was the one who brought... He had a phenomenal magic power, so much so that I could not reach up to his feet. So I still have not left the level of apprentice then. Now I finally know my place. Beato staggered backwards. Her physical strength was clearly exhausted. She had humbly said that George's power alone had revived Shannon, but Beato had also used all of her magical and physical strength, and she reflected upon how difficult it was to revive a single one of these lives, which she had toyed with for however she wanted in the past. The couple kept each other in their tight embrace and showed no sign of letting go. Feelings that couldn't be communicated with a billion words were thus communicated between them. Thank you, Beatrice. We are in your debt. Thank you very much, Beatrice. I will never forget that it was you who let me meet with George again. Enough, enough. Being thanked by a pair of lovers is far too embarrassing for one who has been feared as an extreme savage. Don't worry about me. Take all the time you want, celebrating your reunion together. Beato, who was leaning her back against the wall, slid down the wall and sat. How many centuries had it been since she had last grown this tired from using magic? Probably not since the first time I succeeded in magic. Didn't Master praise me for that back then? Oh, but I myself killed that Master who praises me. Didn't I? Don't be naive, Beatrice. In the end, that's what it means to kill something, right? Finally. Seems you've remembered how to use magic. My whole head feels parched and suffocated, and I can't even think, let alone remember. Wait, didn't I kill you? You shouldn't be appearing. You have let me live until now. That is why I can appear like this. However, I did not come here to pat you on the head. Did you come here just to sneer at how pathetic I am? And after all this time, after retiring as a witch and everything, if I sit here and have my head patted, I'll be the laughingstock of the other witches? That's right. Not only are you a full adult, but you boast about having retired from active service, so I'm sure that it would be far too embarrassing to tell anyone that you only just now learned how to use magic. Yeah, keep it a secret, Master. With a sense of pleasant despondency, Beato gazed at the couple hugging each other. Love, huh? I'm no match. Oh no! Okay, here come the party crashers. 4 or 5 data received. Firing preparations complete. I imagine that they speak like that, even though I know I heard their voices earlier, so I know they don't, but I imagine they speak like toy soldiers. Ammo selected, now loading. .410 firing. The golden serpentine arrow fired by the Chiesters weaved its way through the bushes in the rose garden, weaved its way through the hedges, and climbed the stone steps towards the mansion's entrance, aiming for the keyhole. It weaved through the corridors and flew into the keyhole in the door to the parlor. It happened in an instant. It would have been difficult for Beato, who was completely worn out, to have noticed it beforehand. Right before Beato's eyes, the gold snake that flew in through the keyhole circled around the two lovers and pierced through their two hearts in the blink of an eye. And with meticulous precision, that gold snake ran through that hole in Shannon's chest once more. The two had been pierced through the heart by the gold snake. No, by the gold sewing thread used by the new brutal witch's furniture. And it had only taken an instant, so unfitting for the amount of effort it had taken to revive Shannon. In front of Beato's shocked eyes, the two collapsed onto the floor. George? Shannon? Thank you, Beatrice, for letting us meet, even just for a short while. Thank you. George spent his last breath thanking Beato and died side by side with the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sewed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone, revolving around the inside of the parlor. It was searching for further kills in that room. Then the tip of the snake met Beato's gaze. In that instant, Beato prepared herself for death. Just then, Virgilia stood in front of her, the fingers of both her hands drawing a mark. Okay, so she wasn't dead, she was capping. Or I guess Beatrice willed her to live again somehow. In that instant, gold-colored gold leaf buried the inside of the parlor. I mean, I think it's a little redundant to say gold-colored gold leaf. I think we got that part. It was like a blizzard of gold. Beato, escape while you can. No one can escape from the Chiester's golden bow. 410 target loss. Yeah, magical chaff. 4-5 understood. Modifying enemy search. Personal image homing algorithm. Target acquired. Data linked 410. 410 data received. Too slow. Predecessor. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes! Impact! The Chester Sisters' golden bow would not let its kill escape. It would not let them block it. No magical barrier could even dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. The weak point during the instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception magic was Beato's only chance to escape, and the only opportunity to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beato. As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way of her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced straight through the location of her heart. The snake, which had snuck in through the keyhole, shot through George and Shannon, and then shot through Virgilia in an instant, completely failed to notice as Beato escaped. Now she's actually dead. As soon as Virgilia saw that Beato had gotten away, she expired. The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased. Damn, she's gone. Beato completely erased all traces of her magical power, became gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside. Damn it. Damn it. You bitch. You bitch! Oh, let's go. Let's get a throwdown now. Beato felt sick from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she had been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course, she also felt sick over the loss of her master. But even more than that, Beato was enraged at the barbarism which had boorishly stolen the union between the two reunited lovers. Beato had poured out almost all of her magical power to reunite them. That miracle had been achieved only as a result of all that, yet it had taken such a short time to steal it away. Beato trembled at the barbarous cruelty which had ended it so fast. And it was also the true form of the act she herself had committed up until that point. So just as strongly as Beato hated the new witch, she looked at her previous self with disgust. The plot twist is that Beatrice becomes a finite witch. But now she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. And it wouldn't even be funny if the chess player, descended like a god, ended up being attacked and killed by the pieces. Yeah, so it seems like if the witches die, they're like done. 4 or 5, impact confirmed, target scattered. Without a doubt, we crushed the predecessor. Our pile of kill medals is gonna get bigger yet again. What was that about loving couples? You get to enjoy them thrice. Once tearing the two apart, once reuniting them, and once tearing them apart again, right? And I feel great about getting to say goodbye to that fussy as fuck old hag at the same time. Ronove, you don't have any complaints, right? Why, of course not, Beatrice. She interfered with the ritual of the witch's epitaph, you see. She revived the sacrifice from the first twilight without permission and interfered with my ritual. No one has any right at all to complain. Sucks that she doesn't leave a corpse behind, though. I was thinking of torturing that old hag to death over and over again, endlessly. Ronove, constantly, the cuck. Watching, knowing what's happening, not saying anything. George did? Sorry. Replying to my girlfriend. I can't leave for too long, okay? Okay, we're locked in. He didn't show up. When did he come down? When? What time was that again? I think it was probably about 4 or 5. It was at least an hour ago. We got sleepy and probably dozed off after that. Like Jessica probably has it right. About 1 to 2 hours ago. I also remember it being around that time, because I was asked whether I wanted more coffee. Fucking Nanjo. He got happy, man. It was like his 5th line of the fucking episode. He was really excited. Something hard to believe it happened. Apparently when Auntie Ava had left for a second to visit the lavatory, Uncle Kraus Natsui had disappeared. There's no way they were hiding somewhere. Okay, well now that we think about this, this is the last 5, right? It's not gonna show the people as dead. But it's 1, 2... Oh wait, no, it's less. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because he's dead. These 2 are dead. If you can't Beatrice, right? Interesting. Interesting. Also, they do show her on the human side, so question mark on that. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked, and all were locked from the inside. Not one of them was broken. And that wasn't just the first floor. The second floor was the same. Also, all the doors and windows were designed in such a way that they couldn't be locked from the outside. In other words, there was no way that Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui had gone outside, and yet they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who had disappeared. Astonishingly, George had too. George had left saying that he was going to get more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. They keep mentioning coffee and then someone dies, man. They gotta not do that. George's like, I'm gonna get more coffee, dies. Ava's like, don't worry guys, I'll make you more coffee, they die. I've been under the impression that he was having a good conversation with Auntie Ava and the rest, but Auntie Ava, who had been in the lobby the whole time, said that nobody had come down. Since all the doors and windows are locked from the inside, it's hard to imagine that they went outside. Nevertheless, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect locked room. It's hard to imagine any reason why they'd hide themselves away for a surprise prank in a situation like this. It's probably appropriate to think that they've become caught up in this crime. When Auntie Ava learned that her only son was missing, she went half insane, running from room to room and yelling his name loudly. And Jessica, who had suddenly lost both of her parents, followed suit. Cries of George, George, and Mom, Dad were now even continuing to echo through the guest house. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's face. It would be reasonable to imagine that he had snuck out of the guest house and gone to the mansion. However, I don't know about Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui. Maybe they guessed that's what happened, and went to the mansion to search for him? Without even telling Auntie Ava? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start talking about leaving the guest house to search for them. At this point, I'd be in favor of that. We said that shutting ourselves up inside the guest house would be safe, and shut ourselves in this morning as a big, happy family of 12 people. And yet now there are only 4 people here. In other words, being here does not imply safety. However, there's something even more important that we mustn't forget. That's the fact that all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is a locked room. How had they vanished from this place? We'd searched around thoroughly, however we were unable to find any signs of anyone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house. Oh dude, he's getting the second line in the one chapter? Holy fuck. I wonder how they did it. You don't think there might be something like a hidden door? A hidden door? The doors and windows are impossible to lock from the outside by construction, even using a fishing line of some kind. Okay, thank you, Nanjo. It's like you've heard our fucking conversation. It would probably be impossible with the way they are constructed. In that case, it's probably reasonable to think that they left through somewhere other than a door or a window. You're right. That does make logical sense. No one can be sure that no hidden doors exist. However, before leaving that conclusion... Excuse me. I suspect a much simpler possibility. And what would that be? They're still here. For some time, Badler had been opening windows, opening the shutters and checking outside, and repeating this for each window. This window sure is quiet. I see, unlike the other windows, the building's construction means that the wind doesn't blow into this one. It appears that way. It feels strange that no wind or rain comes in, even though there is so much of it outside. Dr. Nanjo, when I opened this window just now, did you hear a sound? Huh? No, I did not notice it. I believe it is well oiled. In other words, it would be possible to slink out through this hall window, which no one was watching. Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow in through this window, so the air pressure wouldn't cause the curtains or a door to make a sound. It'd be quiet. Battler leaned down and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some signs that George had jumped down. At a glance, he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain. There might also be a window like this on the first floor. Is it possible to go outside without anyone, or it is possible to go outside without anyone noticing? However, not only the doors, but the windows too were all locked, and the shutters were all even down as well, correct? It is possible to go out, but it would be impossible to lock up. But they can be locked, see? Just like this. Click. Battler closed the window and locked it, as though this was perfectly obvious. But Battler, you aren't saying it wasn't locked? If someone inside locked it, in the end, this locked room is easy as pie. But this window wasn't locked. But that means... Oh! Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times, because the thing that Battler said was presenting a certain truth to him that was frightening even to imagine. That's if they use the trick I thought of course. However, with this trick, only a very limited number of people can be suspected. He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who had been with him the whole time, the only ones who could have done it were Nanjo and Ava. Excuse me? Am I being slow? Is he just saying that it was a 2-person crime? That's if they use the trick I thought of. I would not do anything of the sort. Yes, I can swear it. In that case, it would become a battle between Auntie Ava and you for an alibi. We just have to suspect both of you, and can find the 2 of you separately. To say it the other way around, this might be an effective trick if there were more survivors, but since our numbers have shrunk so much, it isn't particularly effective at all. In fact, there's a chance they could dig their own grave with it. It should have been more expedient to make it look like the culprit was outside, and to intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window. If this disappearing act had taken place midday today, I'd have probably announced this theory with full confidence, but at this stage I'm not confident at all. What's going on here? What the hell does it mean? This locked room. You don't think, What is it, Dr. Nanjo? Even if it's just a thought, please say it. Because Dr. Nanjo looked like he was trying to swallow his words despite having thought of something, I urged him on. After he refused several times, saying that it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it out loud. Well, you don't think this actually might be the work of the witch? Ridiculous. There's no way witches exist. The witch is trying to make her case to us. She must be showing us that she can do things that humans cannot, trying to make us accept her as a witch. To me, this disappearance from the locked room of this entire guest house feels like that kind of message from the witch. I must not think of it. Surely it cannot mean anything. Oh, I am frightened. As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thought that he kept imagining one after the other. Fearsome thoughts? Maybe it was thoughts, not thought. When we went downstairs, Auntie Ava and Jessica were enraged, and were each making a lot of noise about leaving this place and searching for their respective families. It was desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. I'm assuming that's what he was saying, right? That like the easy trick was. I'm sorry, I'm hung up on this because it just seems like such a weird thing that he. No one was watching. Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow in. He was searching for a sign that jumped down. He didn't see. There might be a way. It's possible to go outside without anyone noticing. Is it possible to go out and be impossible to lock it up? But they can be locked. See, just like this. Yeah, it has to be a two-person job, is what he's insinuating. It was desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. Auntie Ava told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking. I've had enough of being shut up in here. I've started wanting to breathe some outside air. Yeah, and if we're going, let's go right now. I'm sick as hell of staying shut up in this place. Let's go and find Mom and Dad and George. I can't fucking read today as fast as we can. The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma. Anyone who wants to stay behind can do that themselves, but we are going to search outside. What about you, Dr. Nanjo? Gonna watch the place by yourself? No. Please allow me to join you. Oh god, I'm gonna yawn, I'm sorry. If the alternative was holding up alone in the guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it'd be better to be in a danger zone as a group of 4 people. Auntie Eva was holding the gun. Moving separately from her was almost like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. We'd barricaded ourselves in, saying we'd be safe if we did, and then lost 8 people. It was almost as though this had been nothing more than a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. We removed the chain, unlocked the front door, and opened it. It was already pitch black out. While there were some lights outside which dimly lit the pathway, they didn't have enough power to illuminate the darkness that some suspicious person was likely to be hiding in. I'm going. If you fall behind, you're on your own, okay? Still holding her gun, Auntie Ava dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after her. After looking at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I chased after them. What in the world is happening in this mansion on this island? Since yesterday, I've just been shut up in the cousin's room in the guest house with the rest of my cousins, so I don't know anything about what's been going on outside. Just what has been happening in those places I don't know about. Outside the room, in the mansion, and on this island. Everything is occurring, everything is proceeding, and everything is ending without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I'd already begun to give up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, none shall be left alive. He title dropped the game. He title dropped it. Okay, so it's like 6:05. 03 apparently. The witch's courtroom. Ooh. Dad, Mom, who would do something like this? Jessica's woeful voice echoed throughout the rose garden. Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. After Jessica had looked in the rose garden where Auntie Rosa and Maria had fallen and seen nothing, she had gone to look in the arbor next. Normally the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Who knows, maybe even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui had their days where they relaxed and enjoyed tea together there. In that arbor lay the bodies of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui. At least they weren't drenched in the rain like Auntie Rosa and Maria had been, but there was no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment. I want to see. They're going to tell me right after, I know, but I'm going to content cook. Strangulation by cord shaped. Okay, so they're gouged in the same way, but so it's just strangulation. Interesting. What do you think, Dr. Nanjo? So strangulation, I believe. Take a look at this. On their necks, there are distinct markings that something thin was used to strangle them. And he's going to do the one thing that every true crime channel... If you look here, you can see their hyoid bone is broken. And the hyoid bone is only often broken in cases of strangling. Right. I doubt these things were the primary cause of their deaths. The 2 stake-like weapons, decorated with an occult design that were laying on the ground, had been found driven into Uncle Kraus's thigh area and near Aunt Natsui's calf. When we had found these sticking out of my parents' forehead and chest, we had decided to leave them exactly as they were for the police and to preserve the crime scene. But Jessica no longer cared about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of her parents' forsake. We haven't seen somebody do this yet. So we found all 5 gouged corpses now in the head, chest, stomach, knee, and leg. Shit. I'll freaking kill that murderer. Kill him. Everything as far as the 8th twilight is finished now. Is this going to continue on to the 9th twilight? The witch revives and none shall be left alive? Bring it on, damn it. When it says the witch revives, that means the culprit's gonna make his grand appearance, right? Bullshit. No one's gonna be left alive. I'll kill him myself. I'll make sure I kill whoever murdered Mom and Dad with my own 2 hands. Jessica howled furiously, her emotions laid bare. To avoid being crushed by her grief, she could do nothing but resist it with anger. We still haven't found George. Jessica and the rest of you, you can stay here if you want. I'll go to the mansion. Ava, we mustn't split up. It is dangerous if we do not all stick together. There's nothing we can do for Nissan or his wife, but George may still be alive somewhere. I have no time to waste here. As Auntie Ava screamed this, Jessica glared at her. Auntie Ava had no more time to bother about the dead. She was more concerned for the safety of her only son, who was yet to be seen. Jessica, you should stay by your father and mother's side. I'll make a short trip to the mansion. Battler and Dr. Nanjo, you two can stay here with her as well. After saying this and leaving no time for debate, Auntie Ava rushed out of the arbor. I called out for her to stop, but there was no way she would listen. However, by now, being alone in the situation meant nothing short of death. If we silently watched her leave, it would be the same as letting her die. Is Nanjo gonna make it to the end, bro? As long as Auntie Ava was unwilling to stop, we would have no choice but to follow her. And while it may be cruel to say so, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui were already dead, so there was nothing more we could do for them. Sorry, taking a drink. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she had been able to draw a line under her grief for the moment, but what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon. I'll murder him with my own hands. I'll avenge my parents. Just you wait. Let's go, Battler. If we find whoever did this, don't get in my way. I'm definitely gonna kill them. I also have my parents to avenge. Sorry, but this is first come, first served. Yeah, that's right. Let's make mincemeat of that bastard. At my words, Jessica finally seemed to feel like someone had sympathized with her emotions. Still, she had that dark expression, but I felt Jessica regaining some of her sanity. We took off, chasing after Auntie Ava. Through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion, whose large intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. And fucking flashbang me, apparently. With this, the epitaph murders had finished the 8th twilight, and now in the 9th twilight the witch will revive. None shall be left alive. I will most likely lose my life, but at the very least I wanted to burn the truth into my eyes. That was the only thing motivating me to move at that moment. We were able to reunite with Auntie Ava, who was having trouble with the lock at the front door. I want to see, quickly as well, it still doesn't show them as dead. Interesting. It seemed that all the blood had risen to Auntie Ava's head. That was probably making her fingers clumsy. It seemed she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Then there was a faint sound. The sound of the door unlocking, just as though it had waited for all the survivors to unite before opening. It seemed to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow all of the remaining— I was about to say, because how did she open it? Because we know that they lost the other thing, but it seemed the mansion unlocked itself. What? The stench that erupted outwards at the instant the door opened, could it really be explained as just a smell? It wasn't just the charred smell from Grandfather. I think it may have also contained something like regrets, held by so many dead, including our parents and all of the servants. What did it mean as it billowed out, overwhelming us? Was it the cry of the dead telling us not to enter? However, Auntie Ava didn't even flinch at something like that. And we who had to chase after her were forced to step into the mansion despite receiving that message. George? George, if you can hear me, answer. George! Auntie Ava shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. Was this painting always here? I don't think it was. Am I smoking dick? I don't think that painting was always there, or I'm just the most non-perceptive person of all time. When we also started following Auntie Ava's example and calling George's name in loud voices, Auntie Ava had found something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor. Is it gonna have the... Dr. Nanjo, could you come here for a second? What is it? What is it? I had heard from the adults about the creepy magic circles that had been drawn on doors such as the one to the parlor. Creepy was the only word to describe that thing, which had been scrawled there with a deep red paint reminiscent of blood that slowly dripped down. Okay, yeah, we knew about this though already, right? However, that had supposedly been there since this morning, wondering why Auntie Ava, who had seen it already, would think it odd now. Jessica and I stared at the door. Something else? Certainly. I have no members of numbers such as these being written here. Right, there weren't. The creepy magical text was written here, but not the numbers. From what the two of them said, only a magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now there were 8 digits newly written in the upper part of the magic circle. We got a code! There is a code written above... God, what is... Why are my eyes not clearing, man? What the fuck? Above the magic circle, which was not present prior. It is 07151129. Okay. I just wrote that down in my notes as I read that. I don't know what it meant, but I didn't even want to imagine the thought process of whoever wrote this. It was drawn with what was probably the same paint as the magic circle, but it had clearly been written very recently. The way it had dried and the condition of the color was completely different from the magic circle part. Huh. I'm sure it just has some magical meaning. It's pointless to rack our brains over it. Jessica intentionally spat those words out in an attempt to wipe out how creepy it was. It could be a magic square, the idea that a ward against evil can reside in a certain form of number play. I'm sure you have all heard of the one where adding all the numbers in each row leads to the same sum. Yes, true, I have. I have indeed heard of that before. The Parker Square. Wasn't that a group of numbers filled inside a square? This is just a single row. I don't have a clue what it could mean. What Jessica said is probably correct. There isn't any point in us thinking about it deeply. Even though she said that, she probably suspected that it might actually mean something. Does that add to 18? No, it's way more than 18. Okay. Using an old receipt or something from inside her pocket, Auntie Ava definitely wrote that number down with a short ballpoint pen. Now, the interesting thing, too, is that we know that Ava knows what the key is to decoding the location of the gold, which we assume will have some more important meaning later on, and she didn't, like, recognize that this was that same code, so... Because an 8-digit number would probably be a little difficult to memorize unless it had some kind of pattern. 07151129, that's not too hard to remember. The repeating digit is enough. Couldn't this be a date? 07151129. I mean, I guess it could be. It could be year 715, November 29th, if you read it like year, month, day. A date? What are you talking about? Well, it's probably a coincidence, but my birthday is July 15th. Oh, okay, I see. So he's saying... Once I thought that 0715 might refer to July 15th, I figured that if 1129 stood for November 29th, maybe that'd fit perfectly. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna write this down. Not that I feel like this is important, but Battler's birthday is July 15th. Now, this is how you know that they did a proper Western translation, okay? Because if this was anywhere else in the world, it would be 1507. But why would your birthday be written in a place like this? And what's up with November 29th? That's what I want to know about. Probably just a coincidence. When I thought about it, it started to feel a little creepy. Is November 29th someone's birthday or something? It's not anyone in my family, not Dad, or Kiri, or Angie. They keep bringing up this fucking Angie girl. I'm putting this in the notes here, okay? Who the fuck is Angie? I know it's Battler's sister, but they keep name-dropping her, and it's just too odd. I don't know, like, they just keep bringing her up. I don't get it. And of course, not my mom either. I cannot think of anything. I don't believe it is Kinzo's or Genji's birthday. It isn't from my family either, and it isn't Rose's or Maria's. Not anyone in mine either, and it isn't Cannon's or Shannon's. I always give the servants presents on their birthday, so I know it for all of them, but I don't know anyone who was born on November 29th. Is there anything significant about that date? Once we started imagining that the 8 digits, which we had thought were meaningless, were actually 2 dates written together, it really started to look that way. However, it's true that its true meaning may be something completely different, or there may be no meaning at all. Anyway, since we don't have any real clue, it's probably pointless to stand around and analyze it. More importantly was the inside of the parlor. This morning, behind each of the doors with a magic circle drawn on them, there had been the body of a victim. And now that a number had been newly added to the door, what new thing had been added inside the parlor? When Auntie Ava tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. She immediately took out a master key, but where did she get the fucking master key from? Where did Ava get her master key? I'm putting this in the notes. was just saying that if she got it there, it'd also be like, why would we not pick up the guns too? I don't know. I don't like that. There's something weird about that. How the fuck does she have a master key? As soon as she opened the door, Auntie Eva let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside. That alone was enough to tell us what had happened inside the room. Dr. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor. George! George! Speak to me! George! Dr. Nanjo, quickly! George had fallen alongside Shannon's body. His chest was stained bright red, and from his still opened eyes, all my condolences to Auntie Eva, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. Okay, interesting. I want to see if Shannon's death updated. No, it did not. I'm gonna put that in the notes as well. In exchange for his soul, the witch granted an 8-digit number. Interesting. After moving to take his pulse, Dr. Nanjo shook his head, wordlessly reporting that George was dead. Brushing him aside, Auntie Eva once again crouched beside George and started crying at the top of her lungs. With this, Aniki's death, one thing had become certain: the murders would not be ending at the 8th twilight. The epitaph was going to be carried out in its complete form, including the 9th twilight, and none will be left alive. I'm really starting to lose the plot. Yeah, me too, bro. For some reason, Auntie Eva's half-insane cries and appearance actually made me cool down. Well, that's nice. Ballard likes hysterical women, apparently. Crestfallen and exhausted, this guy's played Dark Souls. I flopped onto the sofa and plunked my feet on top of the table. Maybe all these murders have paralyzed my heart. Instead of fright, the stronger emotion I'm feeling is one of complete confusion. Dad and Curie have died, and starting with the servants, people have been killed off one by one. And at one hell of a pace, too. I don't know what time the first murder started, but I'd say we're probably being killed at a rate of about one person an hour. Again, I mentioned this earlier, that there was like, if you were killing someone, would there be like a delay? Okay, I'm gonna put this down. I feel like this is important. I had posited earlier that depending on the amount of people that were killed in the Twilight, the person had to wait that amount of time before continuing to the next, because I was wondering for the longest time, like, what did the Twilights mean? Because this was like a big thing that I was hooked on at the start of the game, because I thought the initial like span of time the game was going to be would be like 5 days, because Twilight could be both dawn and dusk. And yeah, I was really confused by that. And I noticed that after the first 6 people die in every single chapter, I didn't mean to skip that, oops, that in the first, fuck, I just destroyed my own train of thought. When the first 6 people die in every single chapter, it starts at midnight, and it resumes at 6 a.m. or like 8 a.m. both times. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the person has to kill at that interval, but there might be some reason why they have to wait. And then the question would be, why would they have to wait, number one? And if that is true, 1 person per hour, so if they killed Maria and Rosa and then waited, I don't know. There's something weird with that. We're gonna file that away in the thought cabinet for later, but there's something going on there. We believe the boat will come for us around 9 tomorrow. There's still a full 12 hours until then. How many more sacrifices to the witch would there have to be for us to survive? With the 4 of us, if one goes each hour, we won't last any longer than 4 hours. It's not clear anymore if we'll even last until midnight tonight. Yesterday, after lunch, we came into this parlor. I'm pretty sure it ends at midnight on this night every time, right? At about that time, that the discussion had turned to the black tea that Auntie Rosa said she bought, we kids had started talking about going to take a walk. Maria was fooling around. Didn't Shannon bring us some cookies? She said that Kumasawa had baked them or something. I'd probably have laughed my ass off if there had actually been a cooked mackerel one mixed in with them. That's right. I'll never hear Kumasawa's mackerel jokes again, will I? Nah, just wait till the next chapter, bro. I'm sure we'll get one. Or episode, rather. Oh yeah. If I only remember stuff about Kumasawa, that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Okay, yep, sorry. That's definitely what I think of first. The old lady that made me cookies and made mackerel jokes, not my two fucking parents. My bad. Why did Dad and Kiri even go outside? It's not like we die from being without food for a day. So why did Gluttony get a hold of them and make them go get food? I bet it was my fearless dad who started complaining about being hungry. Kiri, you were supposed to be the brakes for my reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? Because there was something else those fuckers were doing. Again, they're bringing up Angie. Or Angie. We're going with Angie. Okay, it just sounds better. She's only 6. So she's only 6. 6 years ago? Angie is 6 years old, according to Battler. Every time I hear the like, it's like a PTSD trigger. Just like hearing 6 years ago in this game. You weren't thinking of entrusting her to me, were you? At this point, it's doubtful that even I'll be able to leave this island alive. Stop this. Why are you fighting at a time such as this? Jessica, stop! Some kind of commotion was interrupting my thoughts. I looked up to see what it was and saw that Jessica and Auntie Ava had started fighting each other at some point. Maybe I should say that Jessica was grabbing Auntie Ava. You killed my mom and dad. There's no other explanation. Don't be stupid. How would I know anything about what happened to your parents? Who was downstairs in the guest house? You were. Mom and Dad were in the downstairs lobby, along with you. Who was left alive? Only you. Why? Because you're the fucking murderer, that's why, goddammit. You killed Mom and Dad, carried them outside, and then shamelessly locked the door, trying to make it seem like it was the frickin' witch's doing. Then why did George go missing? He didn't come downstairs, you know. So did he disappear from upstairs? Who was upstairs? It was you people. Whoa, you people who were up there. You knew, didn't you? You knew that George slipped out of the mansion. You brazenly made a face as if you didn't know anything. If you had stopped George, he would... I am telling you to stop. Jessica was in the cousin's room the whole time. It was me who let him know. And Ava was also in the downstairs lobby the whole time. And neither of you are responsible for anything. This is only the sadness of losing your family. And me getting the hiccups right now. The culprit is no one. Is nowhere. It is all just the witch's fault. That is all. Stop hating one another. The witch's fault, is it? I wonder if that's a good way to mediate things for now. Yes, I finally understand the meaning of all the doors and windows having been locked from the inside when 3 whole people evaporated from the guest house. That is what they were after. Making us think the culprit was inside and causing this ugly mutual hatred. It had to be the culprit's, the witch's goal. But in that case, how had the culprit locked it from the outside? It's certainly true that the master key had been stolen when Dad's group was attacked. But the doors and windows to the guest house had been constructed so that you couldn't lock them from the outside no matter how hard you tried. And that master key shouldn't mean anything for the guest house locked room. Jessica and Auntie Ava were turning their sadness at losing their blood relatives into anger at the person in front of them. Dr. Nanja was trying to step between them. And I sat haphazardly in a sofa staring up at the ceiling. Thinking about things that didn't even matter anymore. No, it probably does matter more than what's going on right now. I just couldn't believe that this was the same parlor that had been so warm at pleasant midday yesterday, just for a short time before the typhoon hit. Ooh! The sudden sound of a gunshot took me out of my half-sleep trance. Smoke was rising out of the barrel of the gun Auntie Ava held. Jessica was rolling around on the floor, covering both her eyes. Auntie Ava and Dr. Nanja were looking down at her, shocked. Are you alright, Jessica? Jessica! It's probably like screeching. Ow, 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 ow. Ooh, it isn't my fault. That happened because you came at me even after I told you to stop. Hey, what the hell happened? What's going on? Jessica had grabbed at Auntie Ava and it had turned into a scuffle. They had then started fighting over the gun Auntie Ava had been holding. Or had they been? And some movement or other caused a trigger to be pulled? I didn't know the details about whether the bullet had grazed her or whether she had been burned by the discharge, but whether the case, Jessica was covering both of her eyes, screaming in pain and rolling around on the floor. It's alright, calm down. It is not a serious wound, so get a hold of yourself. My eyes hurt. My eyes, it hurts. I can't see. I can't see. Dr. Nanjo lent Jessica his shoulder, saying that he would tend to her in the servant room. The servant room in this mansion apparently had a bed and a first aid kit and was able to function as an infirmary. Yeah, man, just put some fucking gauze on her eyes. That'll fix it. Damn it. You killed Mom and Dad. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. It wasn't me. Jessica, you are aggravating the wound, so please stop struggling. Come, let us go to the servant room. Jessica still continued to curse Auntie Ava as her parents' murderer. It seemed that Auntie Ava couldn't conceal her shock at the fact that she had pulled the trigger, even if it had been accidental. Been an accident, whatever, close enough. It wasn't my fault. That kid jumped at me, that's why this happened. I didn't kill anyone. No, forget that. Who killed George? That's right, who killed George? George, it isn't my fault, it isn't my fault. Wait a sec, Auntie Ava. Don't go off on your own. I don't know whether it was because Auntie Ava couldn't stand her mistake, or whether it was because she had lost herself to anger at the person who had killed her only son, or whether it was both of those all mixed together. In any case, she ran out into the corridor, yelling, fearful and shouting. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but anyway, right then I couldn't leave Auntie Ava alone. Why would she go off on her own in this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal? Dr. Nanja took Jessica towards the servant room. I chased after Auntie Ava, dashing into the depths of the mansion. Are we gonna find where the gold is that it's connected to the mansion? Right now? After setting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanja told her several times not to rub her eyes and examine the affected area. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had damaged her corneas. There was no threat to her life, but it would probably be necessary to have a suitable doctor look at her as soon as humanly possible. Nanja applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it with a bandage. As a result, Jessica completely lost her field of vision. Now pay attention. This wound may hurt or itch, but you must not scratch at it or rub it. When tomorrow comes, let us go to an ophthalmologist as soon as possible. Alright, speaking of that, I'm gonna fucking take my contact out because my eye is not clearing and it's annoying me. One sec. Hopefully I can get these out quick. Because they're kind of dry. So I put them on really early. Oh fuck, I had that one. That bitch, she really was trying to kill me. I can't get it, but we'll keep going. If that angle had been just a little bit off, I'd have been killed by now. Oh, did I get it? No, I didn't. Fuck, one sec. Ah. I hate getting these fucking contacts out. They're always so hard to get out. Ah, Jesus. Okay, we'll just continue for the time being. He really was trying to kill me. If the angle had been just a little bit off, I'd have been killed by now. I'll definitely turn her into the police. Ava would not do such a thing. That was an accident. Accident my ass. She killed mom and dad. There's no way any 19th person or witch exists on this island. She's behind everything. She was the only one on the first floor of the guest house. George must have seen her kill mom and dad, and she killed him to keep him silent. It's the same with grandfather and the servants. I'm sure she snuck out of the family conference last night and killed all of them. If that is the case, then we will know as soon as the police investigate. The police are incredible, you know? There's nothing that cannot be understood by a forensic investigator. There's no need for us to suspect or hate on anyone. The police will resolve everything. So for now, Jessica, you should concentrate on resting your body and making things easy on your eyes. If you wrinkle your forehead too much, it will do no good for your eyes, of course, and nothing for your looks either. Okay, damn, bro. I don't know if that's necessarily what she's worried about too much right now. Indeed, when Jessica had grown agitated in her verbal abuse of Ava, she had naturally started glaring, and the pressure on her eyes hurt her. Jessica herself soon realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt. And regardless of whether she had overcome her suspicions of Ava, she regained her composure for the time being. She killed them. Mom and Dad. And Shannon. Actually, I did knock the contact out, I think. Am I blind? Where's the other one? Did I knock it out? I can't tell now. I don't fucking know. I don't think it's in, because my vision is bad in that eye now. Oh yeah, I did get it. It fell out on my lap. Look at me go. I'm so good at getting contacts, I didn't even know I got it out. Let me raise my mic a little bit here. Actually, I gotta go pee. One second, let me go to the washroom. I'll be right back. And then no more breaks till we're done. Ooh! That's not the right thing. Did I I deleted the text by accident. Going to washroom. BRB. Wow. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. My bad. Okay, let's continue. And I just dropped my fucking phone on my pod. Whatever, it's fine. I already said I'm not checking. We're not stopping until we're done. It's gone for now. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Mom and Dad and Shannon and Cannon. Oops, that's... Why did that re-enable? Oh, because I'm not clicked into the game. Cannon. Ready? Here we're gonna go. Jessica had loved Cannon. Okay, yep. We know. We know. We fucking know. We played the last chapter! She'd heard that Cannon had been killed in the chapel. Jessica still hadn't seen his face after he had died. Okay, great. Now we're gonna get another person that's gonna be, like, addicted to going and seeing a dead body and then dying because of it. Wonderful. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact that she might go blind, and more frightened that the police would carry— oh, I guess that was a bit of an insensitive comment, not like she's gonna see it— would carry Cannon's corpse away while she still couldn't see, and that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to see his face. Her anger at the culprit and her sadness at the death of the person she had liked, those mixed emotions provoked her tear ducts. But right now, tears were actually painful for her. She wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember the late Cannon's face. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain. Well, now it is Ava that I am most concerned for. I hope she isn't too shaken by this. Letting out a small sigh of relief that Jessica had calmed down for the time being. Calm down! He stuck his head out into the hallway to look for any sign of the others coming back. Oh, is this the Nanjo arc? Oh! Never mind. They met eyes. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant. I hear that people who have lost the power of sight have 0 anti-magic power and 0 magic resistance. That is a very odd thing to say, but we're going to write that down because somehow that will be important. Apparently people who can't see lose all of their anti-magic power / resistance. Okay, interesting. Very odd thing to... In other words, you're an isolated pawn right now. Understand what that means? What did you say? Bro doesn't even know what's going on. Nanjo is so locked in. There was no possible way that Nanjo could have understood who the person in front of him was. And there was certainly no possible way that he could ever have understood what she had just said. Dr. Nanjo? What's going on? Unable to see, Nanjo couldn't tell what was going on except by whatever voice she heard. But since she had heard Dr. Nanjo say something with an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might happen. Had happened. So stop, please. Please don't kill me. I have a sick grandchild. Ooh, wait, interesting. That's lore. Nanjo has a sick grandchild. Again, these things all seem like they're nothing, but they come back. I can't die here. For mercy's sake, spare me. Dr. Nanjo? Dr. Nanjo! Jessica couldn't do anything except call out from the bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor being confronted by someone, and he was scared. There was no doubt that at this very moment his life was being threatened. No, don't. On the 9th twilight, the witch revives and none shall be left alive. The witch pointed the end of her gold staff at Nanjo. Even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo imagined she must be trying to take his life. Dr. Nanjo! Dr. Nanjo! Who's out there? Don't kill my goat! Answer me! Please, no! Ah! Ooh, that noise though. Bang. A sharp sound echoed. And tapered to a point just as sharp, the elongated tip of the golden staff was stuck straight into Nanjo's forehead. Okay, interesting. I guess the only thing that's interesting is how did Ronove... Because Ronove was the one that set up the locked room thing, I thought. I don't know. Jessica, who only had her ears to help her try to grasp what was happening, had no clue what was going on. But even so, she was able to realize that with that sound... No! I thought he was gonna make it to the Golden Land! My goat! No! And the person who had killed him was now in the corridor right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Upon discovering that she was in a life-or-death situation, caught like a rat in a trap, Jessica felt her blood run cold. Oh, Jessica. Poor girl, you've injured your eyes. In that case, you can't even escape, can you? I'm gonna play a whole lot with Nanjo's corpse now. When I get bored with that, I'll kill you next and play a bunch more. No, wait. It's not every day that you get blinded, right? I won't wait until I kill you. I'll play with you a bunch before I kill you, too. Yeah, what she said. So wait there shaking for a while, okay? As you try to imagine all the ways I'm playing with Nanjo's corpse. Struck with fear, Jessica let out a frail scream. She really wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When a person is faced with true fear, it clogs up their throat. Right now, Jessica could barely even breathe. Well, she has asthma, so that doesn't help either. Help! Help! She searched around with her hands, trying to find some way to escape. But even though she knew this room well, just being unable to see made it like a locked room of darkness. Everything's a fucking locked room now, isn't it? She bumped into some shelves or something, and some tins of sweets and bottles, and things fell down from them, hitting her on the head. As she was now, even protecting her head to block them wasn't working out. She was becoming painfully aware of how very powerless humans become just by losing their sense of sight. But of course, she had no time to appreciate that. She crawled around as best she could, trying to escape that place. But she kept bumping into things that she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects. And it felt to her like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. Then she heard footsteps from the presence in the hallway, and then a voice. The person had probably peered into the room since Jessica was making so much noise. What a racket you're making. Sit on the bed and wait quietly like a lady, because I'll give you a wonderful blood-red death costume fitting for a lady of class. Something good enough to make the person who finds you faint, okay? Just a short while ago, she had sworn that she would kill the culprit if she found them. However, she was now all too powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out feeble screams and crawl around on the floor, bumping her head into the bed and legs of the desk. Help! Help! Someone help! Dad! Mom! Battler! Someone! Come! Help me, Cannon! Is she gonna revive Cannon with her wish now? In the corridor, as the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life, a single gold butterfly secretly watched that scene from the corner of the hallway. My real goat. Who I don't really know if I should like her, because she is still kind of evil. But she's reformed, okay? She's reformed! I can fix her! It was Beato, who had barely escaped with her life once before. The gold butterfly softly returned to human form. Its form was faint and transparent like a lace curtain. Even just the power to hold a human form had become scarce for her. Right next to her, Ronobe also appeared. Jessica will probably be unable to survive, although no one was to be left alive since the beginning. She's grown feelings of love for Cannon. I've even toyed with that at times. However, I know that now to be something shameful for a witch. Love is the single element. Romantic love is even more pure, more sacred. Though for some reason you hate it very much, my lady. What chapter is this again? 16 or 17? 17. Master told me, magic exists to bring people happiness. I'm sure that I knew that once. And from the moment I forgot that, I was no longer a witch, so I lost the qualifications to be Battler's opponent. Milady, I hesitate to ask, but surely you do not intend to rescue Jessica. That would be dangerous. I understand. Even if I save her, she will become a plaything of the witch's banquet when the door to the Golden Land opens. But even so, that would be much more compassionate than the way that person would kill her. The witch's banquet steals lives in a terrible way, but it does not do so more than once. Okay, interesting. We'll write this down, not that it really matters too much. The witch's banquet takes lives horribly, but does not do so more than once. This is to say, the banquet guarantees death of all prior to the Golden Land. It does not toy with life and death. However, she is different. She kills over and over. She kills for fun. There is not even a trace of compassion there. I want to at least save Jessica from that kind of cruel fate. Certainly by carrying that out, you would probably be praised as a good witch. However, the new Beatrice already views you as hostile, my lady. If you were able to be seen by her again, you are aware you would have no way to escape this time. When I reunited George with Shannon, I finally understood what a witch is, and what magic is. I am a witch. I must be a witch. And I must be acknowledged by Battler as his opponent, and I must make him accept me as a witch this time at last. The road to that goal may be long and difficult. However, if I do not take a step forward here and now, I cannot call myself a witch. I understand your feelings, but how do you plan to rescue her? There are not many forms of magic that your body is capable of now, milady. Did you not have to borrow George's power even back when you revived Shannon? For that very reason, I may be able to save Jessica at least. Right now, she is begging for Canon to save her. If I can borrow the power of that emotion, I may be able to knock on the doors of Hades once again with my magical power. I am sure you would be able, however you would use up all of your magical power. If you were to be spotted by the new Beatrice, you would truly be without a method of escape. I am no longer your butler, milady. Understand that I cannot assist you if the situation worsens. I know. By now I have toyed with and taken more lives than I can count, so I may not be able to compensate for this sin except by saving the same number of lives. I have nothing to lose in the first place. I am just a golden butterfly who has passed its name and magic power on, and who is no longer accepted as a witch. What about Badler? You are partway through a game with him. He has said that he would wait until you return, milady. Is it alright for you to expire here? You have a duty to return to the seat across from Badler, milady. For that very reason, there is a life that only I can save. If there is a life only I can save, I choose to save it. And I will be accepted as a witch. I must be a witch. If this is a test, it is a very childish one, unfitting for the evils I have committed until now. Go hide yourself, Ronove. Watch what may be the final magic of a single butterfly who used to be called a golden witch. Certainly. Please, show me magic. It will not disgrace the name of the golden witch. I pray it will not be your last. Go, my friend. If there is enough ink, pen the story of my foolish life, and hand it to some fool attempting to walk the same path. Farewell, Ronove. I'm gonna be fucking pissed if she dies here. We're in the chapel. Oh, she's gonna revive Canon. She's gonna go find him herself. Canon, where are you? Where are you? Help me. Help me. I was about to say, here I am, milady, tip Fedora. I am always waiting by your side. Canon? Canon? Jessica thought that she had just heard Canon's voice. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course there was no way for her to see anything. On the contrary, that action caused her head to hit the desk again. Canon, Canon, help me, help me. Yes, milady, I will help you. Canon, you were alive? This time she thought that she had heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped up in surprise, banging her head against the desk once again. Milady, please calm your heart and listen. Unfortunately, I am not alive. Huh? I have already died. However, that witch came to me to tell me of your peril. And then she gave me only a short period of time to help you, milady. Please, calm your heart even more. If you do, my form will become visible even to you, milady. Jessica obeyed those words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Her heart actually felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the loved one she thought was dead. She resisted that with all of her strength. When she did, she could feel that Canon really was right in front of her. Even though she was unable to see, somehow she was able to sense him clearly. Can you see me, milady? Yeah, I can see. I can definitely see you, Canon. I exist only as a spirit, so I cannot touch you, milady. I cannot do anything except talk to you like this. I am a weak existence which can do nothing more than that, but I should be able to be of some aid to you, milady. Okay, so this is interesting. Canon can see, or sorry, I shouldn't say Canon. Jessica can see Canon, despite him being dead. He is in spirit form. I guess I'll show the notes even though there's not really... Oh god, my eyes hurting now. He is in spirit form. Both took this form in... Okay, well, you know. Sense, whatever. I'm not changing the note, but we know. I guess it is a little bit gauche to use the word see here, but okay. Just words, that's all. I can't touch you, Canon? I am now even more fragile than smoke from a candle. So much so that if one of the living such as you were to touch me, I would be wiped away instantly. Yeah, no, I literally was not even thinking of it as a double entendre, but it's definitely a little bit of a unfortunate word to use in that situation. Please don't try to touch me, because I am also holding back my desire to touch you, milady. Yeah. Bro, these guys had, like, years, okay? Let's, like, chill. More importantly, milady, please listen well. The new Golden Witch is the owner of a cruel heart. She will surely try to make you meet with a horrible end. You must escape from this room and hide. How? I can't see anything. Quiet. I will be your eyes, my lady. Please move in accordance with my instructions. First, please crawl 3 steps from there and then stand up. You are currently under the desk, my lady. If you stand there, you'll hit your head. That was under the desk? I got it. 1, 2, 3. Standing up. Well done. Next, please turn towards 9 o'clock. Yes, well done. This is pretty embarrassing. Ow, ow, ow. Are you alright? Does your wound hurt? No, I'm fine. What next? Jessica thought that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. And if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, if she did that, surely Ken would vanish like frail candle smoke, just like he himself had said. She was afraid of that. So she satisfied herself with just being able to hear his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. So what hurt her eyes now were tears of gratitude for the god, or else witch, who had given her this miraculous moment. Is this okay? If we keep talking like this, won't we be noticed by her? Won't our voices be heard? I've erected a stealth barrier. If you don't make any noises or speak noisily, no one will notice. That is why no one can notice my presence. I don't really get it, but anyway, we'll be okay as long as we stay quiet, right? What should I do next? Please walk 10 steps, slowly, in the direction you're facing. You will touch the sofa. Please continue along that. Do it slowly. Stay calm. Believe my words. Sure. It's weird. Even though it was so scary not being able to see, when you're with me, Canon, it isn't scary at all. Yes, that is the sofa. Please, listen to my fucking instruction. Trace it to the left while advancing slowly. There's a table just to the left. Be careful not to bump into it with your shins. With your big-ass shins. It was a very, very peculiar and magical team effort. Even though she would be killed in an instant if she was noticed by the terrible witch, there was no fear in Jessica's heart right then. She was being protected and guided by Canon, who she had thought she would never be able to meet with again. It was probably only a momentary miracle, but even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure that he would disappear, so in order not to break— okay, we get this already, and in order to engrave this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Canon's voice. Alright, if you walk 10 more steps, you will exit the servant room. Then please turn to face 9 o'clock, and keep walking slowly, very slowly. Put your hand on the wall to your right and keep on following that. I will take you to a safe room. If I go there, will you leave me again, Canon? Canon didn't answer, but even his lack of an answer was enough to let her know that was the truth. Then no, I don't want to go. If you stay here, you will be killed by the witch. That's alright. If I'm killed, I can go to the world where you are, Canon. Milady, please be reasonable. For the dead such as myself, the human world is too bright and painful, so I cannot stay for long. So, milady, with the time I am allowed, please permit me to guide you to a safe place. And after that, I will stay with you until my time runs out. Is that the best you can do, Canon? Yes. And in exchange, I will stay by your side for every second I can, milady. The whole time I will be with you, and I will talk with you, milady. Talk about what? What would you like me to talk about? Anything that you're willing to. Well then. I will tell you the story of a cowardly servant boy without courage. About a foolish and pitiful boy who felt love for a lady as radiant as the sun, and who, even though those same feelings were confessed to him, lost to his cowardice, and in the end was not able to be true to himself while he still lived. Yeah, then I want to tell one too. The story of a cowardly girl who couldn't muster her courage to keep telling the boy she loved just how much she loved him, and about how God gave her a miracle to be reunited with that boy, and how when she was given one more chance to muster up her courage, she did. I also want to hear that. That's actually kind of emotional. So for that reason as well, let us go to a safe place. Yeah, if I could be with you, Canon, I would walk however long, however far. I don't need eyes anymore. If you told me to step forward, I would even take a step off a cliff. I would do no such thing, milady. Oh god, a cliff. Thank you. Well then, milady, let us go. The first 10 steps. No, not like that. Not unless you call me Jessica. And he's gone now. Oh fuck, you trolled. He actually just disappears. Understood. Well then, Jessica, take the first 10 steps. Yeah, Canon. Give your real name, finally, bro. I've been wondering what it is this whole time. I already know Shannon's. Let's hear your real name, man. Quietly, Jessica and Canon snuck slowly out of the servant room. Directly around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down upon Nanjo's corpse, but the witch did not even notice their presence. However, Ronove, who was waiting at her side, met Canon's eyes. Canon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. However, Ronove did not inform his master. As though it had been his imagination that he ever spotted him in the first place, he pretended to know nothing. No, maybe he did appear to chuckle. From a finger on one of Ronove's hands, which were joined behind his back, a single small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Canon as though guiding him. It was undetectable by the master he served. Canon was surprised at the magic that butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the stealth barrier Canon had. He may not have known, but that power had originally been Ronove's, an imitation that had been given to Canon by Kinzo, and that was what Canon was using now. As that butterfly of stealth magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller bit by bit. It probably wouldn't last long. Without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get far from the cruel witch. Alright, milady. Let's follow the wall and keep walking. On and on. And on. Yeah. If I can be— he didn't call her Jessica there. If I can be with you, Canon, I'll keep on walking. On and on, as far as you want to go. Led and protected by the small gold butterfly, the two who were separated by the wall between life and death slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. There was no way the evil witch would have any magic to notice their flight. Until they had already disappeared down the other end of the corridor, the witch never noticed that Jessica had vanished. By the time the gold butterfly that Ronove had cast out evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. Even though she would have been able to make it this far in no time if she had been able to see, as she was now, it had been a long, long adventure. Now, milady, we've reached the parlor. I will now take you to the bundle of curtains by the window. If you hide in there, you'll surely be safe. Inside the curtains? Not bad. I used to hide in there a lot long ago. Beatrice. Huh? What the fuck? Oh, my roommate's doing laundry. I'm like, what the fuck is that noise? Canon called the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but being unable to see, she obviously couldn't find the witch. Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. One second, I gotta grab my phone, make sure that I'm not trying to get a hold of it. Okay, no, we're good. Canon squared off against the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft and actually pitying. I don't understand what kind of whim drove you to revive me. Your feelings elude me. It was a whim and nothing more. No. This is how witches should be. It took me 1,000 years to realize that. That is all. A foolish tale. Who? Who's there? Milady, be quiet. She is the witch, Beatrice. I am in her debt because she let me be with you one more time. The witch, Beatrice. I am unimportant. I suggest you instead make haste in hiding that girl in the shadows of the curtains. You probably do not have much time left. You should spend it in a final conversation with Jessica. A secret meeting inside a bundle of curtains. You two have quite the sense of style. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you for letting me be with Canon. Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said that while facing in the wrong direction. Perhaps because she found that funny, Beato snickered. I will now leave this room to the pair of lovers. Evil witches have no need for tales of love, you see. Allow me to retreat. Beatrice, thank you very much. No need to thank me. You know well that something like this isn't enough to compensate for all the evil I have done. I give my gratitude to good witches as a parting gift. I don't care about what happened before now, or what will happen in the future. All I know is that in this very moment, you are without a doubt a good witch. Oh. You flatter me, Furniture. The next time we meet, I may be an evil witch who will not betray your expectation. And with that, farewell. Beato left the parlor and closed the door. And mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact that those two had escaped into here would eventually be noticed, and now that the ninth twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until that final moment, they should be permitted the time to speak with each other of their love. The witch poured out all of her magical power to protect their time together, so that no one would be able to defile their time alone together until that final moment. Just then, Beato perceived something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. The cruel-hearted witch's furniture had sniffed this place out. So, boorishness is the witch's way of doing things. To think that she doesn't even intend to allow the two young ones to speak to each other of their love. Uh-oh, here we go. 4-5 data received. Comparing target, confirmed as the predecessor Lady Beatrice. Analyzing parlor defensive wall. Multi-layered defensive wall, 7-2 layers, attack barrier, magic reactive armor. Sniping into the parlor is impossible. Data linked to 410. 410 data received, then we just gotta the predecessor first. Great Lady Beatrice, permission to fire, please. Go ahead and shoot. Oh, and avoid her vital areas. There's something I want to ask that old hag. Man, they really love their 97.87% accuracy. 410, firing. The Chiester sisters' gold bow released a golden snake. It crawled down the corridor starting from the front of the servant room, drawing a soft serpentine curved trajectory as it made for the parlor. And struck through Beato's chest. Gold butterflies gathered, and the cruel witch showed herself along there along with her furniture. Predecessor, you will not get away with obstructing us a second time. Ugh, I never thought I would. Still, the Chester sisters really have gotten rusty. To think that they failed to bring me down, and twice at that. Ronove spoke in a manner fitting for the witch's butler. As she pushed her pain aside, Beato grinned and spoke back. My apologies, predecessor. We were ordered to avoid vital areas. As soon as there's an order, we can pierce you at any time. Through your earring holes, your belly button hole, any hole you... Okay. The gold snake that had shot through Beato grew even longer, drawing a helix like a morning glory vine, and awaited its next order. It was ready to pierce a vital spot as soon as the merciless witch told it to. For what reason would someone like you, who is even more brutal than me, make them avoid my vital areas, new Beatrice? I wanted to ask you, I don't know what trick you used to escape, but we were under the impression we had taken you out, you know? Why is it that even though you could have escaped by hiding, you took the risk of appearing again? It can't be that you came back just to protect those two young people, surely. Also, notice that she has the ring on in this sprite. There's other times where she doesn't, but she has the ring on this time. Well, who knows? Cackle cackle. And just a second ago, why'd you do something as soft as reviving the lovers and reuniting them? The more I hear about you, the more I learn that I don't even reach up to your feet as an incarnation of evil. If you're like that, why did you suddenly start acting so mildly? That's what I wanted to ask. Haha. Because I am brutal. I am fickle. How could there be any meaning in asking that? Chester sisters, sew her. When she ordered that, the gold snake that was curled in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as a real snake going after its prey, and pierced Beato's body multiple times from the front to the back, its golden tail drawing an X shape. As the ruthless witch had ordered, it drew a cross-stitch through Beato's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. Rather than a gold snake aiming for its prey, it waited for orders in the mid-air as if it was a sewing needle ready to sew Beato. When it comes to you, there's no way it was a whim. I've heard about you, and I've learned. You are such an incarnation of evil that I don't even rise up to your feet. I thought I was a truly fitting successor to you. But you've always been in the way. You always say warm, pleasant things that shock me. What changed you? You explored the depths of evil for 1,000 years. So I'll let you live just to find out, or so I let you live just to find out. What happened to overturn that millennium? Oh lord. If you want to know, I suggest you spend 1,000 years finding out. Sew her. As she screams, Ak-gaga, Beato's chest was once again sewn with a golden cross stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye. You might actually be another one of these types, or those types who disappear when they die and don't leave a corpse, so I'll kill you slowly. But if you answer my questions honestly, I'll kill you gently. I'll give you a splendid, gorgeous death perfect for my predecessor. I'll sink you in a coffin filled with water and roses. Isn't that wonderful? And you still won't talk about the reason for your change of heart? Not answering what she is asked is also one of the pleasures of an evil witch. Sow her, twice. Gua guawa? Of course, you don't have to answer. After all, that way I get to torture you. The endless magic, the infinite magic, truly is wonderful. When you think about it, the world is finite in every way. Yeah, this character loses a little bit of dimension from just being like a total crazy evil person, but I still believe in my goat that she has something up her sleeve. The infinite cannot exist in the human world. Because God is infinite, he deprived the human world of all infinity so that he could look down upon it, looking at black holes. So in other words, the power of the infinite is the power of God. A wonderful power where the more you play with it, the more fun ways of playing you find. You use that power as you please for 1,000 years and went on a rampage. Why are you having a change of heart only now? Don't tell me you just miss it now that you handed it over to me. How could I miss it? The endless magic is not magic as you believe it to be. True magic is in a deep abyss that you most certainly cannot reach. And you realize what that is? What is it? Wander around for 1,000 years without realizing that, you foolish witch. Sow her. 3 times this time. They continued embroidering Beato's chest with golden thread. It tightened even more, causing Beato more and more pain, yet it is a good CG. Well, whatever. I'm not the least bit interested anymore in what deep understanding some good as dead hag came to. I'm bored now, so I'll kill you quickly. If I kill you, the barrier to the parlor will be undone. Then I'll torture Cannon and Jessica to death a whole bunch of times. Being able to have 2 lovers as my toys at the same time sounds fun, right? Kill her. Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sewing thread shot through Beato's heart. That intense pain was worse than all the pain before that put together. Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which she had forgotten over 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She must not die. If she died, the 2 in the parlor would be handed over to the brutal witch. So she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die. New Beatrice, I have a request. The lovers' meeting between the 2 in the parlor is to be short. In the amount of time an hourglass can measure, Cannon will probably disappear to Hades. Would you please allow them that much time? No way! Tearing apart 2 who love each other is fun, isn't it? You're the one who said it, so I want to try it. In that case, I cannot allow you to enjoy that pleasure. It is fun tearing lovers apart. Right? I'm sure it must be, right? So don't get in my way. Sow her more. So. Uh-huh. 410, understood. The merciless gold sewing needle sewed its golden thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, the heart did not stop. So let me sit forward here. Whoa! That heart did not stop. I misread that. Classic me misreading. This isn't nearly enough. You'll have to do better than this to kill me. What are you doing? Make this old hag stop talking. Kill her quickly. We are. Even though we've sewn her heart in place several times, her heart won't stop. Are you immortal? My goat's about to do her pop-off moment. I'm waiting for it. Of course not. I've handed the endless over to you. There is a limit to how many more times my heart can beat. However, if by making it beat just 1 more time extra, I can give the 2 in this room even slightly longer to themselves. I'll continue that meager resistance for all eternity. So, keep sewing until her heart stops beating. Okay, we get it. Ashley says a good old guo guaha. But why doesn't she die? This is impossible. Yeah, literally. Her heart is sewn in place, so why doesn't it stop? Fine then, we'll make the heart explode from the inside. How pitiful. And you could have died cleanly if you hadn't resisted us. I don't like those 2. At all, by the way. Fuck them. At least the one with pink hair seems to be a little bit chill. The other one isn't. The gold needle and thread made round trips over and over again as they spoke, and still Beato didn't expire. The barbarous witch was at last starting to turn pale at how unnatural this was. What in the world are you? I don't know, but right now, I'm imagining that the Beatrice that we like is about to do the fucking Venom dunking gif on this one. Or the Venom dunking image. You probably cannot understand. Even I didn't understand. But still. Somehow or another, it seems that this is true magic. In other words, the magic of a finite witch, say it, I have now become it. I have become, say it, a true witch. Center of explosion stabilized in the hard interior. Primed and ready. Detonate. Actually, sure, yeah, we need a flashback to the Hidden Leaf Village one more time real quick. There was a deafening sound, and gold leaf and a flutter of gold butterflies were scattered around the area. We need a flashback to her childhood real quick, when she was actually alive. Beato's chest had opened wide from the inside, and from that, gold butterflies and gold leaf erupted, staining the surrounding area gold. Then Beato's body crumpled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crumpled and sank down to the floor. However, in the air, a gold heart tied by gold threads floated and continued to beat. What the? Monster! When the Chiester sisters saw that, they fell on their behinds in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating, continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. It was an immeasurably immense power. Impossible to measure. In other words, infinite and endless. I'm the Endless Witch, right? Why is this old hag still alive after all of this? Chiester sisters, smash that heart. Quickly! It's impossible, my apologies, we cannot do it. It is probably impossible. No number of people could crush that heart, much less the likes of the soldiers who serve under His Highness the Dragon King. In that case, an Endless Witch like me should be able to crush it, right? My power is a god's power. I am afraid to say that your power cannot leave a single scratch on Beatrice's endless nature. Just what do you mean by that? In the same way that there is no light without knowledge of shadows, there is no endless without knowledge of the limited. Before Milady Beatrice's true endless power, your flimsy magical power is very, very lacking. Also, notice that he switched to calling her... Well, he stopped calling her predecessor. I mean, we kind of know that Ronove is, like, loyal to her more than Thing, anyways. Even if he says that he got passed over, I don't think he actually believes that. What is that supposed to mean? The cruel witch stepped back in surprise. Is my goat back? It was more transparent than a lace curtain, but Beato's form, no, Beatrice's form, look, they even got the italics out, she's back, was still standing there. Even after taking on this wretched appearance, she would not allow evil through that door. At that time, a shadow just as faint as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Canon. Beatrice, thank you very much. I will not forget this favor you have done for me. I shall hear those words again when the number of my favors surpasses the number of grievances I have caused. Are you done? Yes, truly. Thank you very much. And Beatrice? You have also done enough. Please, be at peace. Is that so? So this is enough. What's going on? Why are you guys calling that predecessor hag Beatrice? Beatrice is my name, right? It should be my name as the new Golden Witch and the Endless Witch, right? What gall. How dare you assume Beatrice's name? I am afraid to say that the name of Beatrice should be taken by the person who can be crowned as the Endless Witch. By now the term predecessor refers to you. Damn, so you already lost. This is her gambit. She won somehow. What did you say? Farewell, Canon. I'll meet you soon anyway, in a new nightmare. In the nightmare of a new night, I will once again be your companion, Beatrice. With that, if you would excuse me. If you would excuse me, they're turning my opacity down. Guys, my Photoshop layer is being turned down. No! Canon's form grew faint and he disappeared into thin air. And they're turning mine down too, no! After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over onto the floor. Then there was a splat. The golden heart, which had been floating in midair, had lost its sparkle, become blood-stained flesh, and fallen to the ground. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes. but until just now it had sparkled so much, and it continued to beat forcefully. There is a beat in the track, right? Like a heartbeat, not like a duh. Of course, there's a music beat, but like, I thought I heard a heartbeat there. The heart still barely managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, laid on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. There, the cruel witch could be seen. How are you endless? Face reality. You've collapsed in a heap on the floor, aren't you? Endlessness with limits? That's a contradiction. It can't possibly exist. The Witch of Paradox popping out? This is the limit of your magic. The limited is inferior to the infinite. ... she said. Beatrice no longer had the energy to even respond. No, in fact, it was doubtful whether the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears. If you're a real endless witch, try standing up. Well, you can't, can you? Why do you think you can't stand? It's because you aren't an endless witch. The merciless witch poked Beatrice's heart with her fingernail. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to that provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It looked insulting only to the cruel witch. What, was she smiling? Oh, based. Because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled. This is my goat! Footsteps were approaching that place. There was no way she could mistake them. That boisterous noise of shoes against the ground was the sound of Battler's footsteps. Battler, is it? For all my talk, I've ended up like this. I've been trying to become the true witch you talked about. In my own way. Yeah, I was watching. Hey, have I now been able to become a witch? Have I earned the qualifications to become your opponent? No good. Battler said that unbelievably bluntly. Taking a painful breath, Beatrice saw that and sneered at herself as though she should have expected it. Is that so? Seems I still have an uphill struggle ahead of me on the road to becoming a true witch. However, I will not surrender. Just like you never surrendered to my torture, I will definitely become a true witch. And be accepted as your opponent. Yeah, it's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. You aren't my opponent. The brutal witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart. Die, you old hag. See if you can show how endless you are after you've been mushed to bits. I am the new witch. I am the golden witch, Beatrice. Die! Prediction, she's getting shot in the fucking head by someone here. Ready? 3, 2, 1, bang. Yeah, it's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Wow. What is this? Where am I? Doesn't that mean she died? Isn't that the only way that you can appear there, is if you died at least once? Get in your seat. My opponent isn't Beato. It's you. But Battler? What kind of magic is this? Who cares? It doesn't matter. She asked her sisters. 4-5, understood. Individual firing. 4-1-0, understood. Die, Battler. The Chester sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time, and the power was no different from what it normally was. Okay. I'm in like the other world though, this shouldn't do anything, yeah. What? It was deflected? There's no barrier, it was deflected with resistance alone. Yeah, didn't they say he's like the go to magic resistance? 4-5, target measurement. 4-5, understood. What? This is... Am I broken? The measurement is going berserk. Oh, guts. Anti-magic resistance. Endless. 9. Even mythical class magical attacks have no effect on the target. The warheads of the golden bows could penetrate any magical armor with their mutual corrosion. When attempting to block that using the anti-magic resistance stat, even something with 8 digits wouldn't escape penetration. Furthermore, even among the famous gods that appear in myths, there are not many who reach a resistance stat of 9 digits. Yeah, man, he is him right now. For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure almost all imaginable values. Battler had filled all 9 of those digits with 9s. Damn, this guy really likes Zero Escape. How foolish. He's played 999 3 times? He actually is aura farming right now. And meanwhile, Ronove the Cuck is probably just watching again. When Battler is serious, more magical arrows cannot even succeed in making his hair tremble. The Chiesa sisters dropped their golden bows in shock, but this Battler felt even less perceptible than 2 dragonflies passing by his sides. What the hell are you guys doing? Are you playing or something? Monster. Bakemono. If your name's not Ava, get the hell out of here. And you get in your seat, you goddamn fake witch. I'll tear that mask of yours off. The Chiesa sisters couldn't hide their fear of Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they had been struck. Beatrice watched the scene in shock. But Battler... Wait, how did you pull up here? I thought you were dead. What is this supposed to be? Just what you're seeing. My opponent isn't you. It's her. The imposter over there, who's assuming you are named. Oh my goat. He's trying to get rid of her so he can get back to the game. I'm fighting against witches, and my method of denying them is to make anyone who calls themselves a witch my opponent and crush them. I've seen more than enough of your arrogance. Then Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he fixed his eyes on the cruel witch. Magic my ass. Witch is my ass. You weren't a witch. I'll rip that mask off and tear it to shreds. Virgilia, get ready to fight. I thought she was dead too, bro. Understood. Don't you realize I've died like fucking 3 times this chapter? Preparations are complete, so go whenever you're ready. Beatrice, you stay back and rest. Ito looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines? Beato, stay back and watch. I'll tear it off. I'll take this fake witch completely apart. I won't let someone like this call themselves a witch. You protected the honor of true witches. You don't need to say anything. On your behalf, I'll teach her that the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap. But, Battler... It's gonna be real odd when they go back to trying to kill each other in the next, episode. Those are the general rules. Thanks, Runaway. I get most of the rules now. I see. You can't win with magic, so you came to face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic. Foolish people. You really think you can win against me with twisted logic? Damn right I do. I'll crush all of your twisted logic, Auntie Ava. I am not Ava. This is the name of the old shell that I shed. I am a true witch born inside of her. Don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch or anything like it, but a flesh and blood human. The human culprit, Ushirimiya Ava. Virgilia, reconstruct the second Twilight. Dude, I already predicted this. I said this already, man. I literally... Do you want to go back to the start of the stream, okay? If you want to see proof of me saying this exact same thing, okay? Or whenever they died in the stream, didn't they, bro? My fucking brain is melting. Go back to whenever it happened and I said that there was no way. Understood? On the second Twilight, Rose and Marie were killed in the Rose Garden. We make our first move by applying the Ava culprit theory. Ridiculous. Come arise, try to remember. What form did Ushirimiya Hideyoshi have? What? What's this supposed to be? It's summoning of the dead. It's easy for a witch to bring even the dead to the stand for testimony. Hey, what's up, guys? I did nothing when Rudolph and Kiri died. An Uncle Hideyoshi who you could see right through was summoned. Magic sure is convenient. You're gonna say the same thing that I said in my fucking notes. I can pull it up in my notes where I said it, that he's just gonna lie for Ava. His fucking testimony means nothing. This is why you aren't allowed to bring spouses up, okay? You can't make them defend the other spouse, okay? Fuck this. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here, almost like a person on the other side of a TV. Witness summons. Ushirimiya Hideyoshi's testimony. Come, Hideyoshi, speak. I was taking care of Ava in the room the whole time. Ava didn't leave the room either, of course. Aunt Ava, around here testimony that isn't read isn't worth crap. Yeah, this music actually has been really fucking good in this game. I demand that he repeats it again in red. Oh yeah, that's right. Sure, say it in red for him. I was in the room the whole time, both before and after the time period of the crime. Okay, that doesn't really mean anything. That doesn't answer my question at all. I'll write this into the thing, but... Again, you just have to lie about Ava not being there. It has nothing to do with you. I was in the room the whole time, both before and after the time period of the crime. See, look, this makes it impossible for Ava to be the culprit. How will you counter this? And once again, he's gonna say the exact same thing I just said. Not impossible at all. Bro's just gonna be like, yeah, no, she was definitely there with me. Ridiculous. That move's so pathetic I could yawn. Kyoto never used such childish tricks, not even once. Badly. Repetition requested. Aunt Ava was also in the room the entire time before and after the time period of the crime. Uncle Hideyoshi was just there to create an alibi. You made Uncle stay in the room and stealthily snuck out. If that isn't true, this guy should be able to say so in red. Decline repetition. Hideyoshi's testimony. Yeah, see? Exactly. Okay, bro. This game is mind-fucking me. Dude. the end of episode 4, we're gonna have like the theory stream to end all theory streams, and my fucking brain is melt right now. There's no need to repeat that, right? She's back down. Mercy is unnecessary. This is check. Yeah, I'll take it. The opponent is a piece of cake. Check. Maybe Uncle Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole time, but saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a barefaced lie. Therefore, no alibi exists for you. You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Auntie Rosa and Maria. If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming in red that Auntie Eva didn't take a step outside of that room. You can, right? Checkmate. What is that? I don't get it. Sorry, Auntie. Even if you aren't used to the rules, beating your opponent down with all your strength is how the game is played. Isn't it, Bieto? The witch side resigns. Let us continue on to the next game. Next is the 4th Twilight through the 6th Twilight. It seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to approach things and was losing her composure and irritation. Okay, before they reveal the answers here, I'm trying to remember all of them. 4th Twilight through the 6th. Well, let's look at the character deaths. I know who it was. It was Kiri and all them. I don't know why it bugs like this, where I have to click on the witch side first and then go back to the human side. So Ava follows... Oh my god, there's like nobody left. Poor Nanjo, man. Pull one out for the boy. One last push. And he too probably would have become home free. Tragic. Okay, so let's see here. So Ava. It was Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi that died. Careless, who knew she was still alive. From now on, they have to be finished off with steaks, apparently. Vulgar. Stomach isn't a very lethal spot. Would it have been okay to kill her by a safer method and just stick a stake in the corpse? I'm just trying to remember the whole conditions, because the exact same way that she got out, it could be the exact same way, it could be the exact same thing that, also, Ava could lie about Hideyoshi's birthday, but why would Hideyoshi's birthday have been the one that's next to his? She probably just exited the exact same way when they were talking about on the first floor, like a silent window. And then you had somebody else that locked it, but it wouldn't really matter as long as she returned in time. I'm not sure. It seemed the witch still didn't understand how to approach things and was losing her composure and irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what was going on, but I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all, I won't go slice but easy on her. Virgilia next crime. Let's reconstruct the incident with Dad and the rest. Understood. Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, these 3 people went to the mansion. Also, again, the one thing too, if we're talking specifically about how they died... Wait, even more so. Let me go back here. Because I remember one thing that Nanjo said in particular is he said something about them falling, which seemed really odd. Now on, because see, this doesn't say... It just says how they died, but it doesn't say... It says died in the mansion's hall, comma. Yeah, I have a funny feeling that's what they're going to say, because I remember Nanjo saying something about falling. My move won't change. Aunt Ava, you are the culprit. This time, you don't even have an alibi from Uncle Hideyoshi. You claim that you were sleeping in that room all by yourself. That's untrue. If you can proclaim it in red, just try it. I refuse. So tell me then. Ava's just a woman, and the people who were killed were 3 adults holding 2 guns, right? How did she kill them all by herself? Okay, so again, I'm gonna put here... Again, if you want to see the notes, I write the things in red and just putting, she denied, to say she left the room... Oh, she didn't leave the room, rather. Didn't leave the room on Maria and Rosa's murders. I should say Ova, but this is technically Ava. Ova denied to say that she didn't leave the room on Maria and Rosa's deaths. She also... What was it that she literally just refused that I'm having a brain? Oh, she also won't proclaim that she remained sleeping in the room while Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi were killed. Also, it's even more like the double fucking flip, where if she kills her own husband, it comes off as more of a thing like, oh, it couldn't be her. She would never kill her husband. And then George is like the same vibe, too. How'd she kill them all by herself? How did she do it with those stakes as weapons? She didn't. How is a stake shooting device that everyone keeps talking about constructed? Explain that. As long as you can't explain it, even if Ava doesn't have an alibi, it doesn't mean that it was possible for Ava to commit murder. Decline explanation. It's a devil's proof. You can't refute the existence of an unknown murder technique or an unknown weapon just because it's impossible to explain. In short, even if I can't explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, that doesn't disprove its existence. What is that? Is that madness allowed? Devil's proof, valid. Okay, bro. Agreed. Devil's proof, valid. Battler can claim that a stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it is constructed. The witch side cannot object to this move. Not bad. How pushy. Well, there's this ill-natured witch who trained me well. This is check, got it? Try saying in red that Auntie Ava didn't take a step out of that room. That's right, there's no way you'll be able to say it. If you can't say it, it's over. Checkmate. That's so irrational. This is messed up. Those are the rules of this game. How about some black tea first? We also have some delicious cookies, you know. I don't need all that. Oh, that pisses me off. So you fight like a coward just because you can't win with magic. Don't get irritated. Drink some black tea or something. I'll take mine straight. What about you, Beato? Also, this is sort of... Oh, sorry, never mind. I'm being slow. I'm not going to make the comment I was just going to make because it would have been really stupid. I am fine. More importantly, Battler, don't let your guard down. Your opponent is merely unfamiliar with the rules. It will start in earnest once your opponent gets the feel for it. But I'll crush her. I'll thoroughly crush her. It's because she isn't a witch. I'll accept her as a witch. All of your stubbornness counts for nothing, if I accept. I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to use, I'll crush her with all of my heart and soul. The guy really likes heart, gold, and soul silver. Good to know. Balor's side then struck with the Ava culprit theory to explain Kraus and Natsui. The 7th and 8th Twilights in the exact same way. At that time, where there had been no one on the first floor of the guest house except for Ava and the victims, as before, no one could establish an alibi for Ava. At that time, Ava had claimed they had disappeared when she was in the lavatory, but nothing supported that, and the witch side couldn't repeat that in red either. Okay. For the same argument as she had used to ask about the construction of the shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Ava could have strangled both of them at the same time all by herself. But of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirit, the witch's side was completely swallowed up and was forced to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules. I see. I'm finally starting to get the knack of it. I won't let things go the way you want them to anymore. This time, let me take the initiative. Ronove, reconstruct the 4th through the 6th Twilights. Pick out Ushirimiya Kiri. For now, let me return to the murders of Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi for the 4th through 6th Twilights. What is she thinking? Why would she return once more to a bored state she has already resigned from? I see. This is a rare attack, which you do not use. Yeah, it's called a fucking loser's gambit. Called I didn't actually lose. At this time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house. They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day. However, in the end, 3 of them went out for food. That's right. In the end, 3 people went outside to get food. I'll add in some red as I speak, because it'll be a pain otherwise. Kiri didn't think that they need- I know they didn't. I know they went there for something else. You could tell by the way they did it. Kiri didn't think they needed food. You could tell that wasn't. I think I said this at some point. Since going without food for about a day wouldn't- exactly, they'd be fine. He claimed that they should not leave the guest house. Okay, and following that, she claimed- I'm just putting these in the notes. They should not leave the guest house. So who was the one that really wanted to go then? And yet she herself suggested they leave the guest house to get food. Wow, so it's almost like she had an ulterior motive and needed a reason that sounded good enough. This is not really proving anything at all. No, not at all. It just means she was lying. What does she think she's proving here? Didn't think that they needed food. Since going a day without wouldn't kill them, she claimed they should not leave the guest house. Yet she suggested, oh wow. I don't really understand what point you're trying to make here. So she lied. She had an ulterior motive and she gave a false reason. Yes, a spectacular contradiction. It contradicts Kiri's pattern of behavior. That contradiction was created by me using magic. In other words, I controlled Kiri using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside. Ridiculous. There's no way that kind of magic exists. It's a devil's proof, though. Just because you don't know about that magic doesn't disprove its existence. And I don't bear the responsibility of acting out that magic for you. Yeah, a little bit. Ova's a little bit desperate. And yet you still have no room to counter this argument. Yep, here comes the classic Hempel's Raven. Out of nowhere, somehow, which I don't really know how to do it, but I wonder if it's alright to fight this way. Yes, it is truly a spectacular move. Battler, your response if you please. You sure have brought in a weird argument. Run that by me again? She has made a play against Ushirimiya Kiri's pattern of behavior. As has already been explained, Kiri's pattern of behavior had her saying that they should not go outside and head to the mansion in order to get food. Yet even so, she took the initiative and took the contradictory action of suggesting to get food. As long as you cannot explain this contradiction, this violent move claims that it was due to magic. Well, Kiri probably thought that too in the beginning, but she probably... Is he being fucking dense? Thought about various things midway and had a change of heart, deciding that food really... Nope, that's not it at all. And now she's gonna proclaim a red... Nope, Kiri never thought they needed food. It would be a problem if due to hunger we had no energy when we most needed it, and well... She is claiming that this change of heart is due to magic. In short, while it might be extremely difficult, you must explain the reason for Kiri's change of heart. What? That's asking me what was inside Kiri's own head. Yeah, you know, Battler, he's got heart. I don't know if he's got a lot of brains, but... Battler kills me because he goes from being, like, an absolute fucking dunce into just flipping into being like, okay, man, I've taken, like, every philosophy course you could possibly take. Let me pull out the logic table. Let me pull out the logic tree. And it's like, okay, damn, bro, where'd this come from? Can't I also summon Kiri's ghost and question her or something? Beato, can't you call Kiri here or something? She cannot. That is a move permitted only to the witch's side. Sorry. Haha, damn it. She was probably thinking of us kids and on the whole thought that food really was necessary, and you must make that claim objectively. You require tangible evidence of the specific reason for which Kiri changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary. For example, if someone heard her say that or it was written down somewhere. Too bad. No reason for her changing her mind was ever told to anyone, nor was one ever written down. See, but this, she doesn't understand. She's falling. My guy is baiting right now. You know what he's actually doing? We learned about this earlier, because Beatrice almost fell. The real Beatrice, like I almost fell for this. Which is that she's giving out way too much stuff in red. She's cornering herself without knowing it. She's giving me her entire strategy, man. Come on. I mentioned this in one of the earlier VODs that using the red, even if it totally shuts down a path, you're still shutting a door. But therefore, you can only speculate as to what was inside Kiri's mind. You know what? I am probably giving Battler too much credit, but I'll give myself enough credit, okay? Battler, definitely, I'm giving him a little bit too much leeway. So it is impossible to prove. You don't have a single counter to my move. It's your turn to resign now, Battler. It is possible to hypothesize endlessly as to the reason behind her change of heart. And it is impossible to crush all of those endless possibilities. A detestably spectacular move. If Battler were to have a method of countering, it could probably only be that move. But what move is that? I don't know, the only other one that we learned in this chapter? Come on. I wonder what kind of move it could be. I have the feeling that it was Milady's specialty, but I cannot remember. Quit being stingy and tell me. Beatrice, there is no answer that will be given to those who stop thinking themselves. Think. Think in your own way. Why don't you resign right now? And I'll corner you even more. Watch, Beatrice gonna pop in on my side. Until the last instant before she died, Kiri maintained her pattern of behavior which states, I won't go to the mansion to get food. I almost feel like writing these red statements down is totally fucking pointless because... But, I mean, I'll write them down anyways. Wow, Kiri maintained her belief. It's almost like she had an ulterior motive for which she wanted to go to the mansion and she was trying to test a claim because it seems like Kiri is actually the smartest person in this entire fucking game. Because she seems to operate on like 12 levels of logic that nobody understands, but it's somehow always right. And yet she took the initiative and headed for the mansion. She was pushing a cart, trying to carry food. Why that contradiction? Because I controlled her with magic. This is proof that my magic exists and that I am a witch. Shut your damn mouth. Are you saying that she never even changed her mind? The whole time until she died, Kiri thought, we don't need food, I won't go to the mansion? Then why did she step forward herself and say that they should go to get food and go to the mansion? Are you saying that Kiri was being controlled with magic? That's stupid. How am I meant to break through this magic? If only Kiri were here and just told us the reason behind her change of heart. No, I've already been told in red that she never even changed her mind. What should I do? There's no move that the human side can counter with. The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous the rules seem for the witch, don't they? Even if the witch loses in a lot of areas, if she can win in just one, with that alone she can flaunt her existence. In other words, Battler, you have no way of denying witches other than a complete victory. You called me Ava all those times and seemed to be under the impression that you'd been cornering me, but it's all been turned over by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kiri's head. Don't you think that's truly funny? Apparently not. Just do it. Resign. Why don't you accept it forever? Why don't you just lose forever? Damn it, it's impossible for a human to show. I can't do anything but guess what the dead were thinking. Okay, there's definitely a lot of other ways you could attack this. Furthermore, I can't deny magic just by conjecture. To break through magic, I need objective evidence as to why Kiri had a change of heart. Again, you can appeal that she had a change of heart, evidently. But like, I'm so confused. I understand they have to make this a scene, but it seems like you could apply like a devil's proof in this exact scenario. But damn, it's been said and read that no evidence exists as to why she started wanting food. What should I do? Damn it. Battler, may I take it that you resign? I won't go to the mansion to get food, but how should I understand Kiri's thoughts, which actually do contradict? You can't understand. It's impossible to understand and impossible to interpret. That darkness is all of the witch. Come on, it's useless to think, so quit, alright? There's no way you can deny witches. I mean, look at me. I exist. I am the Golden Witch. I stole that name from the former witch over there. You can't deny that I am Beatrice. Damn it. You have no right to say that name. And yet I can't think of a move to deny that. Battler could no longer counter this witch who was laughing derisively in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but he could do nothing. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands, but even so he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack. Battler, you are closing in on the time limit. Will you resign? There's a time limit? Since when, bro? Psha! And here comes Beatrice. Not so fast. Freeze! As I say, this is literally also Beatrice can come in, because we already know that's what's happening. Sorry, just replying to a text. The human side has no move in response. We will and here she comes. Wait. She's doing the, oh my god, why can't I remember the basketball player's name? The Matumbo. Wait, there is a counterattack. What did you say? Huh? What kind of move can you possibly have, predecessor? Care to tell me what kind of move can deny my magic? The magic of Beatrice? You can't. It's impossible. If the proposition I won't go to the mansion to get food cannot be explained by itself, I will explain it with the contrapositive. In short, you may also be able to explain it with she did go to the mansion, therefore there was a goal other than— oh my— crazy! Rather than my specialty Hempel's Raven, this is Battler's specialty, chessboard thinking. It is impossible for Kiri to have gone to the mansion with food as a goal. We can only explain it with another goal, which caused Kiri to go outside in any case. In other words, if we can establish that goal, we can defeat magic. I see. She didn't go to the mansion with food as a goal, it had a different goal. And said that she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal. It was either to inspect the bodies that were dead, to maybe have some kind of an idea if, like, what weapon was used. Yeah, if that's the case, it may still be possible to explain it. I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? I don't know if this is a gifted scenario. I think Battler might just be slow. If that's the case, it may still be possible to explain it, but how? Master, reconstruct the scene where Kiri died. We cannot summon a ghost, but inspecting the corpse should be the human side's right. Yes, that poses no problem. I will reconstruct the scene where Ushirimiya Kiri died. Beatrice be like, I'm gonna try and disprove my own existence. We cannot call Kiri's ghost here. But by learning what Kiri left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon. Fine, search as much as you want. There's no way you'll learn anything. I just said it in red a short while ago. Kiri did not leave anything written down. That's not what we're looking for, bro. Dumbass. Dumbass little friend of mine. No matter what you find, how could you understand anything? We may find nothing, but Battler is grinding his teeth, fighting to think of a move to break through you. This is all I can do. And she died. Nope, and she's back. Beato landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kiri's fallen body, and wandered around observing. I don't quite understand the process of how the human side fights. Evidence was required, was it? Then what should I search for? The purported Grey Lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling around, and she's even disgracefully searching a corpse. Oh, how that look suits you. Say what you wish. I cannot do any more than this. I do not care how I'm mocked. However, I cannot abandon Battler as he is fighting for my honor. Even if I must crawl on the ground and search through dead fish, or flesh, I don't know where I got fish from, I must answer that responsibility. While being subjected to the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Kiri's corpse. Look, dude, we're on the chandelier right now, I remember, because I showed the flower cups where, like, the lights are. The petals, that it looks like. She fished through the pockets, taking out what was inside and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, a stub of a plane ticket, lighter, cigarette butt, A single 100 yen coin. There's no special suspicious object. Although Byato was down on all fours and being sneered at, that was all she could find. Okay, pause. Let's look at what she had and let's see how can we reason that any of these things are important. Having a handkerchief and a tissue is a little odd. I'm gonna wonder what's up with the tissue, the handkerchief, and the yen coin. I mean, like, the rest is sort of whatever. Until... she found it. What's with that wretched-looking trash? Come on, then. How are you gonna break through my magic with that stuff? Worthless. Worthless. You look so dumb. What's with this state of affairs after you butted in sounding all heroic? How pathetic. How embarrassing. Why don't you just give up and die forever? The witch fell over laughing, taunting Byato. Byato hung her head, trying to withstand the shame. Milady, are you satisfied with your inspection? I will not find any more than this. From this evidence, can some move be made to counter? If not, then the human side must resign. Obviously, you don't have any room to argue back. I'm a witch. You can't break through my magic. You're no longer anything but a former witch. Sorry for the hiccups. Just a loser who isn't even allowed to take the name Beatrice anymore. Go on, pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like, and try to break my magic with it. You can't, right? You can't, can you? Why is that? It's because I'm a witch. It's because you're just a loser without a name. And here comes Battler. Not so fast. I figured it out. I know that Kiri doesn't smoke. Why would she have a lighter? Something shouldn't be here. I won't lose heart. I will not lose heart. No matter how much I am sneered at, Battler's fighting for my honor. For the sake of his honor, I must not lose heart. As Byato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, in the hope that Kiri was holding something else, in the hope that she could find something that could save Battler from his plight, she searched earnestly. However, nothing more came up. Damn it all. Please, assure me, Kiri. I know you will save your son from his plight. Please, even after death, lend me power for his sake. Kiri, like, specifically kept something on her person so the Battler would be like, wait a minute! However, Kiri's body did not answer. Okay, to Rudolph. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. No dead person existed that would answer Byato now that she had lost the endless magic. It's pointless, pointless, pointless. Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches. For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend a hand. You will be alone for all eternity. You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you. If that frustrates you, why don't you cry forever? Why don't you apologize? Say, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Forever. Sorry, Battler. I couldn't help you in any way. And he goes, you helped me plenty. No, you've done enough. Thanks, Byato. I won't waste your efforts. I don't need consoling. Just how could you argue back with this pile of rubbish? Just how could you strike back with this rubbish I endured her sneering to scrape together? Wait a minute, pause. Wait. It all just clicked. I was memeing about the lighter. It unironically might be. We know that Rudolph smoked. A cigarette butt. Huh, the only thing I'm wondering, because I remember they very specifically mentioned earlier in this chapter that Ava hated smoking. She couldn't stand it. And the fact that there's a cigarette butt. Also, maybe I'm crazy, but like, you throw a cigarette butt on the ground, right? You don't carry it around with yourself. It's something to do with these two, I know. It's gonna come back to this, and I don't know how it's gonna come back to this, but it's one of these two. In front of Byato, who was still crawling on all fours and hitting the pile of objects Kiri had left behind with her fist, Battler also crouched. And after patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette, I fucking knew it, you fucker, and held it up over his head. This isn't the type of smokes they smoked. What are you trying to say with that trash? Kiri doesn't smoke. Okay, well, that's not exactly the counter that I thought it was going to be, but Kiri was even holding a lighter. Certainly she wasn't carrying a box of cigarettes itself, but at a glance it very naturally looked as though Kiri had a smoking habit. Dad smoked, but Kiri... I fucking remember they talked about Rudolph fucking smoking. But she did walk around with just a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes. Also, again, like, why would you carry around a cigarette butt? So what? If the husband smoked, and even if the wife didn't, it isn't strange for her to have a cigarette on her. Maybe she just picked up her husband's irresponsibly tossed cigarette butt, but you're inside. And it was raining outside. How would you light it? Not that you couldn't light it, but it wouldn't last very long outside. If it was just a butt, it meant that you smoked it, so you were inside somewhere when you were smoking. I'm trying to find what the line would be. The howling wind is not helping me thinking, okay, it makes me want to laugh for some reason. It's just getting in my way. You have the cigarette butt. There's two things, is that one, you probably had to be inside to smoke because it's been like torrential downpour the entire time. Even if you smoked it, the cigarette wouldn't burn down enough to a butt, so they were definitely inside when they were smoking. And why would you hold around the trash instead of throwing it on the ground? I don't know. What does that have to do with my magic? Nothing at all. The other thing is that, again, like, Ava wouldn't want to be around smoking. I'll say more. Fuck, dude, I said it right after. This isn't the right brand. This is in every fucking detective thing. Oh, he smoked fucking Marlboro Mints. This isn't Marlboro Mints. This is a fucking Newport. Okay. There's a different brand of cigarette than Dad smokes. Sorry, Beato. Could you look in the pockets of Dad's body, too? This? Checking the brand? Ah, I knew it. Marlboro Mints. The brand is different from the cigarette butt. The cigarette butt Kiri had on her is not of the same brand as the cigarettes that Rudolph smokes. And so what? Maybe Kiri's just a good girl who likes things to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone and picked it up. I wouldn't, though. Beato, sorry, but one more time, please. Uncle Hideyoshi's pockets. Okay, and especially, I was about to say, especially, in this family, only Dad... Okay, I'm putting this down for the future, although it's probably not important. Only Rudolph and Hideyoshi smoke. Because they talked about it, like, the start of this game. See, this is the one thing. Higurashi did this too, man. You cannot let even, like, the little tiny one-liner things pass by. You have to fucking remember them. It's here. Is this it? Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out, and held it out. Because we know from Hideyoshi that he couldn't smoke around Ava. Because it drove her crazy. Checking the brand, we acknowledge that the cigarette butt is of the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes. Like I said, so what? How can you break my magic because you found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kiri's pocket? That's right. Cigarette butt is our message from Kiri. No. This cigarette butt itself is the reason that Kiri left the guest house. Beato, thank you. If you hadn't found this, I wouldn't have given up here. Question is, if she picked it up somewhere that it was smoked, where would she get it from? Regalia, reconstruct the situation. The guest house after it came to the light that Auntie Rosa and Maria had been killed in the second twilight. Understood. Reconstructing. After Rosa and Maria's deaths, the remaining survivors rechecked all the doors and windows in the mansion. They constructed a barricade. They rechecked that their defenses were solid. There's nothing suspicious about that at all. What are you trying to say? Why are you bringing back the second twilight when we're talking about the fourth twilight and after? Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him. Okay, exactly, yeah, so then why would you not put it in the holder instead of carrying it around? I can finally see why Kiri deliberately put that cigarette butt in her own pocket. It was because that cigarette butt meant something. That very cigarette butt was the message left by Kiri for us. Let's hear it then. How using a single cigarette butt are you going to deny me? Fucking cigarette gate. As you've just heard. After the second twilight, an inspection was done for all rooms in the guest house. At that time, Kiri found something that shouldn't exist in a place where it shouldn't be. Oh. She found a cigarette butt, but you would assume that nobody had left. So they went out because they had to have been outside because I don't think it had started. No, it was raining when they were killed. Although there was the little eaves trough, or not eaves trough, there was like the one little section that they could smoke under. But that was at the actual mansion. After the second twilight, they found the cigarette butt. But the question is, because it has been raining, if Rudolph wasn't the one smoking, and obviously that was one of the butts that Hideyoshi smoked, so Hideyoshi smoked at some time, and he was probably outside when he was smoking, but it was inside. Something that shouldn't exist. What do you mean by that? It's this cigarette butt. This has been set in the ashtray of the guest room where Uncle Hideyoshi had been. Oh, okay, yes, it all makes sense now. Sorry, no, it all makes sense. It proves that Ava was gone because we already knew that Ava couldn't stand it. Okay, no, it all makes sense. So if there was an ashtray that had a cigarette butt in it, it makes sense that we know Ava wouldn't have been in the room because she detested smoking. They mentioned it literally in like the start of this chapter. It was like the very first chapter. Sorry, the start of this episode in the first chapter. So there's no way that Ava was in the room with Hideyoshi, so we can now confirm that Hideyoshi was lying. And once again, from earlier, it's a semantic game. He said, yeah, I was in the hotel, or I was in the the guest house room the whole time. Okay, sure, that doesn't prove anything, pal. We're talking about your wife, not you. And he lied. He kept his fucking thing. He was smoking because she was gone. Proved that she was gone because he wouldn't have been smoking if she was there. What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray? Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head? Aunt Ava hated smoking. There's no way there would be a cigarette butt there when she was sick and sleeping. However, there was a cigarette butt in the ashtray. When she saw that, Kiri realized immediately Uncle Hideyoshi was lying. She realized that Aunt Ava hadn't really been sleeping, and that she had snuck out of the room. Repetition requested, the cigarette butt was stubbed out in the ashtray of a room in which Uncle Hideyoshi and Aunt Ava were resting. Okay, I'm not even going to put this one down that she refused, but I think it makes sense. I finally got it. Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. Thank you, Beato. What? Was I of some use? Oh, I knew I predicted the line, but that was like the easiest line to predict. Yeah, you were. We'll tear it off. We'll tear the mask off of the fake witch. In that cigarette butt, Kiri realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Ava's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time, he had been unable to withstand the tension and had smoked. Then Kiri had disclosed that to Rudolph, because I remember specifically with Kiri when they were like going out for food, it seemed like the stupidest, goofiest reason. I don't know if I mentioned it while I was playing, but I was like, it seems kind of odd, like, I think I just thought it. I was gonna say at one point, like, have these people like never fasted before? Like, you don't die not eating 12 hours, 24 hours even. You can go way longer than that. So it was really odd. And again, Kiri's never gonna be something that's so simple like, oh yeah guys, we just need food. Like, it's not that simple, although she kind of like sack herself to die for it, but... Then Kiri had disclosed that to Rudolph. Okay, so the only thing that... Okay, this chapter is like the key to unlocking everything, I think, going forward. But I'll save it for later so we can progress. Then Kiri had disclosed that to Rudolph. She disclosed that there was a good chance that Ava was the culprit and Hideyoshi was an accomplice. Next, Kiri proposed that they go get food, and then she asked Uncle Hideyoshi to lend a hand. This could only mean one thing. Kiri planned to isolate Uncle Hideyoshi and question him about the truth. Temple's Raven, valid. Unless the witch side can counterattack this move, the existence of the magic which claims to have controlled Kiri is denied. What did you say? I deny it. Anyway, I deny it. It wasn't me. No, wait, it wasn't Ushirimiya Ava. Ava was sleeping in the room. Then try saying it. You can't and I know it. You can't say it this time either. Repetition requested. At that time, Ushirimiya Ava did not take a step outside the room. What the hell is this? I'm the one who's attacking, right? Why did I get on the side that's being attacked? When did offense and defense get reversed? I'm the one doing the questioning, you know? The witch. Me. Why? I repeat, repetition requested, Ushirimiya Ava did not leave the room. There's no way you can say it. It's checkmate! Does the witch side have a move in response? There cannot be one. There is no truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up with truths and falsehoods. You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch. You aren't the golden witch. You're a human. You are Ushirimiya Ava. I know he yelled that, but it's not me. Ah! The witch roared. Her entire body was burned with a tremendous heat. Okay, dude, all this proves to me, too, is that there's so much in this game I can't trust. This game is an unreliable narrator. And she let out a roar like a dragon. I skipped a bunch of that, but... Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped. And we know Ava was in a possession of a gun since after that time, so it doesn't even prove anything. However, the roar drowned out that flicker and made it return once more to the original form of the cruel-hearted witch. Alright, if you want to call me Ushirimiya Ava, then go right ahead. I admit, I really can't repulse all moves related to Ushirimiya Ava being the culprit. I may have been dragged down from the position of Golden Witch, and maybe I am now being called Ushirimiya Ava. But, you know what? That by itself doesn't mean the witches and magic are denied. I'll teach you now. I'll teach you that I am not Ushirimiya Ava, nor a human, but a real witch. Look and see this red truth. The witch clapped her hands and time advanced in the world of the game board. But not for me. As they called Jessica's name, Battler and Ava ran up to the parlor. They were searching for Jessica because they were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was. So what's your point? What are you trying to say? You couldn't be... Oh no. Beato went pale. They made it clear that the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to have such an effect on Bito. Sorry, am I being, like, slow? As they called Jessica's name, they ran up to the parlor. Oh, because I'm with Ava right now. They'd gone to the servant room, found Nanjo, didn't know where Jessica was. Okay, so... this time, I'll give you a fatal move that you won't be able to talk yourself out of. No. I'll make this move against all humans who support you. Prepare yourself and listen to my move. Don't. That move is... The move is what? Killing Battler in the game? I mean, he's died so many times. Bito, stay back. I'll take it. Bring it on, you fake witch. After Jessica was injured, Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision. Okay, now we're finally getting somewhere. We're getting to an interesting... After Jessica was injured, Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision. Battler is neither a culprit nor an accomplice. Okay. By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Ava. Wait, no, not at all. I don't want to call this out instantly. Wait, no, I already know what it is. I literally already know what it is because I fucking put it in the notes. Where is it here? I'll pull up my notes. Sorry, I was typing the notes. You can't see the search bar, but I'm control F'ing right now. I'm gonna do refuse. We're gonna have to go down quite a bit, though. I'm gonna leave it at that, okay? Refuse to say that they're dead. There's a chance that she didn't kill Hideyoshi. Because she couldn't kill Hideyoshi. Because it was her husband. So unless I get something else here, we'll see. What? I'll seal you, and humans as well, in a red barrier of death that most certainly cannot be escaped from. Farewell, lowly humans. Sleep for all eternity in an absolute locked room of magic with no exits. Now prepare yourself for the red truth. There are no more than 18 humans on this island. Okay, again, that doesn't really aid in anything. Throw your foolish thoughts of mysterious people hiding and committing crimes. But if I say it this way, you could also suspect animal culprits. It would be unbearable to hear an irrational theory about how an orangutan tried to commit murder wouldn't count as a human, so I'll change it like this. Doesn't this disprove witches as well? No life forms other than humans. I guess you could say that witches are still human life forms if you wanted to be a semantic gamer about it. So with that covered, next I'll explain the situation for all 18 people who exist on this island. Kinzo is dead. Okay, so this is interesting. We're actually going to get a lot of good info here. Now she might bunker bust exactly what I was just saying here. Kinzo's dead. Kraus is dead. Natsui is dead. Hideyoshi is... Okay, never mind. George is dead. Rudolph is dead. Kiri is dead. Rosa is dead. Maria is dead. Also, again, though, this still doesn't totally disprove this. Shannon's dead. Cannon is dead. Gota's dead. Kumasawa is dead. Nanjo is dead. Those 15 are all dead. Okay, so I'm just going to put in red note. All 15 are dead. The only thing this doesn't prove is they're dead at the moment that we're bringing this up. It doesn't really mean too much. And Battler is alive. Ava is alive. Jessica is alive. Okay. So you understand that accordingly, when the last victim Nanjo died, only 3 people, Battler, Ava, and Jessica, were alive, right? What did you say? You bitch. You couldn't mean... Ava was with you the whole time, so committing a crime was impossible for her. Of course, Battler isn't the culprit. He wasn't forging an alibi for her, and he took the possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching over her actions carefully. Okay, I'm not writing that. No chance existed for her to do anything suspicious. In short, at the time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room. In the time of what crime? Only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room. There's a chance that Jessica's the culprit, but 2 battle slice that up in red before you try. Ushimiya Jessica has not committed murder. Okay, now this is... So I think they're talking about Nanjo. This is actually an interesting thing, though. Shiramiya Jessica has not committed murder. This is more interesting than anything, because that gives more info. She was not involved with Nanjo's murder. Her eyes were completely blocked. It's impossible for her to carry on a murder like that. And here's an extra. Neither Ava nor Battler killed Nanjo, nor were they involved. Again, doesn't this just imply the fact, we already know that Ronove refused to admit at one point, excuse me, the hiccups, that that they were dead at the time when he was asked? Could it not be that they acted in such a way, then died? You saying they're dead now doesn't fucking mean anything, but... Wait a fucking second. That makes no goddamn sense. There are only 3 humans, then a murder occurs, and none of those 3 were involved. That's insane. I'll state it clearly. The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler nor Ava nor Jessica. In other words, it wasn't one of the survivors. Okay, again, you're not scaring me here, but... No, that's right. What about the multiple personalities? Just like you were originally another personality of Auntie Ava's. Let's say Jessica had another, like, witch-like personality, which like the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Dr. Nanjo. Moron. Yeah, I think they're purposely obfuscating the times of death. The fact that she's saying right now, at like the end of the thing, that we're going here and we're looking around, like when Nanjo died, and now you're saying after Nanjo's dead that they're dead. There's a very specific reason, like why would you not admit at that time that they were dead, but now you admit that they're dead? There's some gap in between where something happened. Moron. I've already said it in red, Jessica's eyes were completely blocked, and murder was impossible for her. No matter what kind of personality she was possessed by, murder could not be carried out with her body. I wonder if you'll be satisfied if I say it this way. No actions caused by Jessica's body had any relation to or influence on the murder of Nanjo. See, again, this is like one of those weird things too when you just say, like, I don't want to dig too much into this statement because I don't think it was Jessica, but saying no actions caused by Jessica's body. That doesn't fucking mean anything. At all. It's more important that she said up here that Jessica didn't commit a murder. That was the more important statement. This means nothing. Like... oh, her body. No actions caused by her body. Okay, this also applies to Battler and Ava. In other words, no matter how much you try to struggle and interpret it, neither Jessica nor Battler nor Ava is the culprit who killed Nanjo. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, everyone else is dead for sure, right? Then all that's left is Dr. Nanjo's suicide theory, right? And the trap theory. The culprit was already dead, but a trap that they had already set was... they had already prepared one off. Nanjo's death was a homicide. Of course, it was a direct method of murder, not a trap. Okay? They readied their weapon and killed him with it directly from the front of it at a point-blank range. Also, we know it was a gunshot. Do we not? We heard the bang when the staff went out. I literally pointed it out in the notes. I can probably find the spot in the notes. Yeah, right here. A bang was heard and the game described the staff extending out and stabbing Nanjo. Still some possibility of a gun depending if we go physical explanation or if we entertain. I spelled entertain wrong here. Entertain a magical one. We heard the fucking bang when the staff extended. But wait, there are only 3 survivors. You said and read that everyone else is dead. You basically confirmed the life or death status of all 18 people. Furthermore, the existence of a 19th person has already been denied. In other words, no one can exist except the 3 survivors. And yet a 4th person, other than those 3, appeared before Dr. Nanjo. How can a person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person exists? Insane. You're lying. You're lying with the red letters. The red only tells truth, yeah, blah, blah. Isn't doubting that the same as betraying the honor of the witch who's behind you, shriveling up in fear of me and hiding behind your back? Damn it. We're getting a fucking crimson web pattern here, huh? Shit's worth a lot of money. I'll state it clearly, right now. The only one who appeared in front of Nanjo was me, a witch. Yep, and you didn't say it in red. Don't believe you. The golden witch who can't be explained by the 18 humans. Virgilia, Ronove. Isn't the situation contradicting itself? Is she really telling the truth with red? Yes. Red truth valid. What an elaborate and precise cornering. I love how it just shows him in the spider web. How should I make a move against this? Virgilia, isn't there any move? I cannot think of anything. And you, Ronove? My apologies. However, in these last 1,000 years, I have never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board layout. Although it pains me to admit, it is beautiful. What a beautiful red. Checkmate. The witch's master and the demon butler were both stunned, and a somehow rapturous expression rose to their faces. Forget surrendering, they were both simply impressed with this perfect checkmate, which could only be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their heart, it gives rise to neither regret nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. She had said in red that all 15 people had died. She had said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people. Me, Jessica, and Auntie Ava existed. And even though none of those 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. And without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide, murdered by that person, openly from the front. The one thing that I would like to point out with the witches in this game is they love to do semantic games. Like, they love to play around with definitions and shit. And so the reason why I was saying that earlier about like the timing of the deaths is the fact that her stating that like right now at the very present that like these people are dead doesn't necessarily mean anything. Because there's a few other times like the chapel that was like the locked room at the start of chapter 2 with the 6 people dead got disproven right away, and most of it was like word games and trying to make it come up with a false pretense. So this is going to be my current claim until she shoots it down, especially the fact that the direct question was asked earlier and not refuted. I don't know. She claims that person is a witch. The culprit that killed Nanjo was not an animal or anything of the sort. That has already been dealt with in red, you know. Remove everything other than humans from consideration entirely. And again, doesn't this also totally delete her own existence here if you say remove everything other than humans? And again, unless you're going to say that witches are like a human form or something, but... Oh yeah, it's insanely. There's like no way that you can cover like everything. I mean, we're getting into like the devil's proof thing. Absolutely no factors other than humans. Again, but what does this statement mean? Therefore, I can also say this. The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human. Again, does this not disgrace your own theory? Yeah, I don't understand this. Isn't this you losing? Like, aren't you admitting that... I'm gonna write this down, but... in the notes. Absolutely no factors other than humans participate in this game board. The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human. Held up a weapon. I'm gonna put ... held up a weapon. I'm not gonna type the rest of it. Held up a weapon and killed with it ... Shout out to Nanjo for once again, you know, I don't want to shit on my boy for being useless, but shout out to him for literally not saying a fucking thing when he's being attacked other than, oh god, no. However, the human may have been able to use magic, which means it was a witch. Okay, so that's like the most fucking bullshit workaround. Fuck you. Even as Battler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thump. His soul still refused to submit, however his knees had already started to accept submission. Oh, did you kneel? That's right, you're already starting to understand. The Golden Witch does exist, and the Golden Witch Beatrice is me. Come on, praise me. Now is the time to praise the resurrection of a true witch. Now is the time to praise the resurrection of the Golden Witch Beatrice. On the 9th twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. Battler's getting totally farmed right now. Open mid, man, it's over. For him, at least. Damn it. I don't understand. After being so thoroughly immobilized by the red, I don't have a clue anymore. But Battler, don't lose heart. You and I promised that we would fight each other again, did we not? Will you surrender here? Okay, fusion dance, come on, let's do this. Will you disappear in a place like this before fighting with me again? I don't want to break that promise, but I can't think of any move to deny her. In the first place, this isn't even a proper problem. Nothing exists outside the suspects, and all the suspects are innocent. I've been told that they're innocent in red. You weren't told they were innocent in red, actually. You were just told they were dead. And also that it was a real homicide, and that the culprit was human, and that they did appear in front of Dr. Nanjo's eyes and kill him. I give up. There's nothing I can do. Please, Battler, don't give up. Don't lose heart. If you stop thinking, it automatically becomes your loss. I'm begging you, don't lose heart. I'm also cheering you on, so don't lose. I can't think of anything anymore. I end up thinking that she's just a witch anyway and must have done it with magic, so just thinking is pointless. Also, maybe I'm like totally stubborn and crazy. But I feel like if I was in his shoes, and you've had all these games with the witch, right? And you've seen all the amount of times that you were able to disprove what they were saying by using like a physical interpretation or explanation, one to which she will not even confirm because it would deny her existence. How on earth would you ever trust any explanation she gives you going forward? Like, I understand the whole idea is that, oh, like, the person is hopefully blocked off every other explanation so there's nothing left, but I don't know, I feel like I would instantly be skeptical of the witch no matter what at this point. Like, literally, you could give, like, the most infallible thing ever and I would still doubt you for the sake of doubt. It's no good. My head hurts. My brain's tired. I end up thinking that thinking's pointless, so I should just stop. Battler, listen. In the game of chess, both sides do... I can't speak chess. Both sides do all they can to make the other lose, so a single game takes a long period of time. However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and voluntarily makes moves harmful to themselves, the game will end in a blink of an eye. That is called a fool's mate, the bow test gambit. A fool's mate is simply put a strange way of playing chess with the mind to lose as soon as possible. Opening the area in front of your king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Chess in which the average playing time... Yeah, there definitely is some that they say which are only for the game board, not overall. I just mean that, like, when she's talking about, like, the type of a witch, she kind of added the addendum at the end, which sort of, like, saved her, saying that, like, which means they use magic, so they were a witch. But that's also just confusing... That's just confirming that, like, witches are human. But... regardless. Trust me, this is giving me a lot to dig into in the theory realm. I just want to see the end of this, because I'm getting fucking hungry, and I've been up for, like, a long-ass time. Chess in which the average playing time for a single game may stretch for several hours. I mean, if you're playing... yeah, I guess, if you're... can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take a painfully long period of time, but if one side decides to lose, they can end the game all too easily. Yeah, it's called conceding. What? At any time. When the human side stops thinking, it hands the problem before its eyes over to the witch, and even an apple falling from a tree can be immediately resolved as the work of magic. And it is the same way for the witch side. Witches use the red truth. If they use that to show that the true form of magic can be explained away using humans, they can immediately lose. Yeah, exactly, what she just said. You don't have to tell me that. You're telling me to not stop thinking, right? But how am I meant to counterattack her perfect bright red move? For me, for humans, it's no longer possible. Is it impossible? Is it impossible for you, Battler? Please don't lose heart. At that moment, something within me. Sorry, it's no longer possible for me. Battler scratched at the floor, crying heavily. Bro, where has Rika been this entire time, girl? Pull up. Holy fuck, you've been AFKing. Hello. Beato watched that with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch. I will make a move as a counterattack to yours. Here it comes, the goat attack. Huh? How can you possibly cut up this perfect checkmate? How can this checkmate, which is completely impossible for humans to break, possibly be broken by the likes of you? But Beatrice, you couldn't be... What about a move that a human cannot make? I will counterattack you with a move I can use because I am a witch. Is she gonna use red to dispel the red? This would be the god theory. A move you can use because you are a witch. What are you planning to do? I knew it! I fucking knew it instantly. I will use the red to deny witches. Beatrice. Milady. The master and the butler were both startled. I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches could use, to use the red to deny witches. It was like using her own sword to slit her own throat. What? Come on, what are you saying? Deny witches with red? Don't talk like an idiot. If you do that, you won't get away unscathed either. You are not a witch, and I am not a witch either. The road to becoming a true witch is difficult, and I have much, much farther to go. Then that is convenient. In this place now, witches did not exist from the beginning. I will strip this deception away myself. Interesting statement there. You and I are both real, obvious witches. Being able to use red is itself proof that we are. I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you, but if you're mistakenly thinking that you alone will be able to get away unscathed, then you better... I'm making no such mistake. I would accept it. Because she would say that she's not a full witch yet, so she's not denying witches, she's just denying that she is not a witch yet. But, again, semantic games. What did you say? I never managed to become a witch in the first place. I've done nothing more than finally begin walking on the road to becoming a true witch. If it is true that I am a witch as I stand, then I am nothing more than a false witch who got addicted to power, like you. Rather than existing in that shabby form, I would have no regrets in erasing this form of mine along with you. Are you insane? Stop it. I still want to be a witch. I don't want to be a human. Witch, please return to your seat. Please receive the human side's response from your seat. What are you doing? Let go of me. Don't let that woman use red. Make her stop. Let go! So I want to see, what is Beatrice going... What is Beatrice going... I think she's going to say what I was saying. As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Ronove pressed down on both of her shoulders, forcing her back into the seat. And even after that, he didn't remove his hands from those shoulders. Denying witches was the same thing as denying magic, and included demons such as Ronove. However, instead of running away, Ronove chose to act as the facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake. Beatrice, you have no regrets, I hope. The same to you. Yeah, but Virgilia is a real witch, so, at least as far as we're aware. Sorry, even though you taught me a lot of fun magic and happy spells. I couldn't use it well at all. So I'll train from zero. ... And start over again. I'm truly sorry that you had to get caught up in your stupid disciple's misconduct. I had a good disciple in the very end. Go and do as you believe. I don't have a clue what you guys are talking about, but I do understand one thing, and I can say this. Beato, I don't know what you're trying to do, but whatever it is you're about to do, don't do it. You have no moves, but I have one. If we let this move escape us, she will be revived as a witch in the true sense, and this time she will control the whole island. All nightmares will be hers to do with as she pleases, and this island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witch's constant fantasies for all eternity. Can you permit that? Is it alright for your dear relatives to be toyed with for all eternity in that witch's nightmare? But still, you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself. This is a game between me and her. There's no need for you to sacrifice yourself to make a move. I'll think of something. I'll definitely think of a miracle move. So don't rush into it. Oh, damn it to hell. I'll definitely think of one, so don't rush into it. This game is cruel. The time limit for your deliberation has already run out. I am now the only one who can do it. Worry not, Battler. I'll defeat her. I'll defeat that cruel-hearted witch with my own hands. Wait, Beato. Stop it. Quit it. There's absolutely no need for you to sacrifice yourself. Last I remember, you were fighting to deny me. What a strange person. Let that child do as she likes, and please see her through. But... Battler, there's only one thing I ask. Would you cover your ears? My ears? No, are they gonna cuck me so I don't get to hear it? My ears? Why? In a few moments I will deny witches in red. I will slice up the game board that she has laid out with her red. By doing that, I will probably lose my form as a witch as well. If you also hear the red truth I will tell, you will understand my true form. Oh, they're gonna cover it. Even if you alone cover your ears, the truth will not change at all. However, even so, I want you alone to cover your ears. I at least want to be a witch in your eyes. Aww. Please. That's so cute, Beatrice. There is no problem on the witch side. Please, your move. Let go! You won't get away unharmed either, you know. She's insane. She plans on dying and taking us with her. Stop it. Don't deny it. Stop! How unsightly for a golden witch. Now, are you ready? I will remove your checkmate in Battler's stead. What happened on the chessboard where 15 died and only 3 remained? I will now expose it in red. With that red truth, I will impale and kill both fake witches. Beato turned around and smiled at Battler. Most likely no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish, that she wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears. To protect her final honor as a witch, he put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And I got flashbanged, and he howled. So not even a bit of what she was saying would slip into his ears, or the readers, apparently. God damn it. After that was a world where Battler could not hear anything. Beato was saying something with red. Even the evil witch attempted to cover her ears at their bitter contents. That was the red truth. Words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Words that only witches could use. The only words capable of denying witches. Beato talked. With the red truth, she sliced apart the bright red game board with that board that the witch had released. And if you have epilepsy, you also fucking died in front of your monitor because of the flashing lights. She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans with moves that could only be solved by witches and began cornering the witch. The truth that Battler was not permitted to hear. Battler had broken his promise and sneakily listened in. Well, this would only be a 3-episode game and not an 8 one. In an instant, Battler probably would have been able to become the victor in his game with Beato. He would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all the magic and tricks, locked rooms, spells, curses, legends, and the entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler would only learn that when he reached the truth by himself. Yes. From the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler would reach that truth by himself. It was something that shouldn't be reached by being told. It was a truth that Battler would have to drag himself to with his own power. I actually really like this ending right now. A brilliant light gathered with Beato, and the evil witch at the center and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. Oh. Heat and brilliance like the sun, shone on all the falsehoods that hid in the darkness trying to deceive, and burnt them to nothing. Gloa! How? How can you die? How can you throw away your life when you have such incredible power? You hold the power to control gold, magic, everything else at will. How can you so readily throw that away? Learn that even with a mountain of gold, even with magic to split the sea, there are some things that you can never obtain. Come, show yourself. Show your true form, Ushiramiya Eva. When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Ava could be seen there holding a gun. You were the culprit, Aunt Ava. Took you long enough to notice, Battler. Damn. Without any hesitation or mercy, Ava raised the gun and pulled the trigger. An explosion resounded and Battler fell to the floor, his heart shot through. Why would you not shoot him in the fucking head? After going into convulsions for a short time, okay, that's nice. My guy just convulsed and fucking... Shout out Jessica, you got this! Wolves and sheep puzzle, good meme. Sawed-off rifle from Kinzo's collection. I mean, this sort of starts to confirm everything at this point, right? The cord-shaped object is interesting, though. I'm trying to figure out what that is, but... After going into convulsions for a short time with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. But in his last moments, he understood without a doubt that she was a murderer, and not just for killing him. Excuse me. There are several murders where I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beato exposed all of them with the red blasting away all magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, hadn't that been nothing more or less than proof that all magic can be explained with humans? Yes, literally. Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself don't know the whole truth. However, from the fact that she managed to deny it in red, I learned one fact which is extremely unfair for us, namely, it is possible to deny all magic. So in other words, type it in red right now, I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I covered my ears would be made pointless. If I'm going to regret, I can only regret my own actions. If at that time I had thought of some turnabout move to counter the witch's final play, there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. I brought about this conclusion because I was worthless. Chapter end? Yep, here we go, last chapter I think. I can't imagine there'd be another one after this. Even though it was a pitch black world where nothing could be seen, for some reason I felt Beato's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. You can exchange words with someone whether they're human or witch. So even in a world where witches have been denied, I should be allowed to talk to her. Beato. Battler, is it? It is done. I did it. Yeah, I didn't hear it. But I watched you until the very end. I was watching as you boldly stood up to that evil witch. With this, I am no longer a witch, but I will definitely become a witch again. And I will make it so that I can be called the Golden Witch again. And then, when I am ready to be accepted as your opponent, I will return once more. No, you were a witch. Oh, the double mate, they both lose because he admits it. Huh? I was watching. When you took that evil witch and blew her away with that awesome magic exposing her true form. I was watching with my own eyes. That wasn't magic. But the red... No, it was magic. You were definitely the Golden Witch. This is actually a really cute ending. I was like pretty convinced that I thought this was the best chapter so far. And I'm like even more convinced that it is. But I'll get into that once this is over. Even if you deny it yourself, I'll accept it. You are definitely the Golden Witch. When Battler said those words, she materializes again, right? In the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold like a wheat seed shone brightly. Even though it was small, it had a strong gold-colored glow. And it illuminated the two of them, sitting with their backs together, so they each became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as consciousness. They became aware that they had bodies, and definitely existed. Maybe we should say that they each had been given an existence called a body. When Battler looked at his own form, he wasn't that surprised. But when Beato looked at her own form, she was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked just like normal, but for a short while she was surprised by that form. What is going on? The glow from that grain of light is getting stronger and stronger. The grain of wheat was no longer simply gold-colored, but was like the light of the sun. And again, I'm sorry if it is dark wherever you are in the world, because you're getting fucking flashbanged. Then it softly began to approach Beato's chest, and when that grain of the sun was sucked inside her chest, she fucking exploded. You know damn well when they made this game, the way they got that sound effect is they literally just like smashed a burger on like a grill or something. You know that's what they did. The world became wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then a deep blue ocean spread out below them. Hey, everything's reforming. An island rose up, trees sprouted and created a forest, walls surrounded us, and a ceiling swallowed us. And it became adorned with more and more things, until we realized that this was the hall in the Ushirimiya mansion. In that fantastical hall where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables. I feel like I know we've never seen this CG as in like this angle. I always pictured that this was like a much smaller room. I don't know why. I pictured this was like very small with like a staircase. Like, weirdly, I kind of pictured it, if you guys have played any of the Zero Escape games, I kind of pictured it with like the same kind of staircase that you see at the very start of 999. Like that kind of vibe. I don't know why, but many tables are set up with white tablecloths like it was a party. And beautiful cooking and fruits were set out. Oh, it's the banquet! And over there were a great many figures. Everyone was there talking together and smiling. Guys. There was Dad and Kiri, Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsui and Auntie Rosa, and of course even Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. George, Jessica, Maria, wait, even Shannon, Cannon, Goda, and Kumasawa are here. Everyone was at the party clapping their hands and celebrating our return. Hooray! This is literally Ava episode 26. Congratulations! Congratulations! Why? Everyone was dead. Why are they alive? In the Golden Land, all the dead people's souls can be revived. Welcome back, Beatrice. And welcome, Badler. Welcome to the Golden Land. I made it? I made it. To the door of the Golden Land? Yes. Milady, you have finally been able to invite everyone to the Golden Land. Welcome, Badler, to the Golden Land. This is like a weird, like, good end? Badler. So you finally made it this far. Grandfather, where in the world am I? My blood, which is incompatible with magic, runs more deeply in your veins than any other. Therefore, you were the only one who could not reach the Golden Land, and Beatrice has been searching for you ever since. She tried everything to— Aww! What did you say? It seems that we are all here at last. Badler, if you would take your seat, tonight's dinner is my very best work. If you would, please relish it. You should be honored. Normally I would have eaten all of it, but I left you guys some out of pity. 7 steak babes. Okay, bro, be serious a little bit now. In the Golden Land, all of those with minds are equal. Here there is no distinction between us furniture, humans, or witches. Badler, we were waiting for you. And welcome to the Golden Land. Shannon, George. I'm still suspecting that this might be a dream. I'm sure that we died, but we're alive. And every one of us is here, and we're all happy. I can't believe it. That's right, this place must be a dream world, after I fucking killed everyone. So it doesn't matter that George is so friendly with the maid girl, it has to be a dream. Ah! Give it a rest, Ava. For now you gotta stay quiet and bless the 2 youngins. The Golden Land is a capital of bliss. We should never quarrel here. Here, any people are free to love each other. No one needs to hesitate over it. Jessica, Cannon, so wonderful. I'm so jealous. Hey, Badler, was that Asmodeus? I was not paying attention. No, it was Mammon, it was the same author. Hey, Badler, this is kind of, Badler, welcome, and welcome home. Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Cannon, and Cannon wanted to act humbly like a servant and bow, but since neither of them could let go of the other's hand, he couldn't do it so well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical. With a servant child? I forbid it. I couldn't possibly give away our Jessica to such a person. Why not allow it? This is like you know that this is fake now, because there's no way that Kraus would be okay with it, but Natsui wouldn't, okay? It would be the reverse 100%, come on. Let her at least choose the person she likes. I forbid it. I forbid it. Ah, Jessica. Mine has gone awry too. Oh, George. As Aunt Natsui and Auntie Ava hugged each other, that's how you know it's also fake, because ain't no way these 2 are hugging. Tears of regret for their darling children. Even though they had always been at odds, it was a very bizarre scene. It isn't really a problem, right? It doesn't matter who likes who. Exactly. It's proof the parent hasn't let go of their child. Badler, you can bring home whatever kind of woman you want. I'll accept her warmly, alright? Yeah, you'll probably try and fucking bag her, bro. You douchebag. Keep this guy away. You can't introduce her to this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Kiri. He'll get his hands on her immediately. He'll elope right away. Badler, I died early on and this chapter was kind of bearable because of it. You finally came here. Kee. Maria, from the beginning, you knew that we would be coming here? Ugh, that's why I wasn't scared at all. Everyone was a fraidy cat. It was funny. What the hell? Even though I thought you were the most screwed up, you actually knew the truth from the beginning. How rude. It is absolutely unforgivable to speak of Lady Maria in that way. Notice she has the witch font in her name? Forming firing curve, attack preparations ready. Lady Maria, we can attack at any time. Ouch. Quiet. You are in the presence of Beatrice. Well, there's no need to be quite so strict. For now, let us take the desire to fool around and play together into consideration. More importantly, why don't we begin preparing for the toast? Yes, I have finished preparing my excellent mackerel cooking. I can serve it at any time. Hey ladies, work a little more like furniture. No, I want to stuff myself more. Wah. Come on, let's work. Okay, that's how you know it's also bullshit. Sloth is the one that wants to keep working. Don't keep the guests waiting. Let's work studiously and attend to them. Don't let the guests do anything. Okay, make them lazy, make them slothful, fatten them like pigs. Yeah, never mind, I take it back. Beatrice. Battler. This way. Grandfather and Virgilia were standing on the landing at the top of the staircase, beckoning us. Beato and I looked at each other quizzically, then climbed the stairs together. From the hall it looked like a very high stage. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment and an old-fashioned quill pen. I saw that strange magical characters in Japanese were written side by side, and below it many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first, and everyone else's name had been signed below in one long column. The other people who arrived at the Golden Lamp probably signed this one after the other. It's like the guest register. Battler. Now that you're here, everyone is gathered. Listen carefully. The Golden Land is not a world supported by the power of magic alone. The cooperation and approval of all humans who receive happiness here is required. For that sake, we must gather the signatures of everyone here. Last time, the door to the Golden Land was finally open, but you refused to sign. Although you probably don't remember it, because you refused to sign, this world was once again sealed in darkness. Just hearing it like that, it kinda sounds like I've been the only stubborn one, and I've been causing everyone all kinds of trouble. That is because you are a certified hardhead. Actually true. It seems that you inherited more than just blood from Kinzo. Beato laughed amiably. I knew I was being made fun of, but that smile led me to go along with her, and I laughed without thinking. Magic is a miracle. Miracles cannot be completed unless everyone believes. And when you do, as the last to do so, this miracle, the Golden Lamp, will be completed. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little bit of like sus vibes that I don't like this. I was like really chilling with this, but now it's like, okay, of course, sign, of course, just go through with it. And it's like, It looks like I'm in a real pain. So what should I do? First, sign here, then Beatrice, sign here. It's hard to use a quill pen. Whoa, it shot. You klutz. Shooting ink is a bad omen. Can't you at least write your name quickly? In that illegible scrawl? And what about you? Don't write it in capitals like that. Katakana. Beatrice is a stylish name, so write it. Is that why her name has been written in like all caps this entire time? That's so funny. You're making the quill and your name cry. Shut up. In school, didn't they tell you not to use cursive on tests? This is a solemn ceremony. Be silent. Very good. We've gathered the 2 signatures as well as the form for the covenant. Both of you, your oaths, please. We'll start with Beatrice. Put your hand on the covenant and take oath. Just sign here. You're definitely not going to be signing up as the guarantor of this. I, Beatrice, as a good witch, swear to continue with my training for the sake of bringing happiness to the people. Say it. It's a little embarrassing. I, Beatrice, as a good witch. ... Swear to continue with my training for the sake of bringing happiness to the people. Is that alright? Good. Battler's next. In the same way, Battler, put your hand on the covenant and take the oath. I, Ushimiya Battler, as a member of the Golden Land, swear to serve for the sake of bringing happiness to myself and my neighbor. I, Ushimiya Battler, as a member of the Golden Land, swear to serve for the sake of bringing happiness to myself and my neighbor. I'm embarrassed too. Hear me, one and all. Here and now we have gathered the oaths of all 18 humans accepting the Golden Land. When Kinzo proclaimed that, everyone applauded at once, praising us. Since I've been the only stubborn one and had just been a nuisance, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one. And with that, in accordance with the ancient rites, we asked Battler, the last, to make the oath to sign the invitation to the Golden Land. This is something that invites the Golden Witch Beatrice to the Golden Land. The Golden Land invites the Golden Witch through a consensus of those who have accepted it and becomes complete. Battler, I will read it out loud. Listen carefully. The 18 of us acknowledge the Golden Witch to be Beatrice and welcome her to the Golden Land. What's going on with you? You won't be invited unless I send an invitation? It seems that is the ceremony. It makes me uncomfortable also. Why don't we end it quickly? See again, trying to like go through this too? I don't know, man. I've been hungry for a while now. Come to think of it, I've only been pecking at canned food and haven't eaten anything good. Let's get this thing signed and be done with it. Let's see here. We accept you as a witch. Huh? Yep, here it comes. That's pretty simple. Damn you, grandfather. Is this where we find out this entire thing was, like I said earlier, and it was like a light in fucking Death Note giving up the power play all along? Exaggerating how it actually says it. Exactly. Come on, quickly. Sign right here. Huh? Quickly. Sign. With slightly weird and uncomfortable smiles, the 2 of them started demanding that I sign. Of course, yeah. What the fuck? Who are you? I saw you in the intro, but who the fuck are you? At that time, an incredible sound like that of a glass window breaking reverberated through the hall, and the bustling tumult melted back into complete silence. I dropped the quill pen and turned around, trying to see what had happened. Who the fuck are you? Okay, damn, hello. Excuse me. When I did, where had she come from? A human who clearly hadn't been there a short while ago was in the very center of the hall looking up at us. Who's that? A woman? She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me. Like 16 to 18. But I didn't know that face. You know who this is? I'm calling my shot right now based off of one characteristic. I said this earlier in the game, and I want you can probably go back. I think I've said it multiple times, okay? In anime games, if you see people with the same hair color, they're related. Now I want you to can you just tell me 1 second, guys? Everyone in the chat at the same time. What other character has that same hair color? And who's a character that they kept bringing up in this episode for some reason, who never showed up, but they kept bringing her up for some fucking reason? I think she was brought up one other time at the very start of episode 1, and they keep bringing her up. This is Battler's sister. 100%. Bet my life on it. This is Angie. I guess half-sister, not his full sister. None of the other people here knew that face either. Who are you? Who is this? Where did you come from? Those without invitations are not needed in my party. Servants, throw her out. As you command, surround her. So this was all an Omega ploy that Beatrice was baiting. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory surrounded her from 7 directions, taking up magic blades that drew purple trails and blocking her. From out of nowhere, shuffling goat-head servants appeared in great numbers surrounding that woman. On top of that, the Chiester sisters stood in front of Beato like a wall, readying a golden bow and pulling back the bowstring. Oh, this song? Already? But the woman didn't move at all. On the contrary, she was staring at us on the landing, not paying them the slightest bit of attention. Who is she looking at? Beato? Grandfather? It couldn't be... me? Yes, that woman was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. Then after our eyes met perfectly, she yelled. You must not sign that! Are you going to accept your own defeat? Don't be tricked by the witch! Huh? By the witch? Huh? Just then something incredibly strong lifted me by the nape of my neck. What's going on? And after I was forced to turn around, I saw Virgilia with an eerie smile on her face and the muscular forms of goat monsters. A goat monster that looked like it was 2 meters tall was holding me up with an arm as thick as a log. There is no need to listen to an uninvited guest. Come, give your signature as well. On this written oath, Ushirimiya Battler accepts the existence of witches. Come now, sign the written oath. Ow, 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 ow! Damn it, let go! As the goat monsters constricted me with the power of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist. Battler, why are you resisting? Weren't you just about to sign willingly? Don't change your mind now after all that, alright? Didn't you think, for an instant, that it might be alright to accept witches? You thought that, right? I was... tricked? That can't be. You aren't that kind of... Give me a CG of the most terrifying face you could draw. Okay, I need to hear this laugh. 1 sec. Because I don't use the voices because they interrupt me while I'm talking and it kind of drives me crazy. But I want to hear this fully uninterrupted. I'm going to be honest with you, I was expecting a lot more. Now it's all quiet and it's weird. Sorry, guys, you're making me nervous. Come on. Sorry, Battler. I am that kind of person. Oh, it's no good. I can't keep this up. It looks like sentimental sob stories don't match well with me. Master, with all your strength, if you please. That was such a plain role to play and I got so bored. I don't know who you are, woman, but I'll beat you to death, mash you and crush you until threads start trailing, got it? I'll make you regret being born a woman. Oh, sorry, a woman! Beato raised her gold pipe high, and the massive chandelier hanging in the hall cracked with electricity, and from that fell an almighty purple thunderbolt. Another purple thunderbolt, that's important. Okay, I'm fucking deaf. It was a direct hit on the woman right below it, and should have turned her to ash. However, not a single hair was singed. Okay, this character, Anji is aura farming if this is her. Holy fuck. Oh. I see you have what it takes to show up uninvited. Tell me. Say your name. Prove me right. I don't have any name to tell you. More importantly, you idiot! How long are you gonna be tricked? Stop being so naive and trusting. Figure it out already. All of this is the witch's trap. Those worms were aimed at me. This is all the witch's trap, you say? This can't be. Byato reformed and swore to become a good... Again, you can rewind to yesterday when I said when Ova showed up that this was all a fucking light giving up the Death Note play. I said it yesterday, you can go back and look. Byato reformed and swore to become a good witch. Byato, calling it a trap is a lie, right? Please tell me it's a lie. Sorry, Badler. It was pretty interesting. Still, I was just trying to do what Master told me, but it really did work very well. Alright. I don't know, I'm yawning, I'm not even that tired. I hear after acting bad-tempered and exploring the depths of cruelty, if you act properly incompetent and soft, you can get a massive rise on the goodwill meter thing, right? So she acted tsundere, get it? I've heard that villains who go dere, and then crazy yandere, wow, are pretty popular these days. Despite how I look, I've studied a lot of manga, anime, and galgi? I don't know. I don't know what that is, but that have been popular recently, you see. And I tried it out, and just as expected, it was tears, please, and you're down. Damn, does that mean that she's played yandere sim? Sorry for you, Beatrice. Idiot. What a truly simple person. They call this the North Wind and the Sun strategy. Yep, she did say this earlier. Vergilia even brought this out and told her. How could you... damn you. You two-faced bitch. How dare you deceive me like this? Yes, that expression fits you most. Fuck, I keep yawning. Ooh. That caring expression of yours really doesn't match me after all. My back was itching, and I was frantically trying to withstand it. Too bad. Witches don't reform. Star. You take care of that signature, Master. This uninvited guest is my prey. Come, you can no longer refuse to sign. Now come on, sign it and offer your body, your mind, your soul. When Vergilia lifted her chin as a signal, the goat monsters, with an even more vice-like power, forced my arm to approach the parchment. Ow, 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 ow! These guys are trying to make me sign, even if it breaks my arm. Oh damn. Hello. Barrier. At that moment, a bright red light burst open with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. Did that woman save me? But who in the world is that? They're still edging. I know who it is. Just say it. I know it. I know I am right. I fucking know I'm right. How long do you plan to keep playing in a place like this? Enough already. I'm jealous of you. I'm glad you saved me. That's a pretty cruel way to say it. Who are you? Witch of Rokenjima, it's time you gave him back. Who would do that, you fool? Battler is my toy. My favorite toy. The best toy in the world. I won't get tired of him. I won't throw him away, and I won't hand him over to anyone. Even Battler is enjoying this to the fullest. Together with me, he is having so much fun playing. No matter who you are, I won't let you interfere. Oh yeah, it really does look like you're living it up here. I'm so jealous, my blood is boiling. In a wonderful place like this, guffawing and having a lively, fun, noisy blast of a time with everyone. Surrounded by lots of eye candy witches and being pampered all the time, I'm sure you're having so much fun, and you don't even want to come back. Are you talking to me? Wait, you got the wrong idea. This is pain for me too. The hell is fun about this? You don't know a damn thing. Is she trying to say that he's like willingly staying a part of the game, that he could like leave at any time? What troubles? You get to have fun living with mom and dad. You get to play around happily with all the... Yeah, so there's a confirmation. I already fucking knew it. You get to play with pleasant witches as long as you want for all eternity. Don't you realize the happiness you have? I'm jealous of all of you. Don't you get, oh my god, she's a hater too. This is a woman after my heart. I'd love to be a part of all this. I'm sorry, but no. I am satisfied with the toys I have. A rude toy like you is not fitting for my toy box. Yes, I'm aware of that. Who would ever play with someone like you? But I will thank you a bit for bringing everyone together like this. Who are you? You can't be... I see, so that's it. Yes, I get it. I know who you are. I see. So you are the piece Lady Burncastle. Oh, Rika, my goat! The double play, finally! That Lady Burncastle threw in. I like it. Why don't I formally invite you to my party? I'll welcome you fully. Along with Battler, I'll play with you nicely, break you, kill you, crush you, turn you to ash, mix you with bread dough and bake you until you're fluffy. Oh, that's no. Oh, she has the fucking quote too. That's no good at all. You'll never be able to do that. Rokonjima in the year 1986. I will expose everything that happened then to the light of day. I'll teach you that you're no more than needle ice, scared of the spring of truth. Wouldn't you? Is that like the translation of an icicle? Is that like the? There's no fucking way that. She definitely means an icicle, right? Needle ice? Are you fucking kidding? What the fuck does that mean? Oh god, knocking my fucking mic down in the process. Fucking needle ice. It's kind of funny. I've never heard that before. Scared of the spring of truth. Prepare yourself, Golden Witch. Beatrice. Okay, I will say, easily so far, I think that's the best episode. I don't think it's close either with the first two. Not that the first two were bad. I would give the first two, okay, died on the 9th Twilight. We know he got shot. Ava Beatrice, we don't know. Didn't, and it is, there we go. Confirmation. First Twilight, I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to be contradictory here. This was an amazing episode. The same feeling that I felt playing Higurashi with Chapter 2 and with Chapter 5. This was on that same level. Returned alive. There you go. She did make it out. And yeah, absolutely, thank you for sticking around. Normally I stream in like the fucking depth of the night. The only reason why this is even at this time is because I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. But, fuck me, that was a good episode. Fuck, that was really good. Yeah, I know there are still tea parties. I'm probably going to do them at the start of the next stream. Because I'm fucking starving, and it's starting to get late, and I do have plans with my girlfriend. They'll probably be at the start of the next stream. First Twilight, First Twilight. Man, what a good episode. Virgilia. Part of me even wonders now if Virgilia is even real, or if she's just like an imagination. Leviathan doesn't show her as dead. Oh yeah, absolutely. This game will be the only game I stream until I'm done with it. I'll probably be back tomorrow playing this game. Just like for the night, we're done. Interesting that it shows all their names. Chiester 410, Chiester 45. Sorry, 45. All the goats. You didn't need to list Angie twice. Come on. Lambda Delta. I'm so... It feels like the game is almost like kind of just starting now. I feel like I was getting edged so fucking long because I was sitting here like wondering what was going on. It has to be the Ava one this time, right? Golden Lamb once again crumbled away into the darkness. However, a winner finally emerged in the Golden Witch's game. The winner is the new Golden Witch, Ava Beatrice, because she solved the riddle of the Golden Time. The 17 all died. Yeah, wow. When the seagulls cried, just one person was left alive. This is the first time, too, we have an outcome other than Beatrice. This is making me more confident in one of my theories, too. Okay, you know what? Just for you guys, I'll complete the tea parties now. Okay, so now let's also put here Angie party crashes. The golden banquet. New trophy. Oh. And it was a light giving up the Death Note thing all along. Peak. Put that in the notes. Okay, let's do the tea parties, and I'm assuming it'll be a question mark, question mark, question mark. Oops, sorry, I didn't go to the notes. And then we'll probably do some theorizing at the start of the next stream in relation to some things in this chapter. Again, most of the time, I feel like there's so much shit I haven't had a lot of time to theorize, but that chapter in particular, I think there's a lot that I can theorize with, so. I never thought that Lady Berncastle's piece would barge in at the very end. I searched all over the place for a piece fitting for a game with you. I'm sure that you'll grow to enjoy her. Favorite and least favorite character up to this point. So I was actually going by chapter, or I'm sorry, I keep saying chapters because I'm used to Higurashi. I was going by episode and I was giving a favorite character for each episode. I was actually thinking about that towards the end. I think for episode 1, it was definitely Natsui. For episode 2, it was kind of close. I would probably say it was like Shannon or Rosa, but I'd probably lean towards Shannon in the second. In the third one, it's sort of a cop-out answer, but I feel like it has to be Beatrice. Like, that was her episode, if there was an episode so far. I know that she's been, like, the center point of every episode, but it feels like sort of a cliche answer to give. But if I don't include Beatrice as... Oh, I forgot it's not gonna... Can I click to the human side? Okay, I can. If I don't count Beatrice, which is sort of, I feel like, almost a cheating answer, my favorite character... Let me think. Who is my favorite character? Fuck, it's actually really tough. Okay, outside of Beatrice, who is my favorite character so far? I do like Ava. I kind of like that she is sort of just an unmitigated bitch at all times. It's kind of fucking funny. I don't think I would say she's my favorite. Like I said earlier in the chapter, I don't know why I have a weird liking of Rudolph for no fucking reason. The guy is like a total douche. And he's fucking died in like every episode instantly except for this one. But I kind of like him. Design-wise? Okay, the problem is they're all fucking dead right now, so I can't wait. I'll look over the characters at the end. I'll answer more properly towards the end. I'm not sure who my most favorite is. I would say Beatrice is like a cheating answer. But I don't know. That's what I'm saying. He's a funny douche. Rudolph's lines are like almost always good. He just doesn't have many. So if he is in other chapters where he lives longer, I will probably appreciate him even more. What's with that piece? Who is that person? Who was it? She didn't say her name. That's not fair. She was in the credits. Come on, Lambda Delta. Focus up. Hey, don't you think so too? I have a general idea. Come on, normally anyone would know. Normally? No, we wouldn't. It was that character's first appearance, wasn't it? If she doesn't say her name, I won't. The players won't. Everyone won't know, right? Beato, it's alright if you don't tell her. See? Isn't she a funny kid? Lady Lambda Delta's simple-minded naivete truly is precious and funny. Cackle, cackle. But why am I the only one you don't tell, you meanie? Okay, in exchange I'll teach you a special secret that only I know, so tell me. Oh, a special secret you say? Now that I do want to hear. Bleh. If you want me to tell you, first tell me who that woman really was. The secret I know sure is awesome. I mean, it's gonna be the most boring thing of all time. It's gonna blow you away like finding out that Santa is actually Daddy. Huh? Oopsie, sorry, I'll bet you're so shocked that your world turned upside down, right? Okay. Your father was the one who came to your place, Lambda? And my place? Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Lord Santa Claus, oh my god. I love that they say it in like the witch name. Only visits the home of children with clean hearts. He didn't come to your place then? Well, Lord Santa, okay, they're memeing on her, I see. Is gracious. Unless you are a really bad scoundrel, he will give you a present. After all, he even gave them to me. As you grow and your heart becomes hardened, he stops coming, doesn't he? How old were you, Beato, when he stopped coming? He stopped coming when I was about 12. My maiden's heart awoke, and I quickly got somewhat embarrassed about Lord Santa coming. After I wrote, thanks for everything, that's enough, so make sure you splurge on the last presents, he stopped coming. Oh, and I was looking forward to it, too. How old were you when he stopped coming, Lady Burncastle? I was pretty wild. It happened fairly early. I think it was when I was about 9. Something about that beard really irritated me, so I waited in my futon with some sewing scissors ready, thinking I'd cut it off. What a cringe-worthy age. The Lady Lambda Delta, as long as you can remember, Lord Santa Claus has never come to see you, you say? He usually comes until the last year of elementary school or during middle school. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Okay, I remember when we learned that Santa wasn't real. For me, as far as I can remember, that wasn't even middle school. It was before that. I guess they're saying last year... Okay, I will say, at least where I am in Canada, elementary school generally is K1 through 8. You can have a middle school. Usually middle school is grades 6 through 8. I'm pretty sure we learned that Santa wasn't real in like grade 1 or 2. Maybe I'm fucking crazy. Maybe my class like got to it early. But there was like a kid in our class that exposed it for everybody. So, and I remember, this is way too personal. I don't know why I would even say this, but I'm going to say it now because you can't stop a story once you started telling it. I remember after I went to a hockey game, because I played hockey, of course, I'm Canadian. I remember walking out into the parking lot with my parents after the game was over, because it was like on my mind the entire time. Actually, it was just my mom, because my dad was working. And I was talking to my mom, and I was like, Mom, is Santa Claus not real? And my mom, like, literally didn't even try and, like, pretend. She, like, fucking just nutted up. She was like, yeah, he's not real, it's us. And I fucking cried. I was so sad. And I was like, why didn't you just lie? But maybe we should have a doctor look at her. I hear that maturing too fast can have an adverse effect on the growth of mind and body. Yeah, there's definitely some of those adverse effects. Hey, what are you guys talking about? It truly is boisterous when 3 witches gather. If you're talking about that level of secret, I doubt it's worth listening to. Can I go now? I have to prepare for the next game. Hey, wait a sec. Tell me who that woman really was. Well then, tell me the special secret of yours first. If it's good enough, then I'll tell you. Ho 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 ho. Alright, I'll tell you. And it really is a special secret, okay? Remember, in this game, there was a girl who found the gold and became the new witch, right? Just what kind of secret could that person have? Hehehe. I realize who that girl actually is. Does anyone know? There was a hint in the way she talked. Remember, that girl said it a lot, right? Why don't you... Okay. Rika, you can go. Yes, that phrase was the main point. Forever. Forever. Okay, I literally did not put that connection together, and that's kind of funny. Yes. She was actually Ushirimiya Eva. Yeah, it's like we just played the chapter. What do you think? Are you shocked? Ho 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 ho! Oh, I did not notice that. Then going along with it is even better. To think there would be a hint in a place like that. You're good at playing along with her, Beato. This kid can get a little full of herself, so don't take it too far. See you. I'm leaving. Wait! It's not fair if you just listen to my secret and don't tell me yours. Tell me who she really was. Your secret was so incredible that mine just wouldn't... So in exchange, I'll tell you my own special secret. I'll tell you the name of the culprit. Hey, I already know who it is. I already know. Don't make me put up the spoiler talk, okay? I will. Rika, am I gonna have to put this up if you're gonna do this? Yeah, don't tell me. I'm playing it right now. Isn't she the one? Didn't they insinuate she was the one that started Higurashi? Ah ha ha ha. See you, Beato. The black tea was delicious. Oh, about the crackers, though. The repertoire of jam was lacking. Get some gochujang chili paste every once in a while. It goes great with Russian tea. Later. I see. Alright, I shall try it. I shall call for you when the preparations are finished for the next game. Until then, feel free to drop a strategy at your leisure. Yes, I will. The last game was pretty interesting. Later. Hey, wait a sec, tell me! And then Thanos snapped. My, you two really are close. Yes, that's right. Oh, how I love you, Burncastle. You could even say I'm in love with you. I want to gouge out her eyes so she can see no one other than me. Oh, wouldn't that just be to die for? It'd be wonderful to dunk them in black tea. Who knew she had entranced Lady Lambda Delta to this extent? I don't think you do. I think the Higurashi stuff is more of like a nod to this story. Although I will say that at least the style of how the game is set up in reference to each of the episodes, which I know this sounds very vague having not played it, is very similar. But very similar not in content of like what is happening, but in content of like an overarching thing. They're not really similar. They're kind of, I don't know how to describe without spoiler talking, but you don't have to, I'm almost positive. Who knew she had entranced Lady Lambda Delta to this extent? It seems I carry a heavy responsibility. Still, this last game truly was close. I was a breath away from defeating Badler. Beato, can I ask you something? What is it? I won't tell you that girl's name. Just when are you going to stop screwing around? Do you even have the slightest intention of winning? Lambda Delta threatened her with a low voice that she had never used in front of Burncastle. Okay, I kind of want to hear I don't know if I ever listened to Lambda Delta's voice, except I'm assuming it's like fucking saccharine, sweet, and high-pitched because it's a character that looks the way she does. Yep. Fair. Off. Exit. It completely blew away the calm atmosphere which had been there until a moment ago. You know, I'm supporting you because you're meant to be a witch who can win against Burncastle. If you don't have the power to win against her, then I'm ready to abandon you at any time, got it? How scathing. What about me dissatisfies you? As you know, my game board is perfect. Lady Burncastle will never be able to win. That's right. Your board truly is impressive. Berncastle could spend 100 years, or even 1,000 years here, and she still would be unable to win against this game board. It truly is that impressive and perfect. Okay, let's stop glazing. That's why in exchange for letting me borrow that, I made you a witch. Oh! If I stop being your guardian, you'll immediately go back to being human. Make sure you don't forget that. Okay, wait, this is actually kind of insane. Tea Party, Episode 3. I was kind of wondering what Lambda Delta was doing in this game, because I kind of felt like she was just, like, hanging around. Lambda Delta claims that she was the one who made Beatrice a witch. If Lambda Delta withdraws that... It's actually kind of funny, because wasn't that Lambda Delta in the last game that also said she didn't provide her reference to make, Ova the new Beatrice? Kind of a funny connect there. Can't type, Jesus. I know that. I'm grateful to you. Don't speak so casually. I'll forgive that when Berncastle's around, but I won't when she isn't. Recently, maybe you've forgotten your debt to me. That is not so, my lady. Ah, changed my mind. That creeps me out. You can talk the same way as usual, but be mindful of what you say. I have a surprisingly short temper, you see. Back to the point. Your game board truly is perfect. You should be able to defeat Berncastle without any trouble. But that kid won't give in easily. She'll challenge you over and over. That is no problem. It's been certified by you, Lady Lambda Delta. My game board is perfect. That's right, it is perfect. As long as you, the player, are as perfect as, well, that is. I don't understand what you mean by this. What she's saying is it might be a perfect game, but you're not a perfect player, bitch, so nut the fuck up is what she's saying. What I mean by this? That's what I want to ask you. You play around a lot in your games. At first I thought it was a part of your tactics, because it would completely baffle Berncastle from time to time. But I get the feeling that's not quite true. You're not playing around in a match you know you can win. The truth is you don't care whether you win or lose, do you? Ridiculous. How could that be? She's just trying to have fun, bro. Listen close, okay? Your role is to break Berncastle, force her to yield. We got the meta-narrative going through. In other words, that means being the victor in this game for all eternity. As long as you keep trying to become the certain victor, then I will give you my power as the Witch of Certainty. However, if you fight in a way that doesn't deny any possibility of your loss, that's a different story. This is a game, of course. In the same way that Berncastle will lose if I win, there will be some days on which I will lose and she will win. The possibility of loss always exists. That is why This is why you're useless. That's why there's no need for this to be a game board for you. It simply needs to be a birdcage to lock Berncastle up here for all eternity. What's the role of a birdcage? Making certain that the little bird inside never escapes. What's a birdcage worth if it has gabs against weak gabs that sometimes let the birds out? Of course, games exist to be won, so it is impossible for me to lose. Therefore, I will continue to win, as you wish, for all eternity. Good answer. That's all I want. I'll allow you to play around and use fakes as part of your tactics. It was sometimes effective in the last game, but hear this. If you make a move hoping for anything else other than victory, make sure you're wonderfully prepared, okay? I will not do such a thing. I swear. Originally, you weren't even a witch, and I can remind you what a truly shabby creature you were at any time. If you betray my expectations. At that time, I will have a delightful, delightful penalty waiting for you. Of the billions of fragment worlds out there, I'll send you into the most miserable fragment and seal you there. You were miserable in the first place, so it'll be worth choosing a really miserable fragment. Okay. Oh, how I love you, Berncastle. Scrabble your feet in Beatrice's birdcage as much as you like, and spend 1,000 years learning that you can no longer escape. And when you give in, I'll train you so that you can't tweet in anyone's palm but mine. Well, it's actually called X now. The Everything app, if you were wondering. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Ah ha 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 ha. Okay, that's one of the notes. Bye, Bert. We don't give a fuck, Lambda Delta. Okay. 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 Let's check out the question mark. 1 sec. I'm gonna respond to my girlfriend real quick and we'll finish this off. Okay. Let's polish this off. 12 years later, what the fuck? $1998? A monotonous electronic sound kept on repeating. The theme of that room was a so-called hygienic emotionless wipe. It was a room of a certain university hospital. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to afford the cost of even a single night in this room, a room which neither her doctors nor she herself had any doubts would be the last she ever stayed in. Is it Ava? I don't know who else it could be. Hey, thank you, that's what I'm wondering. Was the person on the bed Ava? She looked haggard and aged, to the point that you would not believe it was her unless you were told. A well-built man in a suit waiting in the corner near the door was having a conversation with the outside in a low voice over the intercom. He was a guard protecting Ava's person. After telling the person on the other end of the intercom to wait, he approached Ava's bed. Ava had been awake for a while. However, she stared at a single point in empty space, as though her mind was not in the same place. Angie has arrived in the lobby below. Wait, she escaped? Ava is dying in bed. Sorry, I'm just in a university hospital bed. Apparently, Angie has come to visit her. Angie has arrived in the lobby below. Should we let her pass? For a long time, Ava didn't answer. However, bit by bit, her eyes began to regain their focus, and she gave a small nod, indicating that she didn't mind if they called Angie. Ava herself had been the one to call her, and she was right on time. Ava now refused to meet anyone without an appointment made in advance. The reason the room was dark, even though it was still light outside, was because the curtains were closed. Wow, thank you. That was a very verbose way to say the curtains were closed. There was always one guard waiting in the room, and 3 more waiting in the corridor and the lobby. They were all there to protect Ava's person. Eventually, there was the sound of a knock. Also, there was a message from the intercom that the guest body check had been completed with no problems. The door was unlocked, then opened, and a woman of about high school age was standing there. This was 12 years later. How is she high school aged? What? Chairman, Angie has arrived. Ava reacted and turned her face towards the guest. However, instead of reacting to the guard's call, maybe it would be better to say that she reacted to the smell of Angie's makeup. Ooh. Having been shut up in this room for so long, Ava was sensitive to small changes in smell. Angie is apparently described as being high school aged. Oh, wait, you know what? No, it makes sense. She's high school aged now. Didn't Battler say she was only 6? I'm trying to think. Maybe this could... Is it like some time jumping shit? Is she going back in time? So you came, Angie. Oh, we got a new character, even though... I already knew it was you, but... Oh! Rudolph and Kiri's daughter, Battler's younger half-sister. She didn't get to see Battler often, but they got on extremely well and she greatly respected him. Since she was absent due to illness during the family conference, she always survives in solitude. Unfortunately, she has become emotionally disturbed, always carries a huge amount of cash with her, and has the bad habit of throwing it around to make sure she never has to wait. Real as fuck, actually. New favorite character has pulled up. Also, wait a minute, pause. Okay, no, never mind. Yes, I did. You did call me. On Ava's face, you couldn't find the expression of one warmly welcoming their niece. And on Angie's face, you couldn't see the expression of one pleased to see their aunt. Okay, the one thing I will say in this game, is like the first time I've ever heard them say, like, niece. I feel like every other time they're like, this is my, brother's, this is my father's son's daughter. Like, I don't know, they always just listen like the most, like, confusing way possible. Ava waved her arm, which had grown as thin as a withered branch, and motioned for the guard to leave. The guard bowed silently and went out into the hall. Not only stuffy, but dark too. Why don't you have the curtains opened? And then the hitman you hired will shoot through the window, is that what you're planning? If it came to that, I'd much rather be the one paid to do the hit. All I'd have to do is relax at home for a month and the job would take care of itself. Good one. Their discussion was quite morbid for an aunt and niece. However, they didn't look like they were joking. At the very least, Ava did believe that someone was after her life. All of the Ushirimiya family's massive fortune had come into the possession of Ushirimiya Ava. It was said that this fortune also included the 10 tons of hidden gold that Ushirimiya Kinzo was rumored to have kept concealed. They could do nothing while this vast wealth was in the hands of the cunning, sly, and extremely suspicious Ava, but it was rumored that if it was passed on to Angie, who was no more than a young girl, certain people were plotting to snatch it away at once. By now, Ava and Angie were Kinzo's only descendants. If Ava died, all the wealth would go to Angie. And if Angie were to be killed as well, that wealth would go to the family of Angie's mother, Kiri. In this sense, not only Ava, but Angie as well, because this is interesting. I'm going to put that down even though it's probably not that important. Kiri is apparently the beneficiary if Angie and Ava die in this scenario. I don't know, it's a very just odd thing. In this sense, not only Ava but Angie as well were in a position where it wouldn't be odd at all for her life to be targeted, or sorry, Ava but Angie as well was in a position where it wouldn't be odd at all for her life to be targeted by some unknown person. And Ava had hated Angie for a long time, because after losing her precious only son George, she had learned that the only one who had survived to inherit her own wealth was Angie, who had been absent from that family conference 12 years ago. Ava shunned Angie, hated her, even detested her. She isolated Angie in a special school and separated her from the youth and happiness normal people have, trying to deprive her life of all opportunity. However, Ava had succumbed to an incurable illness, and ironically, her remaining life was estimated to be the same as Kinzo's had been at that family conference 12 years earlier, 3 months. Both Ava and Angie hated each other. Even though they were each other's last blood relatives, they hated each other so much that they hoped the other would die quickly. And? Why did you go to all that trouble of calling for me? I don't have much time left. These quack doctors still have no idea what I was poisoned with, but I know. I'm sure it's that secret assassination drug, the one that foreign intelligence agency was using. Are they talking about like the Russians when they put it in tea or whatever? I forgot the name of it. I thought it was radiation. I didn't even think it was poison, but I might be wrong. I don't fucking remember the details. Oh, I'm gonna be killed. I'm gonna be killed. Aren't you lucky? Very soon I will die, and then you will be so relieved. What a pitiable person. This always happened. She immediately deviated from the main topic, distorting it into more unsettling discussion. Ava, who was full of suspicion, believed that someone was always after her life. Indeed, after inheriting the vast wealth of the Ushirimiya family, she had used wild methods just like Kinzo had done in the past, and had repeatedly made money by any means necessary, creating many enemies along the way. With a massive supply of capital, she had launched aggressive takeovers against businesses which were starting to have rapid growth, making them buy it back at a high price under the guise of reconciliation. Ironically, it was the same type of action that her husband's company had been hit with 12 years ago. She had repeated this constantly for the past 12 years. She had also earned a lot of hatred. If her husband had heard of this from beyond the grave, he might have defended her, saying that this was because of her loneliness, or of the loneliness from losing her family. However, no one who knew her now would come to her defense. For some time, Ava waxed eloquent about how exactly her life was being targeted, listed off names of people who likely held hatred for her, and sneering at the fact that she still hadn't been killed. Even when Angie heard her own name included in that list, her expression did not change significantly, and she waited indifferently for Ava to tire herself out. You know what? I really hate you. I'm honored. Same here. I built this future for George's sake, to think that it would be snatched away by you. To think that it would be stolen by Rudolph's daughter. I can't bear it. To think that not only will I not leave a child, but even my fortune will be stolen. That, to me, is just unforgivable. In that case, why don't you give all your fortune to charity? What happened to all those religious people you've requested so many times? Huh. Everyone's religious in a foxhole. They all say the same thing. My excessive wealth has become a burden to me. Call that greed. They always say something about how I need to give it up and cleanse myself. And then the idea came to me to stop donating. For a time, Ava had invited in the founders of several strange new religious cults, perhaps looking for peace in her heart. But in the end, they did not give her heart any relief, and only further increased her suspicion. If you've got money to burn, why don't you start buying up thoroughbreds and make some corned beef? I thought it was something even more interesting. I've racked my brain over it a lot. What could I do to make things horrible for you? I thought about just killing you. I also thought about erasing all of my wealth, leaving you penniless, and kicking you out of the Ushirimiya family or something. Wouldn't that be wonderful? A lady brought up prim and proper, made to crawl around and prowl for moldy bread and muddy water. That too would be truly glorious. Nice laugh. Having fun? Oh yes, it's fun to scare you. but very soon I will die. So I thought about how I can continue to cause you pain even after I die. And then, it was surprisingly simple. I called you because I wanted to tell you about it. I have midterms coming up. Keep it brief. Real. I've decided. I will have you inherit all of my fortune. Is she gonna say that, like, the biggest curse was inheriting the gold? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. It sounds like the money only brought her trouble. Which, if you had that much money, would kind of be, like, looking over your shoulder. That's, like, a lot of money to handle. It could also be that Beatrice is, like, a thing. I said this before, okay, and they might confirm it here in a second, or they might softly confirm it. I said a while ago that I thought that Beatrice may be, like, a possession. That it might not be the same person that is Beatrice every time. That Beatrice could be, like, a mind state that somebody enters. And the fact that Ava became the next thing, and the fact that she's laughing like a witch here, and the fact that she's talking about giving her the fortune, we're gonna see. Not only that, I decided that until the very day that I die, I'll increase that fortune as much as I can, inflate it to the massive proportions, and have you inherit all of it. I added a though there. Can you even imagine what that would be like? No idea, because I'm stupid. No, you wouldn't have any idea, would you? Look forward to it. It really is fun being rich. Every day from morning till night, monsters from across Japan will come to play. From now on, your entire private life will be followed by talk shows and weekly magazines. The media criticize me no matter what I do or don't. If I donate, they'll attack me as a bourgeois, and if I begrudge them that money, I'll be abused as a miser. Oh, every day really is wonderful, you see. I realize that I would love to invite you to that kind life when you are so young and have so much ahead of you. Isn't that just to die for? You realize that, like, this is, like, the stupidest fucking strat you could ever do. Yeah, Ava's definitely not a nice person. This is, like, the stupidest strat you could ever do. Even if you inherited all the money to Angie and she's like, fuck that, she could also, you know, just sell it off instantly. She could just donate all of it and be done with it. So this is a pretty stupid strat. Probably should have just paid money to kill her. The public is right in its criticism of all that you've done. Yes, I'm sure that they are. Go ahead, insult me as much as you want, and then you will be burdened with that criticism. Japanese culture says that good people live in honorable poverty, while the wealthy should die. No matter what you do or do not do, you will eventually be held up as a symbol of envy and hate from all across Japan. I wonder how twisted your life will become after living this way. You will have no allies, no one will listen to your worries. Insulting you will become a public sport, and no one can stop that. I'm gonna feel really bad for the person that has 10% of the world's gold supply. I'm crying tears for you right now. Oh, Angie. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how you will live your life and how you will end it. Relish your life of being unable to trust anyone in the world, love anyone, or talk with anyone. I'll be patiently waiting for you in hell, waiting for you to come falling down, bringing that story of hardship with you. God, she really is an unmitigated bitch. She's just having a good laugh here. Are you having a giggle? Oh, she absolutely didn't get to enjoy the money. The money was like a curse. Her insane laughter turned into a painful cough. Without changing her expression in the slightest, looking completely unconcerned, Angie stared at the only survivor of Rokenjima. To be fair, she brought this upon herself. If the gold was the curse, she inherited the curse willingly. So, I don't feel bad for her in the slightest. Perhaps because he found the violent coughing odd, the guard flew in as he gave a short knock on the door. Angie glanced at him, wordlessly showing that she hadn't moved a step from where she had been. Angie was prepared for some kind of trap to frame her in Ava's death. However, that was fortunately a needless anxiety. As the guard rubbed Ava's back, he poured hot water from a thermos into a mug. As he did, Ava kept coughing, looking like she was in pain. Angie thought that this was probably the final form of the Witch of Rokenjima, and the last she would be able to see. Eventually, Ava was able to moisten her throat and regain her normal breathing. However, the glittering madness inside her eyes hadn't subsided in the slightest. That cruel mass of gold and the inheritance of the Ushirimiya family headship, as well as the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Oh, she 100% was in that version of the game. I'd bet my life on it. Are now yours. Enjoy the insane, twisted life fitting for the name of the witch. I don't care about those. Enough of that. Just tell me this. What happened on Rokenjima that day? I don't believe that there was an accident. Tell me the truth about what happened that day and why Mom and Dad and Nissan died. Oh, that must be the best way to harass you, mustn't it? To not tell you what happened that day? What happened on this very day in 1986? You want to know what they said before they died, don't you? I won't tell you. I'll leave behind the cursed gold, but you know what? I'll take the truth you desire with me to hell. That's the best way I can harass you. Upset? Gonna cry? Gonna piss your pants, maybe? If you want to hear, try going to hell and asking your family there. In that case, you better die right now, right? Why don't you just give up and die right now and forever? Okay, shut up, Ava. Your act is tired. The laugh continued until she started coughing again. After that, cough did not subside until she started moaning and going into convulsions. Good. Rest in piss. Ooh, this song's good. October 4th, 1986, on Rokkenjima, the Ushirimiya family's customary and final family conference was held. And on the next day, October 5th, an extremely unfortunate accident occurred and the Ushirimiya family was wiped out. As good luck would have it, Ushirimiya Eva escaped from that and succeeded almost all the Ushirimiya family fortune. However, due to the many turbulent rumors surrounding the Ushirimiya family, the way that Eva acted afterwards, and her unnatural actions at the time of the unfortunate accident, there was public controversy over whether this might have been a plot to get all the inheritance for herself. Under pressure from the public, prosecutors attempted numerous investigations, and the media began tracing the outline of the murder plot under the name of Rokkenjima Gate. They actually threw gate on the end. But in the end, they were not able to find sufficient proof that this unfortunate accident was a crime. Dude, when did this translation happen? Because this feels, I guess the gate thing is not necessarily too new, but it feels like modern-ish enough. However, because the media continued to give the impression that Rokkenjima Gate was a murder plot by Eva, public opinion began to believe that she was the true culprit. Of course, all that easily commendable overbearing financial activity which she had carried out using that vast wealth left a bad impression that only made matters worse. Every time she did something and the rumors started spreading, the talk shows would bring back Rokkenjima Gate, blaming the justice system by saying that she was a true culprit and that the only reason that she hadn't been arrested was because the police had been bribed. And the impression that she was an evil criminal grew stronger and stronger. Her heart eventually degenerated, and ironically, it began to transfigure her into the kind of human the public expected. By now, Eva had no one she trusted and no family. Her beloved husband Hideyoshi was already no more, and the talk shows would occasionally mention his company, saying that it was run recklessly while criticizing and disgracing its former accomplishments. Even her beloved son George was dramatized as a stereotypical rich, lazy son that the public expected. And no one even attempted to find out what a simple and honest character he had possessed. Okay, even we're glazing him after death, bro, come on. As to how much all this hurt Eva and ran her to ruin, no one was interested. Fuck Eva, why would you feel bad for her in this case? She brought this on herself. The public was only interested in the idea of an evil woman who had gone so far as to kill her whole family to become a multimillionaire, unless you're going to say it wasn't willingly. And in what kind of pitiful final years she would lead. So she changed more and more, until eventually, Eva's personality was transfigured to the point that she was treated as a lunatic. It was said that she sometimes remembered that this was exactly the same way her father Kenzo, who she had once admired, had been in his later years, and laughed at herself with scorn. And on the day of that final family conference, because Ushirimiya Rudolph's daughter Angie had been sick and stayed with her mother's family, she had not participated. At the age of 6, she lost her family. See, okay, they did confirm it was 6. I knew they said it at some point. She lost her family and gained Eva as her guardian. Since Angie had become Eva's only blood relative, Eva took very good care of her. She had imposing guards always surrounding Angie's person to prevent her from coming to harm. Angie even had her right to play with friends, to come home from school together, and to enjoy the seasons together stolen. So that she can live a full and pleasant school life, Eva sent Angie to an elegant boarding school which took care of her every need, completely isolating her from the world. So she didn't even know the popular song as the girls her age might hum. She was never once given a chance to enjoy window shopping with her friends, or stuff her mouth with crepes, much less an encounter with a member of the opposite sex to make her heart throb. Angie did not have a single friend, that's what I'm saying, man. George, he's like 23, 24. I'm pretty sure they said 23. I think I rounded up. If anyone carelessly acted friendly with Angie, they would be scolded by the guards or else the teachers. All of them were strictly ordered not to let the peasants approach the daughter of the esteemed Ushirimiya family. During that time, the talk shows were always talking about Ushirimiya Eva and always spreading rumors about her many financial evil deeds. Those who found out that she was her daughter naturally began to keep their distance. Daughter in air quotes, of course. Even now, she was called a witch at school, and anytime something adverse happened, it was baselessly whispered as truth that the school was operating according to her wishes, and that she had something to do with it. The environment makes the person. By now, she had a heart as hardened as those around her feared. She trusted no one, didn't even try. She loved no one, didn't even try. And on top of all this, when Eva caught an incurable illness, it was whispered that this too had been planned, and this time Angie was set up as the mastermind. Everyone whispered that the daughter of a witch was a witch. Even the talk shows and the weekly magazines whispered that. So Angie too, because of that, no. As though it might as well be true, accepted it. Therefore, since she already believed that she was a witch, when she heard that the name of the Golden Witch was being turned over to her, she felt nothing, if not completely unfazed. However, she was at least sure of one thing. The title of the witch that she had inherited would definitely never be inherited by anyone else. She would be the last head of the Ushirimiya family, and the last isolated Golden Witch. Okay. Ooh! Angie could be seen on the roof of a skyscraper. Is she about to fucking jump? Is this like the fact that this is called Wingless too is a track? Compared to the winds of the world which had beaten down upon her until now, this strong cold wind was warm and pleasant. Below her lay a beautiful nighttime scene and a dazzling river of red and white lights. It was a clear sky tonight, so there really should have been countless stars stretching out over the sky. Well, you're in the city, so. However, the light from the ground was so bright you couldn't see them at all. Angie couldn't help but think that what she really saw lay somewhere in that unseen starlight. The world of reality below her looked so far away from here. This place felt to her as the closest to the world she would really be in. There was only one thing that Angie cursed. Why had I not been able to go to that family conference on that day 12 years ago? If I had gone, I probably would have been able to be with my family forever. Recently, I've been having a dream about my family over and over again. Myself of 12 years ago calls out frantically, urging them not to go to the family conference. Both Mom and Dad are too far away and my hand won't reach them. I reach for the hand of Battler, who always really loved me, for the hand that would always pat my head. But even though it looks like it's so close to reaching, even that falls short. For some reason, I started having that dream over and over again. Whenever I have that dream, I repeat my useless effort inside the dream, trying to stretch out my hand even more forcefully. If only Battler at least could have lived, then perhaps at least the two of us could have supported each other through life in this cold and lonely reality. But his hand never reaches me. So even if I climb to the roof of a building as tall as this one, I am distantly separated from all of them. A mysterious girl appears in my dreams and urges me. That girl in my dream urges me to arrive at the truth of what happened 12 years ago. Is this gonna be a main character swap? Because I'm really getting the vibe now. If I could learn what happened to Dad and everyone else on that day, would they come back? At least one of them? There was no way that anyone existed who could answer those words. I understand. And this is when Rika's gonna reach out to her. This is actually before everything, I bet. In this world, I have no family, no friends, no one. So, let's go. Let's go home. Where my family is. Yeah, she's gonna jump, but Rika's gonna pull her back. From the beginning, Angie's figure had been on the far side of the fence. The scenery blue below her eyes. Burn Castle. The scenery below her eyes was distant, beautiful, and so fantastical that it did not give rise to the slightest bit of fear. If I face down, I'll surely be taken to the world below. So I faced up, because I wanted to be taken to the world above, the world where my family was. Who cares about my vast wealth? Who cares about cursed gold? Who cares about the Golden Witch Beatrice? What I really want isn't something that even a mountain of gold will help me obtain. What I need for that is just a small amount of courage to take a single step forward. Just then, I definitely heard a voice. Hey, speaking of, I knew that voice. The voice that had always called to me in my dreams. Hey, look who it is, what a surprise. Yeah, because she must have basically pulled her through time somehow and allowed her access to what was going on. Before my eyes, in other words, in midair above that jet black nighttime scenery, there was the figure of that girl I had seen in my dreams. She spoke again with the same voice I had heard inside my dreams. Your assistance is needed. My assistance? Who needs it? Your family needs it. Your family is eternally imprisoned in the 2-day span that began on this day 12 years ago. If I save them, does that mean my family will come back? When I asked the question I most wanted to ask, the girl cruelly stopped talking and hung her head. I cannot promise that. The enemy is the Golden Witch Beatrice, a mighty opponent. I cannot compete with her. But another Golden Witch might be able to manage something. I don't know what you're talking about, and now she's the next Golden Witch because Ava just died and passed it down. The only one who can oppose the Beatrice of 1986 is the one of 93 or whatever this is. 98 is the final Beatrice of 1998. Okay, this is interesting. I'm gonna put this down in the notes. In other words, you. Angie Beatrice. Nice name, I guess. That witch from 12 years ago. Took away my family? Yes. She's responsible for what happened to your family. The source that always leads to your future of isolation. My family's killer. In exchange, I will search for the fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. This is okay. This is so Higurashi. The world where your family comes home. But I can't promise you that your desire will be granted. The game board of 1986 Beatrice is quite perfect. I had planned on bringing you that ideal fragment as a present today, but I still can't find it. It's a very firm fate. I haven't seen the likes of it since I fought with Lady Lambda Delta. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to find and bring you the happiest resolution that is possible for you to receive. Revenge. It may be a fruitless effort. Even if you succeed in your revenge, there's no definite proof that your family will return. Even with a miraculous probability, you may only be able to bring one person back. Angie now understood the meaning of that dream. The dream where it seemed that with just a little bit more, her hand might at least be able to reach Batman. Miraculous probability. It's still higher than 0, right? Is it about 1%? All probability values are powerless before the result, so I cannot tell you that number. But unlike if I don't do anything, there definitely is a small possibility. So you're saying there's a chance? Yes. As long as you do not throw your hope away. But prepare yourself. It is extremely close to 0. But, Rika, it's an asymptote. It's never gonna touch. Alright, I'm in. Are you sure? This is definitely like new main character vibe. You'll probably never be able to come back here again. This is not the world where I belong. And as for the world where I do belong, I'll find it myself. Tell me your name. The Witch of Miracles, Burncastle. Dude, I'm getting like, okay, I don't want to be doing the cringe, but I'm getting some goosebumps a little bit. And by that name, I acknowledge you as the Golden Witch, Angie Beatrice. The fact that we got the tingle means there's a new character that pops up. Witch side. Oh my. Final Witch born in 1998, named by Ava as her successor and accepted with Burncastle as her guardian. She is starting from 0 as a witch, but as her body is located 12 years in the future, she possesses ultimate magic resistance. Ooh, that prevents her from being targeted by any of Beatrice's magic. Additionally, completely converse to her older brother's magic resistance, she has a natural talent for attacks against magic types. Her potential in both attack and defense is of the highest level, but the distance is great. 12 years really is. I didn't mean to skip that last line. As of now, you are a true witch. Okay, I'll just show my notes. I'll just say Beatrice, I'm not putting fucking... The instant she proclaimed that I was a witch, I felt dizzy as though something inside me had changed drastically. And she's gonna get invited to the tea party. Just then I heard a slam. It was the sound of the door connecting the staircase to the roof being opened. There were Aunt Ava's guards. Guards only in name. Why aren't they the cage that's close? What the... I can't stop that. They saw that I was already on the other side. Okay. 20, target found. Requesting assistance on the roof. Angie, we were looking for you. It's dangerous there, so quickly come this way. She's gonna jump and she's gonna teleport back. What's that? My fan club. I'm pretty popular. No point in getting caught. Let's go. Okay, wow. Like I said, Episode 3, kind of mogging on the other 2 episodes, including the tea parties. That was really good. Like, really, really, really good. My glasses off. Man. Oh, okay, I don't know how to describe my feelings. I might save it for the next stream, but I feel like this game, up to this point, not that it was bad, it wasn't. I feel like I always have to, qualify. This game has still been very, very, very fucking good. But this is like, this episode was so good, top to bottom. Like, so good. But like I said earlier, it kind of feels like this episode is the one that's, like, actually starting the game a little bit. I feel like the first 2 episodes were kind of just like, you know, dipping your toes in, getting your, I don't know what the term is for wetting your, it's like wetting your something. I don't know why I can't remember the phrase. I gotta Google it now. I feel like a fucking fool. Wet your, whet your appetite. Okay, thank you. I don't know why I'm trolling so hard to whet my appetite. I feel like the first 2 chapters were just like getting you started, kind of getting you familiar with the game, getting you, you know, blah, blah, blah. And now we're about to get down to the real fucking brass tacks. Although I am kind of surprised this happens in episode 3. And then... Oh, God! I should have ended the stream right on that. Would have been really funny, but... Yeah, it definitely feels like it was a prologue to the others. Looking annoyed, Burncastle twisted on her heels. In the jet black sky. Watching that perfectly casual gesture, I followed her as though it was completely normal. Angie, wait! Don't be so hasty, look out! Oh, it's no good. I fucking hate that they have the same quote. It's no goddamn good at all. Time to go. See you again. I want to hear her voice, please. Okay, perfect. I don't think we've heard her voice yet.
ああ、ダメね。全然ダメ。じゃあまたね。See you again.
I like her voice. I still think Beatrice has probably the best voice actor. But she sounds very familiar. I won't look it up because I don't want to get spoiled on anything, but she sounds like I know her from something else. I don't know why. Please send a limo to get me, because everyone else will be there with me too. See you. Oh. What am I, fucking Dandadan? Like chapter early on? I don't remember it. Okay, let's see. What does it change the title screen to? Is it going to be the moon? I think it's going to be the moon with Angie. Call my shot. Let's see. Okay, I'm not even going to look at any of this, okay? I want to, but I'm going to save it all for the next thing. I appreciate anybody that stopped by. As always, I will now update the Google Docs with my current notes that I have. You can check below the stream if you check where the future games list is and everything in the current games list. I'm going to close this because it's going to fucking... It's going to make noises. You can go there. I will have, hopefully, the rest of this uploaded onto YouTube tonight. Can't guarantee that, but hopefully. And a copy of my notes will be listed there. I will update it right after the stream. Thank you for stopping by. This is a pretty long stream. We will be back tomorrow. I cannot guarantee a time that we will be back. Hopefully in the afternoon, I'll say. If not, it'll be around dinner time, like probably starting around this time if it's not in the afternoon. That's all. Again, appreciate you for stopping by. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, you don't have to thank me. I should be thanking you for showing up. Appreciate anybody that stopped by. And yeah, thumbs up. Rest of the VODs are on YouTube, also on Twitch. Check them out there.